Konrada Fiołka, na ręce pana Jego Magnificencji Piotra Koszelnika, jak również obecnej z nami tutaj na scenie pani prezes Fundacji 8 marca, złożymy serdeczne gratulacje pomysłu, ale jednocześnie podziękowanie za to, że tutaj w mieście Rzeszowie na Politechnice odbywa się konferencja, której dzisiejsza edycja jest pod hasłem Nowy Europejski Bauhaus siłą napędową przemysłów kreatywnych. To wydarzenie znakomicie wpisuje się w strategię rozwoju miasta Rzeszowa, stawiającego podobnie jak projekt ekologiczno-gospodarczo-kulturalny zainicjowany przez Komisję Europejską na zintegrowanie takich dziedzin jak architektura i sztuka z innymi elementami życia współczesnego miasta, rozwijanego w sposób zrównoważony, czyli z myślą o tym, by było w ramach swych przestrzeni coraz bardziej przyjazne mieszkańcom, środowisku naturalnemu i klimatowi. Życzę wszystkim uczestnikom dzisiejszych dyskusji interesujących wystąpień oraz prezentacji rozwiązań, które już lub niebawem mogą w istotny sposób wpływać na nasze otoczenie i przejawiane aktywności, sprzyjając ochronie szeroko rozumianego środowiska i czyniąc je coraz bardziej komfortowym jako miejsce zamieszkania, edukacji i pracy. Życzę Państwu znakomitych obrad, a wszystkim prelegentom, którzy przyjechaliście do naszego pięknego miasta Rzeszowa, przyjemnego również spędzenia czasu w otoczeniu pięknej architektury i zrównoważonym, spokojnym mieście. Wszystkiego dobrego.
Bardzo dziękuję. Jedyną osobą, która nie mogła z nami dzisiaj być ze względu na problemy zdrowotne, jest pani dyrektor Departamentu przy Komisji Europejskiej zajmującego się Nowym Europejskim Bauhausem, która nagrała dla nas krótkie, powitalne nagranie, które zaraz Państwo zobaczycie za mną. Także bardzo serdecznie jeszcze raz dziękuję za przybycie i zapraszam na dzień owocnych dyskusji, debat i rozmów.
Przepraszam, informacja techniczna do panów, ale my tutaj na sali nie słyszymy głosu, jakby można było rozwiązać ten problem.
Szanowni Państwo, bardzo przepraszamy za
Obviously,
No cóż, nadal mamy problem z dźwiękiem,
sound, so let's hope we will see this.
ale zapraszam do obejrzenia tego krótkiego filmu, może co prawda nieco później,
But I could.
choć jednocześnie mogłabym Państwu to opisać, zresztą są napisy na ekranie. Nazywam się Salena Klarić. Bardzo się cieszę, że mogę wziąć udział w tej konferencji tu w Polsce. Spróbuję przez 5 minut, bo tyle mam czasu, przedstawić Państwu projekty, którymi zajmujemy się w Bośni i Hercegowinie. Nasz projekt Map for Water jest zwycięzcą tegorocznych nagród w konkursie Nowy Europejski Bauhaus. To projekt obejmujący 1000 źródeł i fontan w mieście Sarajewo jako część naszego dziedzictwa. Więc już od XV wieku, choć nawet miało to miejsce już wcześniej w czasach rzymskich, zaczęto wykorzystywać źródła, ale te fontanny powstały.
Jak właśnie ten film nie zadziałał, to w prezentacji.
Thank you.
Projekt ten zasadza się na koncepcji dokonania inwentaryzacji tych fontan w mieście. Zdaliśmy sobie bowiem sprawę z tego, że niektóre z nich już dawno odłączono, inne potrzebują konserwacji, czy też w ogóle odbudowy, ponieważ zniszczono je w trakcie II wojny światowej.
And what we did actually.
Chcieliśmy więc zaplanować konserwację, remont utrzymanie tych fontan na przyszłość w celu podtrzymania dziedzictwa, wykorzystania tego potencjału turystycznego, wykorzystania źródeł wody pitnej w Sarajewie i również ochrony dobra publicznego, bo firmy wodociągowe działające w tym obszarze nie zawsze zdobywały zaufanie. Nikt tak naprawdę nie chciał pić wody z kranu, ludzie zaopatrywali się w wodę butelkowaną, a tymczasem w mieście mamy tysiące źródeł wody pitnej. Mamy też wokół miasta Sarajewa pasma górskie, a więc woda jak najbardziej nadaje się do picia. Powstała też praca magisterska na Uniwersytecie w Sarajewie, która opiera się na mapowaniu tych źródeł i fontan w porównaniu z dużymi miastami, gdzie rzeczywiście w tej chwili buduje się nowe fontanny. W naszym przypadku wystarczyło tak naprawdę zinwentaryzować stan istniejący. Jednocześnie przygotowano metodologię pomiaru, by sprawdzić, czy można by zaoszczędzić tę wodę butelkowaną w dużej ilości, bo tylko 300 fontan istniejących w gminach, w dzielnicach miasta funkcjonowało i to pozwalałoby zaoszczędzić tysiące butelek wody. Także projekt miał wiele różnych aspektów czy wymiarów w kontekście w ogóle gospodarki w cyklu zamkniętym. O to chodzi również w koncepcji nowego europejskiego Bauhausu. Musimy bowiem na nowo przemyśleć nasz tryb funkcjonowania, przemyśleć tak, by zorientować się, czym dysponujemy w bliskości, bezpośredniej bliskości. Ja często mówię studentom, że odgrywają ważną rolę, by tworzyć zrównoważoną przyszłość, bo przecież przemysł to zanieczyszczenia, to zużycie energii. Ale też rolnictwo wytwarza sporo zanieczyszczeń i zużycia energii, a mamy rozbudowaną działalność rolną. Zresztą w Polsce to również ważny, bieżący temat. Również budownictwo, wiadomo, w budownictwie ważnym tematem jest efektywność energetyczna, ale też tworzy się nowe podejście do budowy domów, do budowy domów zużywających zero energii netto, również których emisje byłyby zerowe netto na przyszłość. To wszystko się nam teraz pojawia jako ważny temat. Kolejny aspekt dziedzictwa tu w Polsce, ale też właściwie we wszystkich krajach europejskich, również w Bośni i Hercegowinie, to coś, czym zajęłam się poważnie. Otóż zaczęliśmy sprowadzać z Niemiec, z Austrii sporo steropianu jako materiał ocieplający. Zastanawiać się nad tym, jakie materiały mamy w bezpośrednim sąsiedztwie. Otóż na przykład wełna i słoma to dostępne nam na miejscu zasoby, które w termomodernizacji mają bardzo podobne parametry co materiały sztuczne. Ile bowiem wytwarza się emisji dwutlenku węgla produkując steropian czy wełnę mineralną, można by sobie tego oszczędzić, by ścinać emisję energii. Więc te materiały naturalne muszą być wykorzystywane w szerszym zakresie. Także myślę, że udało nam się wykazać w naszych projektach, że tradycyjne domy, w których
also use shades to protect from the sun, to actually decrease the energy. So this Bosnian house is actually eco-passive house that we had in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So we have to learn from our heritage layers, we have to learn from the nature. Wood is also ecological material, so the carbonization is something that we could do with the wood. Also sheep wool, I saw some of your materials for the tourist purposes, and I saw that actually you have really a lot of sheep on your mountains as well. And we could cooperate in that sense because we published a lot of papers where we proved that this material is ideal for installations, and the properties of this material are really great because in that sense this material also has some hygroscopy, which is very good if we're talking about constructions. Also, I would love to talk about straw. This is also something as a waste on our fields after agricultural activities, which is something that we could also use. And in this moment, I'm trying to find and patented this with the industry in Bosnia and Herzegovina to actually, instead to have prefabricated element for the houses that are using mineral wool or styrofoam to actually use straw or sheep wool. We did also one experimental project in Bosnia and Herzegovina with the students. We built one student pavilion by also using a lot of partnership. We're working together with the different industries, with the different donor and different universities. I hope Rzeszów University will be also our partners in the future here on this list. And we also did some researches about indoor air quality, which is also part of the green certification process, because once when we actually doing the energy efficiency projects by sealing the energy inside of the building, we actually didn't think so much about indoor air quality. And we are spending 90% of our time indoor, and especially the projects for the energy efficiency in Bosnia and Herzegovina are focused on the public buildings like the kindergartens and the schools. And we went inside the schools and we actually find terrible results. So the indoor air quality sometimes 8 or 6 times are more than World Health Organization's parameters for the maximum is, if you're talking about PM or CO2. So those actually informations are very important if you're talking about heritage and layers, because with the natural materials, with the natural resources like the water, soil, and also waste from the agriculture, we could really change our future in directions of decarbonizations. So this new European Bauhaus also will help us in Bosnia and Herzegovina with this map for water project to promote our activities, but also here I'm grateful that we could also open some links to collaborate in the future. Thank you very much, and I'm open for any questions. I hope 5 minutes I did it.
Right. Logistics. Okay. Teraz chciałabym krótko zaprezentować Państwu koncept, który był finalistą Nagród Nowego Europejskiego Bauhausu 2 lata temu, jako jedna z bardzo licznej wtedy reprezentacji Polski podczas Festiwalu Nowego Europejskiego Bauhausu. Jest to koncept dworu innowacji, po angielsku Innovation Manor. Chciałam zacząć od tego, teraz jest to koncept realizowany przez właśnie Fundację 8 marca, fundację, którą mam przyjemność zarządzać i która powstała właśnie w oparciu o ten koncept z myślą, jak zmienić zabytki w Polsce, szczególnie te położone na wsi i w małych miastach, tak żeby stały się one cennym zasobem i dźwignią rozwoju dla lokalnych społeczności i dla lokalnych przedsiębiorców. I właśnie Nowy Europejski Bauhaus, przedstawienie tego konceptu podczas finału w Brukseli było tym, czego potrzebowaliśmy, żeby zacząć działać w bardziej zorganizowany sposób, nie tylko teoretyczny, ale już jako pełnoprawna fundacja, organizacja społeczna działająca tu z siedzibą tu na Podkarpaciu. Chciałam zacząć może od kilku liczb, żeby wyjaśnić, dlaczego w ogóle zabytki, tak, jesteśmy trochę grupą szaleńców z bardzo różnych dyscyplin, ale opieramy się na liczbach w naszym działaniu i zabytki to są konkretne liczby. Według badania Narodowego Instytutu Konserwacji Zabytków, które było przeprowadzone 2 lata temu, w 2022 roku, 85% Polaków zadeklarowało, że dziedzictwo i zabytki są ważne dla całego kraju, 78% zadeklarowało, że są ważne dla nich osobiście. W Wielkiej Brytanii z kolei przeprowadzono, a raczej opublikowano w tym roku badania, które były prowadzone przez ostatnie lata, które monetyzują obecność zabytków w codziennym życiu społeczeństwa Wielkiej Brytanii i przeliczają to na oszczędności, które można też rozumieć przez pewien zysk społeczny. Obliczono, że codzienne obcowanie z zabytkami nie tymi największej rangi, jak na przykład w Polsce mamy tutaj niedaleko, prawda, zamek w Łańcucie, to nie muszą być zabytki największej rangi, to mogą być po prostu zabytkowe domy, w których w sąsiedztwie mieszkamy, w których żyjemy. Przeliczają się na 29 miliardów funtów oszczędności rocznie, które przychodzą razem z lepszego samopoczucia, stanu dobrostanu i zdrowia psychicznego oraz fizycznego mieszkańców Wielkiej Brytanii. Zabytki to jest też konkretny zasób mieszkaniowy i budowlany. To jest 30%, to jest stan na rok 2011, więc możemy wyobrazić sobie, że ten procent, ta liczba wzrosła, ale jest to 30 mniej więcej procent zasobu budowlanego w Europie, czyli tego, w czym mieszkamy, żyjemy, pracujemy. I to przekłada się na 55 milionów mieszkań, czy 120 milionów zamieszkujących je osób, Europejczyków, w tym nas, Polaków. Trochę kończąc mniej pozytywnym akcentem to podsumowanie liczbowe, Narodowy Instytut Dziedzictwa w 2017 roku opublikował raport o stanie zachowania zabytków w Polsce, w którym pada taka liczba 20%. 20% to jest to, co państwo jest w stanie dołożyć do utrzymania zabytków. I w tych 20% leży też nasz koncept Innovation Manor, czyli co zrobić, żeby z jednej strony zachować nasze dziedzictwo, uczyć się z niego, stosować w nim innowacje i nowe technologie, ale robić to w taki sposób, żeby element biznesowy był obecny, żeby te zabytki mogły na siebie pracować i żeby były w stanie się utrzymać. I teraz już przechodząc do meritum, czyli właśnie do tego, co leży u podłoża konceptu Innovation Manor, jest to koncept, który opiera się na współpracy. Mówimy, że każdy zabytek ma ogromny potencjał, ale potrzebuje zrównoważonej sieci współpracy, która będzie sprawiała, że jego użytkowanie, podobnie jak proces rewitalizacji czy utrzymania, będzie stały i będzie łatwy do przewidzenia i będzie przynosił wymierne korzyści. Opieramy się, tak jak wspominałam, na zabytkach, które znajdują się w małych miastach oraz na wsi. I wierzymy w to, że wieś współpracując, czy właśnie małe obszary małych miast i społeczności tam lokalne, współpracując z miastami, w których okolicy się znajdują, oraz technologią tutaj przez współpracę ze światem nauki czy ze światem biznesu, są w stanie stworzyć na potrzeby danego lokalnego kontekstu takie rozwiązania, które pozwolą, aby ten zabytek nie tylko stał się muzeum, ale także centrum rozwoju i kształcenia kapitału społecznego i budowania społeczeństwa obywatelskiego właśnie skupionego wokół zabytku. Nasz koncept przekłada się na konkretne działania, które chcemy w ramach niego realizować i które realizujemy. Jest to rozwijanie programu nowoczesnej konserwacji zabytków, która z jednej strony wraca do dziedzictwa i wraca do rzemiosła i stosowania tego jako bardziej zrównoważonych odpowiedników, choćby farb zawierających plastik, czy na przykład cementu, których zabytki średnio lubią, są to budynki, które powinny oddychać, na dzieleniu się wiedzą i zastosowaniu rozwiązań na przykład platformy cyfrowej czy rozwiązań technologicznych, które wdrażamy i a propos potencjału których staramy się również edukować. Działamy, stąd też nasza obecność tutaj i współpraca z Politechniką Rzeszowską w ramach projektów naukowych, także w ramach programów takich jak Horyzont Europa. I staramy się także propagować przyznawanie, tworzenie pewnego znaku jakości właśnie związanego z tworem innowacji. Na koniec chciałam pokazać kilka slajdów. Jest to współpraca grupy, która archiwizuje porzucone zabytki w Polsce, która na potrzeby tej prezentacji przeznaczyła zdjęcia. Jest to zdjęcie po lewej. W sumie mamy dwa obiekty, jeden zabytkowy park, jeden zabytkowy dwór z dwóch różnych krańców Polski i koncepcję wizualizacji, jak mogłoby to wyglądać, gdyby faktycznie były realizowane zgodnie właśnie z duchem koncepcji Innovation Manor, gdzie w takim miejscu może się spotkać świat nauki z lokalną społecznością, z biznesem i być takim miejscem edukacji. Zabytki to jest ogromny potencjał, nie tylko turystyczny, ale też innowacji i rozwoju i tym pozytywnym akcentem przekazuję głos Hubertowi.
Now I want to hand over to Hubert.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. New European Bauhaus connects people and initiatives, connecting people and initiatives. This is my presentation where I'll just touch upon a very extensive topic. Let me quote something that might seem controversial. Ursula von der Leyen said that if the European Green Deal has a soul, then it is the new European Bauhaus, which has led to an explosion of creativity across our union. And the new European Bauhaus was designed as a way of making the European Green Deal not something oppressive, but something that people will accept, something that will engage people from across various professions, people from underprivileged or discriminated groups, people or the creative sector. It may have been a mistake that farmers were not involved in the process. This is certainly something that needs to be addressed. This is a lesson learned, a new European Bauhaus, and so it would be good to take a look at the new European Bauhaus compass, which contains three values: together, sustainable, and beautiful. Beautiful, which was then changed into quality of experience. I'm part of the roundtable for NEB, and we noticed that beautiful might be somewhat colonial because canons of beauty differ from region to region. Therefore, the quality experience is perhaps more important beyond the tangible. So you can also, apart from the values, there are also principles merging various disciplines, involving people at multi-level engagement and a participatory process which involves consultation, co-developing, and self-governing. New European Bauhaus is also a series of initiatives. There have been two New European Bauhaus festivals in 2022 and 2024. Both of them were held in Brussels. Actually, the first was meant to be held in Brussels, and the next installments will be held in other countries, also outside the European Union. We also have official partners, 784 of these, 23 from Poland. And here I think that from Rzeszów itself, we could come up or find 23 partners from the city of Rzeszów and 700 partners from the region. The Department of Architecture could also join. It's enough to apply, and what you're doing is very much in line with what's expected of partners. This allows you to network. These are groups, cultural institutions, educational institutions. We also have the different local government and regional institutions, for instance, culture institutions or the Rzeszów Regional Development Agency. They could be partners, while the marshal's office, the local administration, couldn't be a partner, but it can be an ally, a supporter, an institution that is also involved. The next aspect is connecting people and initiatives. I'm part of the roundtable, and there I met Shigeru Ban architects who promote paper partition systems, who provide know-how for humanitarian purposes. When over 2 years ago Russia invaded Ukraine, or escalated, Russia invaded, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine took place. Shigeru Ban architects proposed the implementation, the rolling out in several places, also in the region, in our region. So the paper partition system is still there at the railway station in Przemyśl and at the Ukrainian house. It was set up in 12 sites around Ukraine. So New European Bauhaus connects people, initiatives. It provides a network that promotes cooperation. There are other projects, 6 lighthouse demonstrators, as they're called, which have have been selected and have to do with the transformation of the built environment. Each of these projects was supported by 5 million euro for implementation in the years 2022-2025. They're still underway. There are also smaller projects, citizen engagement, co-creation of public space. 7 projects were selected and financed up to 45,000 euro each, which compared to European financing globally seems like not a lot of money, but it is significant, for instance. And also there are citizen engagement activities which have been financed up to 15,000 euro each, and there are also other projects such as transformation of places of learning, which networks physical places, also includes ways of learning, not just institutional learning, but also extracurricular relationship with the local community. This was a project that connected people and initiatives, as well as a very interesting project of supporting new European Bauhaus local initiatives. 20 projects received up to 75 hours of expert support each. This seems insignificant, but for a small initiative, a project like that, any incentive, a small nudge can be very helpful. And also, it's a homeopathic somehow, but there is a Trojan horse that not a lot of people are aware of. European Union funded programs in the 2021-2027 perspective must contain criteria of compliance with the ideas of new European Bauhaus. So the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage or the Marshal's Office must take into account criteria of compliance with new European Bauhaus. So for a in large projects, a new European Bauhaus is also present. And as a partner institution, you can have a say, you can influence the way this will be done. So I encourage you to become a partner organization, a friend, or to take an interest to be involved in the new European Bauhaus project. Now let's see if we can play the message by Alina Użupan, and if not, we can proceed to the next item on the agenda, namely the panel, which is scheduled to start at 10:50. We'll see if we'll be able to play the video.
Szanowni Państwo, jeszcze raz bardzo przepraszamy. Problemy
Apologies. Technical problems have persisted, so we will now move on to the next panel on the technologies of heritage, which should start at 11, so let's take 5. After this short break, please join us back in the room. Once again, sincere apologies, and let's be back at 11.
Tak, ale to się wszędzie zdarza, to się zawsze zdarza. No, wiesz co, rzadziej, ale tam jest bardzo dużo ludzi, którzy po prostu dostają pieniądze za to, żeby się wspierać w tym, ale i tak się zawsze zdarza coś. Więc ja jak mówię, że to wszędzie. Ale można by to poruszyć. W domu, to od siebie. No oczywiście, ale bardzo było mało informacji. Właśnie. Nie, na pewno jest dumny z ciebie, słuchaj. Powinien być przynajmniej. Dobrze. Bardzo żałuję, że nie mogę zostać tak jak planowałem do jutra. Nie wiem, czy wiesz, bo pisałem maila Annie. To się okazało wczoraj, że po prostu mamy tak już gęsto przed rozpoczęciem zdjęć, że mi się kilka teraz rzeczy jakby też rodzinnych zwaliło na głowę, że jakby no niestety nie mogę sobie pozwolić, żeby zostać tutaj. No nie, właśnie, no niestety muszę o 13:30 ruszyć na lotnisko, zresztą z panią na recepcji okazało się, że tym samym samolotem lecimy. Któraś z pani, która mnie zapisywała, powiedziała tak, że musi dzisiaj wracać i się zgadaliśmy, że tym samym samolotem lecimy. Więc przykro mi naprawdę, bo wiesz, nastawiłem się, ale to może następnym razem. Zdążę. Jestem zdążę, mówię na luzie, tylko to jest tak, że jeśli to jest 14:55, to wystarczy, że za 15 druga. Tak, ja już Jasienka jestem. Jasiu, co rzekł? Jasiu, dobrze, jestem, ale jestem znany z Jasiu. Tak, on napisał, że tu będzie. Już jest. Dobrze, że to muszę jeszcze zrobić. Dobrze, tak, bardzo miło. Super, którą?
No to się nigdy nie zmieni, ale jest szczęśliwa jednocześnie.
Ja bym trochę inaczej się próbował szczęście, ale okej. Ale nie odpuszcza aktywności zawodowej. Ale to co przestała rok temu, myśmy musieli mieć świetną okazję, żeby się chillować trochę, a ona nie odpuściła i wzięła Dzień dobry, Kasper Nosarzewski. Czegoś nam brakuje, chyba nie. No właśnie, tylko nie wiem, czy możemy... To jest w Warszawie. Ja trzymam twoje te drugi Kasper będą kasety, dobra? Ale też mamy swój sektor, tam wiesz, tam co prawda, wiesz, jest PiS i tak dalej, więc mają takie dedykowane instytucje. No, ale wiesz, mamy teraz... Ale wiesz, na konkretny projekt. Tak, nie na coś takiego, że na rozwój po prostu, tylko jeśli masz konkretny projekt prac i zawsze te nabory są w trzecim kwartale. Na koniec roku, tak. Ale wiesz, na przykład teraz mamy takie tam dostać
A te Pani może to jest na ale nie za ten konkurs, proces wyborczy.
I dostępnie, tak?
Spotkań, warsztatów, takich rzeczy. No tak, ale tam ten jest przebudowy. Significant change in business environment, czyli że właśnie nawet nie było w kryterium definiowanym, ale te osoby właśnie tak to rozumieją. Czy też, czy na przykład jeszcze kolejna rzecz, która była przedstawiona, to było też to, że tam nie było żadnej pracy. Istotą to jest konkurs techniczny, to jest ocena porównawcza.
Nie wiem właśnie jak, na pewno, no bo jak
Stwierdzamy, że stwierdzamy.
wiesz, mnie to w ogóle ciekawi, jak oni będą dystrybuować, jak będą ukazywać na sobie te projekty, a teraz zakładamy wszyscy okulary.
No to a ja w ogóle
To tak przeciwnie, to idzie w drugim kierunku, zaraz bardziej.
które my mamy przestępstwo.
Dzień dobry Państwu. Mamy
Good morning. This looks like a theatre, absolutely stunning. I hope this will add a touch of drama to this session or encourage the speakers to open up and talk about technology bluntly, because the technology is there not to put us in place or to throw us back to the past, but rather to give new dynamics to the resources that we have at hand to use more productively. Welcome to this panel dedicated to technology during the Heritage Innovator Days. My name is Kacper Nosarzewski, my partner at 4CF, and I have the pleasure of moderating this discussion with the following speakers. Małgorzata Jarosińska-Jedynak, Marshal of the Podkarpackie region. Welcome. Wiktoria Wnęk, Project Manager at ASECO. Piotr Nazarko, Dean of the Department of the Environment, Engineering and Architecture of the Rzeszów University of Technology. Michał Czerwiński, Architect at WXCA. And Iwo Krankowski, Director and Executive Producer of the Netflix hit series 1670. Welcome. As I said in the beginning, I'd like us to talk about the role of technology in projects focusing on cultural heritage. Clearly, large part of that heritage is tangible, and large part of tangible heritage is immovable properties, the biggest chunks that we can possibly visit, rather unlike museum collections that are kept away from the visitors, only small part thereof being available to the unlikely visitors to museums. But macro monuments, such as buildings or architectural setups, designs, is what regular people have direct contact with as they live in historic buildings, like it or not, and indirectly those historic buildings being vessels for historic identity or an underlying texture of our lives, emotional churches, which is where people go to get married, or other historic buildings where people go to get married. And it's all saturated with historic meaning, more or less. If you look at the registers of the National Heritage Institute, not every township has historic monuments, but many townships, towns and cities have multiple. So my point is that technology should help us not only protect historic heritage, which is a great challenge by itself, but also to appreciate them, to maintain the functions or endow them with new functions, to reinterpret them and make them a living part of our lives, to multiply their value, which historically speaking is the basic function of technology: productivity, multiplication of value, use of labor to produce added value. Using the electromagnetic spectrum, the power of nature, or the binary code to create value added. So on this panel, we will try to outline and expand the limits of technology and the role it plays in heritage. With this very diverse group of speakers coming from different disciplines of art and management, including the art of government, we can lean into this issue and take a multifaceted perspective. Let's make a round first and then try to summarize. Let me first ask the Marshal the following question, like an examination really. In your region, Podkarpackie, have you recently been running any projects combining technology and heritage? From your experience and knowledge, do you think that they have used or may use public funding or EU funding in order to use technology to support heritage? Thank you for this question, and good morning, everyone. Let me take this question directly. Yes, we have been making good use of that and will continue to do so. We've been using EU funds and Polish government funds to implement projects and measures protecting and improving cultural heritage by maintaining historic buildings in proper condition, by digitizing our museum resources, which have been inaccessible to the vast part of the audience as they are kept in the black box to protect it from any interference, or museums that are not willingly visited in the nooks and corners by the audience. But we try to turn it into the virtual world to introduce the bigger audience to those resources. Now, my professional focus is on accessibility to people with disabilities in many historic monuments by using innovative technology and solutions. People in wheelchairs or blind people, people on wheelchairs can actually ascend the tower in Malbork, which is not in our region, to the very top of the tower using digital technology. The same goes for our monuments and historic buildings in the region. People with sight impairments can touch mock-ups to understand what those artifacts look like. We've been an EU member state for 20 years, and for 20 years EU funding has been transforming our cultural heritage and its environment. In the 2021-2027 financial perspective, we have new opportunities for cultural institutions, churches, local governments. So 450 million zlotys is available for good use in culture using state-of-the-art technology, because this is what people are expecting us to do. They want those innovative state-of-the-art technologies to introduce them to historic monuments without them ever leaving their homes. And this is what we are doing. We are exploring the digital world to introduce the historic buildings to them. Well, it's not perhaps best news that you can stay at your home and visit the Łańcut castle. You should rather go there and visit firsthand, but we still want this heritage to be closer to people, not just through tangible architecture, but also in the digital world. Yes, it's like eating a cake that is behind the window, but perhaps we can explore and exploit heritage in the digital world in many new different ways. My second question goes to Victoria. What about state-of-the-art technology that opens access and provides information, spatial information, enables transportation and opens up new opportunities in all the parts of our lives that are being digitized? How can this help to improve accessibility and sustainability for heritage and for the events taking place in historic monuments? We've heard one example, digital reproduction or mapping of historic heritage in the digital world, but I'm sure you can share many more. Good morning and thank you for your question. Let me pick up on this. First case I'd like to discuss is local cellars in Rzeszów that you will be visiting tonight. Accessibility is the name of the game, and you can talk about different aspects of accessibility. First of all, accessibility of cultural experience, historic experience. The cellars are now filled with multimedia, thousands of kilometers of cables. Still, we have preserved the original profile, which is key to the visitors. We are changing the way that content is presented, because accessibility is also about getting closer to the needs of the recipients, the perception. There are two trails we offer: historic for fans of history, and multimedia, especially for young people, to attract them, to let them record content of their own. Language includes English, just like today at the conference, Polish. The Rzeszów sellers offer offer content in 3 languages, but we can expand that and offer more. People with disabilities, as the Marshal has said, we have a virtual trail for visitors in wheelchairs using VR. We have a sound trail for people with sight impairments. In addition, that space has been arranged to address different needs, offer different functions. We have a cinema, a screening room. We can hold conferences and events there. We have visiting trails for individuals and groups. We have a manager unit which comes up with new functions to offer: workshops, fairs, training sessions, etc., etc. Another part of accessibility goes back to what you mentioned, sir. You have to get to the venue of any event. So Rzeszów has tried to address this need, and we are offering solutions. I've had the pleasure to run 2 projects. One, a parking system, where we guide you with an app and info on screens or boards directly to your parking spot to reduce your carbon footprint. The other one, e-ticket. You can buy a ticket for buses on your smartphone that you always have in your pocket, or a bank card, your smartwatch, any device you prefer. So, in addition to what we've done, what are the opportunities ahead? I believe those apps should be integrated into a single app, combining all possible forms of transport. Air travel, we have visitors coming by air. Regional trains, city buses, suburban buses, so people can plan the entire route when they go to an event in the optimum way, combined with a calendar of events, planning of your route, the cost of transport, the price you pay for the tickets. This can help to protect the heritage and the environment alike, and this way we can be more environment friendly, and people can get to their events quickly and more efficiently. Yes, environmental friendly is the key word. I remember dozens of public events I've attended to do with heritage, and people have had to travel over country roads, sitting in traffic in the fields for hours, emitting CO2. The digital offering, you've mentioned guiding people to parking spots, but what about the digital offering? Is it likely to encourage visitors to use public transport rather than their own cars? It's very easy to go to Google Maps, type in the Łańcut or Castle or Jarosław city square, and you're 2 clicks away from getting there, and then off you go. You're on your way without worrying about a thing. What about technology? It seems to amplify problems rather than solve them. Can technology solve those problems? I do think so, indeed. Thinking of public events, when you're planning to travel, it's very easy to go by car, as you've said, but you need to park your car, and more often than not, you have to park far away from the venue, or you sit in traffic trying to get to a parking space. The system we have can be equipped with mobile detectors that show you whether the parking lots are available or filled. So the organizers of events may plan parking far away from the venue and show the visitors which lots are already full, and then guide the visitors to other parking lots and offer them public transport to the venue of the event as a shuttle. I think this is better for everyone. Nobody sits in traffic getting angry. Yes, indeed, this is looking nice. The right solution indeed. Mobile sensors that tell you which parking lots are available, so your infrastructure is not does not remain unused, can be used 24/7, 365 whenever you hold events. Now let me ask this of Michał Czerwiński. We've been speaking of space and the way people move around space. How do we address issues, problems, weaknesses, especially when you have to go to a place? Perhaps there would be no problem at all if space were better designed. I'm not saying that we should be swapping residential districts with lakes or removing castles to a better location. But what about state-of-the-art technology in designing space and designing buildings that could help us in a better way to create a better space?
Naturally, I just wanted to follow up on what the ladies said just now regarding not so much the design process, but at the planning, design, construction, and use. We're thinking of the use of space and the way, and we're also adapting our design strategy to these needs and requirements, but I would, at a very general level, like to refer to the previous presentation by Natalia and the very interesting thought about managing heritage as a source of innovation, as a resource that we can benefit from, a transformation of heritage sites, exploring mobile heritage in such a way that we don't see it as a burden, as something that's a cost. Of course, maintenance can be costly, but I think that one thing that's an area, an important part of our business is the transformation of such sites in such a way that they provide a multi-level, a multi-dimensional experience, a contemporary experience, looking for connections and inspirations that are future forward-looking. Museums shouldn't just be spaces where we collect artifacts, exhibits. They are a source of knowledge that we want to benefit from, and we want them going back to the planning stage, we want them to be part of our reality, social and economic. Speaking of the way they function, they're operated, we need to apply virtual reality, social media. We need to expand, augment the experience provided by cultural sites. For instance, in designing, planning exhibitions, scanning artifacts, moving in time back and forth, X-rays, learning about history, studying how these buildings would have looked at various periods in time. For instance, the Museum of the Eastern Reaches, Eastern Lands, we have a concept where the site is part of our city. We try and locate it in our contemporary neighborhood, in our environment. We want this material experience to interact, to be intertwined with how it's seen by a visitor, but also from the outside, and the superimposition, the application of layers via virtual reality, where the past meets the present. And It's all blended together.
Szereg rozwiązań
So we have a number of solutions which also enhance the personal experience, which enrich the visitor experience of a space. That's also something that's used when designing exhibitions in heritage sites and historic sites. When talking about digitization and providing access to the collections, we can also look at the way this access is provided. There's an interesting solution where, for instance, you have virtual encounters with your forebears, with your ancestors, multimedia installations where you can engage with people living in the past around a table, where you can hear a testimony or a recording of someone who lived, of eyewitnesses of history, where we can personally engage with history and the site. For instance, around the substantive information dimension, there's also the human factor. There's also this personal experience that allows us to relate to our history at a personal level. And another interesting idea, a comparison, a way of seeing how we would like heritage today and cities today, what kind of experience they should provide. There's an interactive multimedia game which would integrate various cultural events in urban space, urban games, culture, education. For instance, using applications with a scenario where we would feel that one event, one site is part of a larger whole, and users would be heroes, characters, protagonists, exploring the world of this game. And this is a way of putting this technology to use, and also a social media network. So this element of combining, of sharing an experience, where on the one hand you have like using or exploring the exhibits that are being made available, and users like the younger generation, museum visitors, where they can try on a suit of armor or old costume. They can share this experience or the photos that they take wearing this historic costume. So animating this experience, giving it life. And it also has an interesting experience which has to do with data management, the management of the data that's collected, user data, where you have applications that, for example, allow us to see what users are interested in. Of course, we want to make sure that this data is used in an ethical manner. However, we're looking at an efficient or a sense of development and optimization of our projects that are carried out by organizers based on the user, relying on the user experience. So this can also provide input that would allow us to improve our offer. And so it's a co-creation where users are also involved. They're not, so it's not just given to us. We're part of a process. We're not just recipients, addressees. We're actively involved. And it's like you mentioned,
na przykład ubieganiu się o finansowanie albo po
like
prostu o,
funding or applying for funds,
nazwijmy to, gromadzeniu informacji o tym,
as
co
well
działa,
as
czy coś
collecting
jest
information
na
or
skutku.
checking
My potrzebujemy
whether
czasami,
something works,
danych do
checking
tego, żeby
the
się upewnić,
performance.
albo wręcz jeszcze,
So we need to have data to make sure that what
zaraportować,
we're
że
doing
coś ma znaczenie, że coś rzeczywiście
responds to a given need, or something is viable, is sustainable, or makes is feasible.
To jest ciekawa propozycja, bo
Okay, yes, that was very interesting because you didn't say
tym, że należy jakoś
that you
cyfryzować
didn't talk about
konserwatora
digitizing
zabytków, żeby
the
szybciej
restorer
działała,
of
bo
monuments
był
to make
podatny
sure
na
that they
różnego rodzaju,
work
na przykład przy
faster,
Polsce,
or for
właśnie
example, to have
takie
them take on
bezpieczne.
board direct
Co
input.
jest miło to słyszeć z ust
So it's
architekta,
nice
bo
to hear coming from an architect, because when we discuss heritage, there's always the bureaucratic aspect, the things that are and aren't possible. So moving from being a spectator towards being a participant and a co-creator, ultimately, that's really incredible. I want to look at Ivo. I'm looking at Ivo now. So isn't this something that you're afraid of, because Ivo Krankowski, because when we talk about participation, there is a synergy with cinema. Like I can be inspired to visit, for instance, an open-air museum, which was the location for your TV series 1670 on Netflix. I visited the open-air museum where the show was filmed, so that was really encouraging. I wanted to go see the location, the place where the thing was shot. It can have a commercial aspect, but if I'm to be the co-creator, as someone representing the film industry, don't you feel threatened in some way that this authorial, this auteur vision that was so important won't be overwhelmed or by trite, banal ideas that are being implemented by viewers? Thank you. I want to thank the March 8 Foundation, the organizers, for inviting me. I'm a little overwhelmed. This is the first time I've taken part in an academic. The Marshal can hold your hand if you like. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, I feel better already. And right, getting back to your question. Is this something that I'm concerned, that I'm worried about, whether artists should be afraid of this? I don't think so. I believe that we ought to be hopeful as regards the future. Well, first of all, I'm a little naive. I'm always an optimist, but also I think that technology and art. Okay, AI as well. I don't want to go off topic too much, but I think that technological progress is something that's always been part of art, and the 2D cinema was to have been replaced by 3D. TV was supposed to have become obsolete. Printed media. Of course, it all changes. It's a process, not always for the better. But I believe in a shared experience of culture, and this can be provided. This can be enjoyed through cinema, theater, going on walks, and visiting the open-air museum in Kolbuszowa. After the success of the first season of 1670, we're back in the open-air museum, and and we see the crowds, the people flocking to the open-air museum, to this village. So we're very happy that we contributed to raising visitor numbers in that open-air museum, the so-called Skansen. But as I see it, technology, we have a streaming site, Netflix, which backed this project, and at two levels. So, actually, we won we've won at two levels. The first success was that we were able to enhance, enrich pop culture, to make our mark on pop culture. So certain things about folk culture, folk history are no longer part of the academic discourse and have become popularized through memes online in pop culture. So thanks to that, and this was made possible through technology that does give anybody with a phone or a computer around the world access to this content. And another thing, the projects, things that not a lot of people are aware of, thanks to this, quite a large group of people were able to enrich, develop their passion on cultural heritage. I'm talking about our set designers, our scenographers, our costume designers, who employed wonderful artisans, craftsmen, historians, who joined this project, who shared their passion, their knowledge, their family traditions, their generations of know-how, because we did try to use materials and all the props we used. We tried to make them using material that was available in the 17th century and 17th century technology. So if these projects can provide persons who are passionate about history with an outlet, with a way to show, like our composer and the musicians whom we've invited to take part. You're doing very well here, but this is okay. This was your first time on stage, but you're doing very well
Współczesna
indeed.
produkcja filmowa,
Contemporary
zwłaszcza
film
kiedy ma się takiego
productions,
partnera jak
especially with a
Netflix,
partner like Netflix,
mocno
is
sformalizowany i
a very
skonwencjonalizowany.
rigid
I
and
również jeśli chodzi o
convention-based
artystyczną,
process. Also,
jest,
artistically speaking,
oczywiście jest swoboda, jest
of course, you have
twórcze,
artistic freedom
ale też
and
są
you have
pewne
the opportunity for
ramy
creativity, but there
konwencjonalne,
are also some
finansowe produkcji,
rigid
czasowe i tak
limits
dalej.
to production
Można
processes,
popuścić się
including
o hipotezę,
financial,
że tak jak
the
ewoluuje
financial budget. So,
sztuki
while
filmowej,
the
no to przestrzeń
film
to
market
będzie
is
raczej
evolving,
zacieśniać niż poszerzać.
there will be less and less, rather than more and more
swobody
space for
i luzu.
freedom and
Na
leeway
planie, w przygotowaniu
on the
produkcji.
set, in even planning your production.
Czy wobec tego
So,
pan by
would
postawił
you
się po stronie takiej odpowiedzi, że
think
zabytki
that
dziedzictwa
heritage
będą sztafarzem,
will be but
z którym
a background
grupa filmowa spotyka się w momencie rozpoczęcia
that
zdjęć?
the film crew handles during the production that is well designed and strictly planned? Will this window that is getting smaller and smaller still offer room for inspiration with heritage? It's one thing to go to Acropolis and stage something that you have planned in every detail, and it's another thing to try and reinterpret the monuments of history, the heritage, and open room for dialogue with heritage in the process. And it doesn't seem to be there doesn't seem to be so much space for the dialogue in conventional film production. What is your idea? What is your thinking about the outlook of film production? Will there be space for dialogue with heritage, or will heritage be merely the background for your productions, with all the benefits that flow from that, of course? Well, that's a million-dollar question. I don't know. It's a very complicated thing or process. Next question. Right. Well, my sense is this question should rather go to researchers, cultural scientists. As a creator, all I can say is I'm all in favor for creators to create the force that could create value and establish partnership with corporations, with industry. We can do it only if, and I extend my greetings to colleagues protesting in front of the Polish Parliament today, if we get royalties from online streaming, and if we can get together in organizations and associations, and if we spread the faith in auteur cinema and its part. This way, I think, we can be what technology will need rather than vice versa. Of course, we need technology as well, because technology enables us to move in time. The more technology we can use in the right way, with the least equipment we bring to Kolbuszowa that interferes with the happy lives of the local animals, the better we can create better things. That's a good answer without a next question. Thank you so much. This is an interesting contribution, which says there is heritage, there's technology, there are investors, but there are also lots of stakeholders other than visitors. Thank you. Dear Dean, in this first session, after which we will move to the second session, trying to identify the outlook for the future. So, to segue into that, what are the current prospects for the development of technology that we've touched upon so far? When it comes to investments, when it comes to interventions in historic buildings with construction, you have to make choices. You have to know technology and know how to use it. Sometimes maybe develop new technology that will later spread to other applications. Let me raise the points to follow up on what the other speakers have said. First, digital technology, the virtual world, augmented reality, that gives you the opportunity to immerse, to dive deep in history, just like cinema does. So the experience of virtual reality opens up a space to dive deep, to immerse yourself. That's a growing field of technology that is very supportive and driving the process. So now, if you have a smartphone, you don't even need goggles or expensive equipment to use virtual reality. And that's a space for creative industry to contribute content. One other speaker mentioned AI. Artificial intelligence is another tool that can help if you want to experience the times past by experiencing a historic monument or building. If you want to see what it looked like before, virtual reality is a solution to address that need. So that's one point. The other one, which is perhaps closer to the gist of your question, the applications of technology at a specific historic site. Technology means technology that relies, for instance, on renewable energy. This is not a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. Different technologies fit different buildings, and this opens up space for researchers to develop simulations and models and to test solutions, to pick the optimum solutions
każdym zabytku można fotowoltaikę
You cannot
zamontować.
use photovoltaics at every historic site. Not every historic building has enough space to put energy
o technologiach wodorowych, to też
batteries
wymaga
in the
pewnych
basement. You mentioned hydrogen technology.
infrastruktury,
Again, this
żeby to było
takes
możliwe do
space
zastosowania.
for
Więc,
infrastructure to install
myślę tutaj
and
o
use.
tworzeniu
So
modeli obliczeniowych, które
I'm thinking of developing
dadzą
computation models
administratorowi budynku
that
na przykład taką
would
możliwość
allow the building
symulowania
administrator
tego, jak
to
dane rozwiązanie
simulate the
sprawdziłoby się
applicability of a
w
solution
danym obiekcie.
at his or her site.
Nawiązanie rodzaju cyfrowego bliźniaka.
So this is like a digital twin, right?
cyfrowego,
Digital
ale
twin,
połączonego z
correct,
pewną
but combined
grą,
with
która
a
administratorowi
game
pozwala
that
wybrać
the
rozwiązanie,
administrator could
zobaczyć,
play
czy
to
sprawdza
pick
w
the
obiekcie.
right solution
Jakby się to
for his
zwróci,
or her
to funkcjonuje,
site.
a może
The
teraz
payoff time,
mniej
the
tak,
efficiency,
wybiera inne rozwiązanie
maybe
i
swapping
zobaczy, jak to
it
się
for
sprawdza
another
w tym
solution to
konkretnym
test at the
To
site.
są duże nakłady pracy
Now this takes a lot of
związane z tym,
work
żeby do konkretnego obiektu
to
taki model
develop a
stworzyć.
model for a
Ale
specific
tutaj
site,
współpraca z
but
uczelnią, z
by
osobami,
partnering
które się
up
tym
with
zajmują, stwarza
universities
taką
and
przestrzeń,
researchers, you can
również,
make this
właśnie w
happen
kontekście aplikowania o środki na rozwój.
in combination with applying for funds to develop technology or to analyze
To życzę
solutions.
panu w takim razie grantu
Well,
takiego, żeby
best of luck. I hope we can get a grant to
ubliźniaczyć cyfrowo.
develop a
Proszę
digital
państwa,
twin for the
druga runda,
Teutonic
to runda
Knights
prawie
Castle of
końcowa. Ostatnie
Marlborough.
słowo będzie
And
należało do pani marszałek,
second
która
round,
mogła
the final
ocenić,
round,
czy na to pieniądze są, czy nie ma.
the marshal could then
Ale
decide
do
whether to
państwa
allot
będę
money
miał to
or
samo
not.
pytanie
But I
do
have
każdego i proszę
one
o
question
odpowiedź.
to all
Jedno
our
może być
speakers.
długie zdanie, ale jedno.
One sentence in
Która
reply. Could be a long one, but still one sentence. Which of the technologies available off shelf, of the shelf, or the emerging
Wydaje
technologies,
się każdemu z
perhaps,
państwa indywidualnie
seems to
najbardziej
you
obiecująca,
to be
jeśli chodzi
the most
o
promising one
interpretację, udostępnianie
to interpret,
i konserwację
reinterpret,
dziedzictwa.
make accessible and
Można sobie
protect
wybrać, też swój
our
punkt
heritage.
widzenia swojego
What is your
własnego
perspective?
konia.
What is your favorite?
Niech to będzie przesłaniem i inspiracją, mam nadzieję, dla
Make
naszych
this
słuchaczy.
your message to
Gdzie trzeba
our
szukać
audience.
szans,
Where
gdzie
do we
inwestować
look for opportunities?
i co
What do we
dalej. I
invest in?
zaczniemy
What do we
później po kolei.
research? Let's start with Michał.
To ja
Right.
w kontekście udostępniania i
Speaking
właśnie
of
tworzenia
accessibility
takiego warstwowego
and
doświadczenia,
developing a
wydaje mi się, że
multi-level
musimy
experience,
zdecydować, która konkretna
I
nowa
wouldn't
technologia,
like to
ona faktycznie
pick
jest
one
nowa
specific
technologia,
new
ale właśnie
technology
innowacja
or
polegająca
existing
na
technology,
integracji
but I should
różnych,
mention innovation,
różnych technologii
innovating by
cyfrowych,
integrating
które
different
wydawałoby się, że
digital
innymi
technologies
różnymi obszarami,
which may come from
z jednej
different
strony
areas,
społeczność, z drugiej strony
social
rozszerzona rzeczywistość,
augmented
wirtualna rzeczywistość.
or virtual reality.
To jeżeli chodzi o to doświadczenie dziedzictwa.
So that's about
w
experiencing
kontekście
heritage
przestrzeni
in the
publicznej
context
miasta,
of public spaces,
kraju.
cities,
Natomiast
countries.
Wydaje mi się, że kluczowe z
But
perspektywy
what is key, I believe, from the perspective of facing the challenges posed by
w
heritage,
szczególności obiekty,
especially
które wymagają
buildings and sites that
konserwacji,
need
bardzo kosztownych, bardzo dużych
expensive
nakładów finansowych,
refurbishment,
zarówno w budowaniu, w przetwarzaniu, jak i w
reconstruction,
zajmowaniu, opiekowaniu się zabytkami.
maintenance and protection.
Są najbardziej
Museums, for
technologicznie
instance,
obiektami,
technologically the
wymagającymi,
most demanding
zapewnienia
sites
ścisłej kontroli klimatu.
that
To w tym
require
kontekście
climate control
kluczowe są właśnie
in every detail. What is key here is solutions and technologies of design based on iterative modeling and simulations. This way we can precisely define and design
jak obiekty będą funkcjonowały,
our
ile będzie nas kosztowało
facilities,
wybudowanie, ile będzie
how much
kosztowało
it will
nas
cost to build
ekonomicznie i
them
ekologicznie
in terms of
funkcjonowanie.
financial as well as environmental
Możemy się
cost. You can measure the
zapisać,
carbon
nasycać
footprint. You
te
can
modele. No, wydaje się, że
add
nieskończenie
any number of
danych
parameters and data to your models. So, building information management in a broader perspective, city information management.
Tworzymy, jakby rozbudowujemy
We are expanding the system for simulating
modeli cyfrowych.
and running digital models. We can simulate big areas, territories. Pardon me? I'm saying you're not looking the chair
Więc
in
to
the
jest ta
eye.
druga technologia.
Dziękuję bardzo.
That's another technology we could
Dziękujemy.
deploy. Thank you for that.
Integracja różnych technologii
So
sensorycznych
integrating
i
different
Pani Wiktorio.
technologies, sensory and digital. Victoria,
Dlatego,
I
że
don't think it will surprise
miasta,
anyone if I say
czy
AI.
często są
Cities,
nasycone technologią multimedialną,
historic buildings
systemami
are filled
danych,
with
systemami
multimedia,
czynników.
cameras,
Natomiast
sensors, but
bez sensu jest odtwarzanie
it
i
doesn't make
składanie
sense
znowu
to
tych samych urządzeń. Lepiej dodać
use
warstwę,
or
która
add
po
more and
prostu
more of the
pozwala
same
dane
equipment.
i
It's better to
uzyskanie
add a new layer that can
danych
use your data and
zainstalowanych
process
obiektów.
the data
Samo jak
available
integracja
from
już
these
istniejących
sensors
rozwiązań.
or cameras,
Czy rozwój
integrating
kontentu,
existing solutions,
CEST,
developing
tutaj Iwo na
content.
pewno się wypowie,
I think
że
Ivo
może
can speak to
to
that.
ubogacić w jakiś
This
sposób,
could
czy
enrich
uczynić bardziej
the
atrakcyjne,
content, make it more
szczególnie
attractive, especially to new audiences.
Czyli sztuczna
A new layer.
inteligencja.
So
Dochodzi
AI.
do listy. Teraz pan, pani
Add
Iwonie.
that to the list. What about you, Ivo?
Sztuczna inteligencja, ale z
AI,
założeniem
yes,
zawsze
but
będziemy opisywać,
provided
podpisywać
that
wyniki
we
sztucznej inteligencji.
always
Żeby po prostu zawsze było
comment
jasne,
or
że coś, co
refine
widzimy,
the content we get from
co
AI,
jest
so that
nam mówione,
everything
było
we
podpisane, że to jest
are
AI. Uważam, że to jest
provided by
kluczowa
AI
rzecz
is
dla
marked,
twórców.
labeled as
Ja
such,
chciałem jednak
generated
powiedzieć o
by
rzeczy
AI. That's key to us,
chyba
creators.
prostszej,
Let me
żeby
turn to a
był ten
simpler
zrównoważony
topic
rozwój,
to
czyli żebyśmy
ensure
oczywiście
sustainability.
szli w
We
AI,
should be
nowe
using
technologie,
AI
i tak dalej, ale żebyśmy
and
nigdy nie
state-of-the-art
zapominali
technology,
o starych,
but
dobrych
never forget the
rzeczach
good
2D,
old
takich jak
2D
nagłośnienie w sali konferencyjnej, projektor,
technology,
nagrania terenowe.
speakers in the meeting
Chciałem
room,
powiedzieć, że jako twórca filmowy
projectors,
korzystam teraz z niesamowitego projektu
videos.
Polyphony
I'm
Project,
using a
czyli
great
ukraińskiego
project,
projektu,
Polyphony
gdzie
project, a key
nagrywane
Ukrainian
są
project
pieśni ludowe
that
u
records
babuszek,
folk
tam gdzie
songs
mieszkają.
sung
I
by
jest to
the
na wideo,
babushkas in
w
the
audio,
villages.
można
It's
każdy
both
głos
video and
tej
audio.
kobiety sobie osobno
You can
słuchać
single out
i
every
mix. Że to
singer's
wszystko powinno
voice
być po
and
prostu
listen to it.
dostępne. Ile jest polskiego
It's all
kina, które
available.
jest niedostępne?
There's so much Polish
Łatwo
cinema
online.
that is
I
not yet
digitalizacja
available
filmów jest
easily
fantastyczna.
online. Digitizing
Żeby
movies,
pokazywać
that's great.
to nasze dziedzictwo filmowe ludziom w łatwy
promote
sposób.
our film heritage
Więc ja bym też
with
tak
the
apelował, że
broadest audience
cokolwiek
possible,
robimy
the
w
simplest
technologii,
way possible. So
to po
whatever
pierwsze
you do
pamiętajmy o
with technology,
wykluczonych
remember
i
those
pamiętajmy
that
też o
are
ludziach, którzy po prostu nie
disadvantaged or
urodzili się
excluded.
wokół technologii.
Remember the
I
people
technologia
who were
potrafi być
not
naprawdę
born
bardzo
when
frustrująca
this
i róbmy
technology was
wszystko,
around for them.
żeby ona
Technology
była
can
jak
be
najbardziej dla nas i dla ludzi.
Make
Mówię
it
to po prostu jako
most
użytkownik.
accessible. I'm saying this as a user myself.
Dziękuję.
Thank
Dziękuję
you.
bardzo.
Thanks so much.
Panie dziekanie, jaki jest pański typ?
Dean, what is your pick?
Mój jest podobnie jak
Similar
pierwszego,
to what the first speaker said.
wypowiadającego się, bo tak też myślę, że to technologie
I'm
cyfrowe
thinking
w kontekście
digital technology in the context of
które będą
heritage
wspomagać rozwiązania i rzeczywistość rozszerzona. Rzeczywistość.
and augmented reality, to top it up.
Teraz zatem
Marshall,
bardzo
thank you
do pani,
to all the speakers.
należy
Marshall,
ostatnie słowo.
you have the final
Czy w
word.
programie operacyjnym województwa
In your operational program in
programie
the
operacyjnym
region,
Polski Wschodniej,
the operational program for Eastern Poland,
Węgach i Minogach i jak one się teraz nazywają.
all those
Są
different
pieniądze
schemes and
na to, o
programs.
czym
Is there
mówiliśmy,
enough money
czy
for what
są
we've
pieniądze
been
na to, co
discussing?
było?
Or is the only money
Ja
for
przepraszam, że tak przerwałam,
the
ale
good
w tych
old
panelach,
technology?
gdzie mamy przewagę
I'm
panów, to
sorry I
zawsze ci
jumped
panowie
in, but
mówią dłużej niż
whenever
kobiety.
there are
dlatego
more
przepraszam
men
bardzo.
than women on
Ale
panels, the
szanowni
men
państwo, tak,
take up
generalnie
much more
przede
time.
wszystkim
But
bardzo
anyway,
ważne jest zintegrowanie tych
what is
wszystkich
key is to
elementów,
integrate
które już
all
do tej pory
that
wytworzyliśmy
we
ze
have,
środków europejskich. I
produced
oczywiście
with
program
European
Fundusze
funding.
Europejskie dla Podkarpacia
European Funds
działa
for the
lokalnie, tutaj na
Podkarpacie
miejscu,
region
realizuje
is
te
a
mniejsze
local program
inicjatywy.
focusing
Program
on
Fundusze
smaller
Europejskie dla Polski
initiatives. The
Wschodniej,
Eastern
dla nowoczesnej
Poland
gospodarki, dla Polski
program,
cyfrowej, rozwoju
Digital
cyfrowego,
Poland
ale również
program,
Phoenix, czyli ten największy
and
program
Phoenix,
w
the biggest
Europie,
program in
Fundusze
Europe,
Europejskie na infrastrukturę, klimat i
European Funds
środowisko.
for
To są
Infrastructure,
środki, które
Environment
mają wspierać
and
działania
Climate.
kulturalne,
This
wychodząc
is
naprzeciw
money
oczywiście
available
sztucznej
for cultural
inteligencji, ale tej sztucznej
projects.
inteligencji
We have to,
realizowanej właśnie z
take up AI,
uwzględnieniem
but
tych wszystkich
use it
elementów, o których tutaj
while
dzisiaj
taking
mówiliśmy,
into
bo
account all
nie
the other
zatracajmy
factors
też tego
we've
dziedzictwa,
mentioned.
które już
Let
jest,
us
a
not
które właśnie bardzo
overlook
często
the
potrzebuje
heritage that is
takiego
out there and
skumulowania w jednym
all
miejscu,
it
zebrania
needs
tego
is
wszystkiego, co mamy i
a
odpowiedniego
focus
pokazania tych
and a
wszystkich
combination
elementów. Oczywiście
and
zasoby
availability,
cyfrowe,
accessibility
dane
in one
cyfrowe
place.
są
So
jak najbardziej nam do tego
resources,
potrzebne,
digital
abyśmy
data
mogli
is
realizować
what it
kolejne
takes
ważne
to
przedsięwzięcia
run
i
new
pokazywać, jak to
important
powinno
projects.
wyglądać. Dzisiaj mówimy o zastosowaniu takich
We have
technologii
been
jak wodór,
discussing
fotowoltaika, pompy
hydrogen
ciepła
technology
w obiektach
photovoltaics,
zabytkowych, a my
heat
bardzo
pumps in
często mamy problem z
historic buildings.
konserwatorem zabytków, bo
However,
nie wyraża zgody na podjazd dla
the
osób z
officials
niepełnosprawnościami w tym budynku. Tak?
responsible
Więc co
for
dopiero mówić o
protection
wodorze
of
albo
heritage
pompach
often
ciepła.
refuse to
Więc
approve
oczywiście musimy po pierwsze
ramps
zmienić
for
swoje myślenie,
wheelchairs,
po drugie
not to
zintegrować
mention
te
heat
wszystkie
pumps
systemy,
for
które już
photovoltaics.
dzisiaj
So we need
działają.
to change that
Bardzo ciekawy
approach.
projekt
And we need to
sieci
integrate all the
badawczej
systems we have in
Łukasiewicz,
place.
awatar
The
Ignacego
Łukasiewicz
Łukasiewicza, z którym
Research
można
Network
usiąść,
has an interesting
porozmawiać,
project, an
zapytać o
avatar
jego
of
życie,
Ignacy
ale również
Łukasiewicz. You can
zapytać
talk
go
to,
o
ask him about his
dzisiejszych
life,
naukowców,
but
więc
also
już
about
zastosowanie
today's
sztucznej
science
inteligencji
and
razem
research.
z
So AI is getting deployed
homologramem całym.
together
Mam
with
nadzieję, że dobrze mówię.
holograms.
Dziękuję bardzo, hologramem.
Holograms, yes,
Więc
that's the
dzisiaj
word I was looking
bardzo
for.
wiele rozwiązań
So
jest,
we
tylko
have
trzeba
lots of
mieć odwagę po to,
solutions
żeby sięgnąć,
that are
odwagę do
available,
tego, żeby
but
sięgnąć
we
po środki
need to have the
europejskie,
courage
nie
to
bojąc się
apply
właśnie
for
tych
EU
zastosowań, a
funds
mówiąc o wykluczeniu
with
cyfrowym,
all these new
to również są
applications.
środki na to, żeby
Digital
tworzyć kluby
exclusion.
rozwoju
Well, there's
cyfrowego
money
dla
available
seniorów, ale
to,
również nie
set
dla
up
seniorów, czyli dla nas
senior
nastolatków, jak tu
citizens
siedzimy,
clubs
jeżeli czujemy się wykluczeni
and clubs
cyfrowo,
for people
również
our
możemy z
age
tego
who may feel
skorzystać.
digitally
Więc oczywiście te
excluded
wszystkie technologie są po to,
to
żeby nam
improve
pomagać,
their
nie przeszkadzać,
understanding
ale
of
również
technology.
wspierać nas w
Technology
tych
is
działaniach,
there to
które
help you,
realizujemy.
to
Są na to
support you
środki
in your
europejskie.
work, and there's money
Dziękuję. W tej
available
rozmowie,
at
to już
EU
ostatnie
level. Thank you.
słowa,
My final
pojawiła
comments.
się wzmianka o
You've mentioned
tych różnych
all the
sposobach
different
interakcji
ways
z
to
dziedzictwem
interact
różnych
with
grup uczestników.
heritage
Czasami one są
on the part of
motywowane
different groups of
możliwościami
participants,
poznawczymi,
motivated by
stopniem,
cognitive needs,
etapem rozwoju
perhaps.
poznawczego, czym innym dla
Cognitive
dzieci,
development
czym
is
innym dla
different for
dorosłych,
kids,
czym innym
different
dla
for
historyków
adults,
sztuki, a czym
different
innym
for
dla
art
historyków
historians,
militariów, albo
different
historyków
for
swojej własnej
military
rodziny, to są
historians or
różne
family
czym innym są
historians.
różne
They have
potrzeby
different
motywowane
expectations. There are also
niepełnosprawnością,
needs
motywowane
motivated
chociażby
by
barierami
ability,
komunikacyjnymi,
disability,
które
communication and transportation barriers.
innego
After all, we
kręgu
have
kulturowego,
visitors at
językowo
historic
sobie
sites that come from different backgrounds,
Wydaje mi się, że
different
to
cultures.
we mnie
So
utkwiło
what has
jako ta
stuck
potrzeba
with me
różnorodności,
is the
a z drugiej
need
strony
for
mamy
diversity.
odpowiedzi, które są
And we've
cyfrowe.
heard
Też Pan
a
też o
lot
tym
about
mówił w
digital
podsumowaniu.
technology. And you said
Potrzebach
that
tych bardzo
in
różnych
your summary, you've
odbiorców.
mentioned all the different
Czyli
needs of
konkluzja
different
byłaby taka, że
visitors or
technologie cyfrowe
audiences.
być
So
może
the
to
conclusion
właśnie
is
są w stanie nam
digital technology
zapewnić
could perhaps
nie
cover
tylko
that,
trwanie i efektywność,
not just protection and efficiency of heritage,
ale
but also
dostępność
accessibility
nierozumianą wyłącznie wąską,
understood broadly.
Zawsze, wszędzie,
Accessibility
dla
everywhere,
wszystkich,
at any
żeby
time,
one
for everyone,
stawały się częścią
to
nas,
make heritage
żebyśmy
part of us
naszą więź z
and
nimi
to
mogli
maintain
rozwijać.
our
Bardzo pięknie
bonds.
dziękuję
Thank
Państwu
you
za
so
udział w
much
tym panelu, a
for
Państwu za
being
wysłuchanie.
part of
Proszę
this
o
panel.
brawa.
Thank you to the audience. Let's have a round of applause for the speakers.
Ja cię najpierw trochę tam próbowałem powstrzymać, ale ty się tak zupełnie zatrzymałeś i potem się sobie Jezu.
Program konferencji przebiega punktualnie.
We
To
are
jest
on
bardzo
time. We
niezwykłe
are
w przypadku
sticking
tak
to the schedule, which
wielkich
is
wydarzeń i oto
unusual for
nawiązując
events
oczywiście
like this.
do
And
klasyki kina powiem
to
w samo południe o
in
12
high noon, at high noon,
spotykamy się
at
na
midday,
panelu
we
Dziedzictwo
will
niematerialne jako
be
inspiracja
meeting
dla
at
dzisiejszych
a panel
przedsięwzięć
Intangible
kreatywnych.
Heritage as an inspiration
Spotykamy
for
się
today's
na
creative
pierwszym Heritage Innovators
endeavors.
Day,
This will be the first Heritage Innovators Day.
Pierwszym tego typu w Polsce. Nasze
This is an extraordinary event. This is part of a creativity, design and traditional forms and restoration of monuments. It recalls technology and traditional methods as well as craftsmanship, and it's also in line with the idea of the Trans-European project, which is the new European Bauhaus, which is based on three pillars, together, beauty and sustainable, and together is something that our organizers are very intent on, which is why we have 5 different areas meeting here, represented by different colors. When I was asked which color I want, I said I want all the colors, because as the moderator, it is my job to bind all the stakeholders and all the areas which constitute this meeting in a single context. Cooperation has always been a feature of culture, and we often forget that it wasn't Joe Cocker who wrote I'll Get By with a Little Help from My Friends, but it was a Beatles song. So again, it's always better with friends.
Dlatego ja
And
do
now,
debaty także zapraszam
so
przyjaciół,
I want to invite all our
z którymi
friends
będziemy
to take
rozmawiać
part
o
in
dziedzictwie
this
niematerialnym.
debate
Zapraszam
about
panią Joannę
intangible
Dziadowiec-Grabanicz.
heritage. We have Joanna Dziadowiec-Grabanicz.
Zapraszam kulturoznawczyni Europa Nostra Heritage Hub dla
From
Europy
Europa Nostra Heritage
Środkowo-Wschodniej.
Hub for CEE in Krakow. She's a cultural
Jest z nami
studies
także
scholar.
Sanela Klarić,
We also have
architektka,
Salena Klarić, who's an
parlamentarzystka
architect,
Bośni i
a member of
badaczka i
parliament for
zwyciężczyni
Bosnia-Herzegovina,
New
and
European
an
Bauhaus
NEB
Prizes
Prizes
2024.
winner for 2024.
Oczywiście brawo.
There's a
Jest z
round
nami
of
Iwo
applause. We
Krankowski,
have Iwo
producent kreatywny
Krankowski,
serialu Netflixa
director, producer of the Netflix
1670.
series 1670.
Tak, poprosimy o ściągnięcie z powrotem.
If we could ask Iwo
Dziękuję.
back.
Marcin Piotrowski, prezes
Marcin
Stowarzyszenia
Piotrowski,
Folkowisko,
the
jest
head
z nami.
of the Folkowisko Association.
I Emil Dewiser,
And
badacz,
Emil
designer,
Dewisker,
wykładowca
who's
École
a
Normale
junior
Supérieure,
professor
pani
at the
Soleil.
Design Institute at the École Normale Supérieure.
Welcome. Czekamy zatem na Iwo, który przy pomocy przyjaciół zostanie za chwilę ściągnięty i zaproszony do
We're waiting
debaty.
for Iwo.
Rozmawiać
We're
będziemy
waiting
o
for friends to
dziedzictwie
bring Iwo back.
niematerialnym.
We want to talk
Zanim
about
to
the
nastąpi,
intangible
ja się
heritage, but before we do that, let me introduce myself. My name is Jeremy Jędrzejkowski from Rzeczpospolita.
Witam zarówno Państwa tutaj zgromadzonych na sali,
I want to
jak
welcome
i
everybody here in
wszystkich,
this room,
którzy
as
obserwują
well
nas
as
także
those of you who are
online.
joining us
A
online.
zaczniemy od
So let's start.
tak naprawdę pytania o sedno naszej debaty,
Let's
czyli
start with a
spytam
question
panią
about
Joannę,
the
która jest
essence of this
doradczynią do
debate. I want to
spraw
ask
dziedzictwa i
Joanna,
międzykulturowości.
who's our
To czym jest
advisor on heritage
dziedzictwo
and
niematerialne, w jaki sposób związane jest z przemysłami
multiculturalism. What is intangible heritage exactly?
Dzień dobry, witam jeszcze raz bardzo serdecznie i bardzo
Good afternoon and
dziękuję
welcome.
organizatorom za
I want to thank the
zaproszenie.
organizers for inviting me.
Reprezentuję, jak
I
zostało
represent,
wspomniane,
as you've already said, the Europa Nostra Heritage Hub for Central and Eastern Europe in Krakow. We're the first regional center of the European Nostra Federation, which you may have heard of. It's an organization that
w bardzo różnym
brings
wymiarze,
together
naturalnym,
organizations that work
materialnym,
with heritage,
niematerialnym.
tangible and
Natomiast
intangible.
przede wszystkim
And
to
above
jest
all,
skierowane do sektora obywatelskiego.
we
tak?
are
Trzeci
addressing,
sektor,
we're
społeczeństwo
working with
obywatelskie.
with civil society, with
I
the third
dlaczego o tym
sector.
mówię?
And the reason
Dlatego,
I'm saying
bo
this is
dziedzictwo
because
niematerialne,
intangible
zostałam
heritage,
poproszona, żeby
I was asked to
w
provide a
słowach
definition,
powiedzieć,
a brief
to tak
definition.
naprawdę
Intangible
ta
heritage
wspomniana też przez Pana na
is
początku wspólnota, tak? To jest
together,
community, to jest
is a community,
właśnie ten wymiar
is the
dziedzictwa wspólnotowego,
well, that's is this
społecznościowego.
communal,
No nie
social
sposób tutaj się nie odwołać
heritage,
do
and I need
i
to
do
refer to
konwencji z
UNESCO
2003 roku,
and the
gdyż
2003
tak naprawdę UNESCO
convention,
nam wprowadziło
because it was
troszeczkę odgórnie
UNESCO
ten termin
that introduced
do
this
dyskursu.
term
Już ponad
that made it
20
part
lat
of our
się
discourse for over
mocno
20 years.
osadziło
It's become
powiedzmy w
established
krajach, państwach, stronach,
in
które
the
ratyfikowały
states
konwencję.
parties that ratified the
Natomiast
convention.
gdzieś UNESCO zdaje
But
sobie
UNESCO
sprawę z takiej
realizes
też
that
problematyczności tego
the
terminu,
term can be
chociażby
problematic.
dlaczego Pan mnie pyta dzisiaj,
And
czym
why-
jest, tak?
which-
Znaczy zawsze, wszędzie, jeśli
Which is why you have
mówimy,
to
zaczynamy
ask
mówić o
me
dziedzictwie
for a definition.
niematerialnym,
Whenever we talk
przymiotniku,
about intangible
intangible,
heritage,
ulotne,
the
to zaraz
adjective
właśnie
intangible,
potrzebujemy tego
fleeting,
wytłumaczenia.
evanescent,
No i UNESCO gdzieś dzisiaj
ethereal,
bardziej wchodzi, coraz
it
bardziej stara
always
się popularyzować
requires
to
an
pojęcie dziedzictwa żywego,
explanation,
live,
because now
tak? Heritage,
UNESCO
live
is
heritage,
talking of a living or
które bardziej
live
jakby
heritage,
uwypukla, o co chodzi,
which
bo
emphasizes the
generalnie wedle
essence, which says,
konwencji
because
to
according
są
to the
praktyki,
convention, these
wiedza,
are practices,
umiejętności,
know-how, skills,
mentalność,
a
cała sfera
mentality,
związana z
and everything that has to do with
tym wymiarem kulturowym,
this
z którym się dana
dimension,
wspólnota
this aspect of
utożsamia,
culture
tak?
that a
Utożsamia
community
się,
identifies with,
i
relates
co jest
to.
ważne,
And what
to
is
dziedzictwo
also
ma być
important
przez
is
cały czas
this heritage
przekazywane,
is
tak?
to
Z
be
pokolenia na pokolenie.
transmitted, handed down
Oczywiście
from
kwestia
generation to generation.
przekazu, czy
Of course,
przekazu,
this
to już jest całkiem osobna
this can fade
sprawa.
away,
Natomiast co jest
but
najważniejsze,
that's a
jest
different
to
story.
dziedzictwo,
What
które
is, however,
funkcjonuje cały czas
important
w
is
obiegu,
that this
tak?
is a
które
heritage
jest
that's
w
always
nas.
topical, that's
Ja
part of us,
nie sposób mi
that
tutaj
makes
nie
us who
powiedzieć,
we are.
co zawsze profesor Puchla,
Professor,
mój szef powtarza,
my head,
dziedzictwo to
my
my,
boss
tak?
says
Czyli
that we are heritage.
nie tyle zabytki,
So it's
tylko
not
właśnie
monuments,
to,
but
jak my, to
it's us
czy przestrzeń, czy
who,
zabytek,
who
czy
make
rzemiosło, bo wiem, że
heritage,
będziemy o rzemieślnictwie sporo pewnie tutaj
space,
rozmawiać,
also crafts,
no
we'll be
to w
talking
momencie,
about
kiedy to dla nas
crafts
coś
here
znaczy,
as well.
tak? I
So
to
as
jest
long
swego
as it
rodzaju
means
dialog
something
z
to us,
przeszłością,
and it's a
natomiast
dialogue
to jest bardzo istotne, który się
enter into with the
jakby
past,
odbywa
and it's
tu i
important
teraz, w
that it happens
teraźniejszości
here
i z
and
myślą
now,
o
in
przyszłości.
the present, and
I to
always
jest też
looking
bardzo
towards
mocno
the future.
podkreślane.
So that's also emphasized,
Natomiast
and
niezależnie od konwencji,
regardless of the convention or
w wielu
the
różnych
convention
nurtach, między innymi
notwithstanding,
w bliskim mi krytycznych studiach nad
critical
dziedzictwem,
studies of heritage,
tam jakby badacze idą jeszcze dalej. To znaczy,
scholars
według
take
nich
it further,
całe dziedzictwo jest
because
głównie
according to
niematerialne.
them,
Tak? Właśnie
heritage
jest
is
tą mentalnością,
primarily
jest
intangible. It's
tym,
a question of mentality.
tym co dzięki któremu wspólnoty kreują właśnie coś, co jest dla nich wspólne, coś, co uważają za ważne, warte przekazywania dalej. No i przede wszystkim, co jest jakimś takim niewątpliwym nowum w kontekście chociażby tego, że no, chociażby konwencja nam podzieliła rzeczywiście dziedzictwo materialne i niematerialne. Natomiast wiemy, że de facto kompatybilne powinny być wszystkie wymiary dziedzictwa, to samo podejście, tak? To już nie tylko eksperci, nie tylko profesjonaliści, nie wiem, czy różnie tutaj można, urzędnicy, tak, decydenci, nie tylko oni decydują o dziedzictwie, czym jest dziedzictwo, tylko decydują właśnie wspólnoty, tak, i sama konwencja na tym jest oparta. Ale wiem, że miałam drugi człon, czyli jak to się ma do przemysłów kreatywnych. No więc chociażby tak, że już w samej definicji UNESCO, która jest dość długa, na samym końcu mamy, że dziedzictwo niematerialne ma być wyrazem kreatywności i podkreślać ma różnorodność kulturową, różnorodność grup. I tak naprawdę to pokazuje coś, co od zawsze
badacze
how
podkreślali, chociażby w
something
starym
that
dobrym
scholars
pojęciu
have
tradycji,
the
w której zawsze
concept of
zawiera się
tradition.
zarówno
The
ten
concept of
element
tradition also
powiedzmy bardziej
includes also
niezmienny, ten,
covers
który no, musi zostać przekazany,
something that's
ale mamy też ten
unchanging,
element aktywny, ten
but also
element,
something
który
that's
sprawia,
active,
że
that's
każde
dynamic,
pokolenie
something
na swój własny
where every
sposób czerpie z tej
generation in its own
tradycji
way
i
draws
próbuje ją
on that
w
tradition
swój sposób, prawda,
and
reinterpretować.
adapts,
Dzisiaj się mówiło sporo, pani
reinterprets,
mówiła o rethinking, prawda, czyli
rethinks
też w
that
kontekście
tradition
otoczenia, tak,
in
dziedzictwo
terms of
niematerialne to
the
również
surroundings,
otoczenie.
in terms of the environment.
Natomiast tutaj
But
wiem, że jest mało czasu,
I
więc,
know I'm running
więc
out of
nie chcę
time.
wydłużać,
I don't want
ale
to,
do czego zmierzam? Paradoksalnie
what I'm trying to say
to
is that
była bardzo duża
paradoxically,
zmiana i ona się dzieje
there
cały
was
czas
a
na naszych
huge change.
oczach
It's a change that's
w
happening
systemie w ogóle
before our
ochrony
very
dziedzictwa,
eyes
tak?
in
Gdzie
the
indziej
way
są położone
we're
akcenty,
protecting
tak? Że
heritage, what
to
we
wspólnoty
focus
decydują.
on,
Oczywiście na
where
pewnym
it's
etapie już
communities
później
that
decyduje
decide. Of course, at some
dany
stage
kraj i
it's
później
the
decydują
country
mądre głowy w UNESCO, czy
or
coś
the UNESCO
trafi na listę,
that
czy nie.
decides whether
Natomiast
something will or will
pomijając
not be
listy,
part of the World
no
Heritage
dzisiaj bardzo
list,
mocno
but,
i Państwo myślę, że dlatego taki sukces też tutaj serialu,
and the reason
że
your series, your TV
dziedzictwo
series
to
was such a
jest coś,
success
z czym my się
is partly
utożsamiamy, co
because
my
heritage is something that
próbujemy w
we
jakiś
identify
sposób
with, is
dzisiaj,
something
no właśnie tego mi
that
zabrakło na samym początku,
we're
świadomie do tego podchodzimy, tak?
consciously
Świadomie i niekoniecznie
looking at,
na zasadzie takiego czegoś
consciously,
danego, tylko
not
czegoś,
as
z czym my
something
dopiero
that's
wchodzimy
been
w dialog.
given,
I
inherited,
tutaj
but
od
as
razu mi się
something
skojarzyło, w
with which we
poprzednim
can
panelu tam
engage
padło,
in dialogue. In the
na
previous
ile
panel,
właśnie no serial tutaj
you
może
asked
sobie
to
pozwolić
what
na takie
extent the
rzeczy
TV
w
series,
kontekście
TV show
chociażby
can take
no,
liberties.
ram, prawda, scenariusz i tak dalej, i tak dalej. Mi się wydaje, że właśnie
But I
sam
think
cały ten projekt jest właśnie
that
tym
the
dialogiem z
entire
przeszłością, bo on
project is a
generalnie
dialogue
świetnie
with
się
the
właśnie
past,
mierzy, ale w
because
teraźniejszości, tak? To
also
z
looks at
dziedzictwem
the past
bardzo
from a
różnym, nie
present
tylko
day
tym, które
perspective.
przedstawia, tylko
It
dziedzictwem,
engages
no nie będę już
with
teraz...
heritage and tradition.
No.
Bardzo
Tak.
dziękuję za takie
Thank you
szerokie
very
spojrzenie.
much
Iwo
for such
został
an extensive
wywołany.
answer.
Niejako
You
ja
mentioned
tylko
Evo.
powiem, że tak sobie myślę,
I
że
just want to
najlepszy
say
filmowy
that
serial
the best
fabularny
show,
i nagroda
the best
filmowego Orła w tym roku to
won
jest zarówno nagroda
a
oczywiście
Polish
za
prize
sukces, bo
for
to dzisiaj się liczy,
in the
za
film industry, the
pomysł,
Polish Idols,
ale także za ogromną
for the
pracę
concept as well as
przez
for all the work
twórców,
put in
tutaj
by
używa
the
się
creative
takiego
team
staropolskiego słowa w research.
into the research, all the research that was done. So working on the production, how did you, what was it like providing the setting, the backdrop, this diversity? Also, in the context of heritage, right. Thank you very much for those of you who are just joining us. Thank you for having me at this conference. This is my first time as a speaker at an academic conference. Fingers crossed. Yes, so bear with me, please. And apologies for being a little bit late. To get back to your question on research, on the research we did.
Ja bardzo chcę być z Państwem szczery.
I want to be frank with you.
Jak się robi film, czy
I think that when you're working on a movie, when you're working on a TV show, good research comes naturally. It's fundamental. I don't think it's not something we ought to be particularly proud of, but I can be proud of my wonderful team, the wonderful team that we had working on the project, and whose creativity we all benefited from as the viewers and as the makers of this TV show. I'm thinking of the set designer, I'm thinking of the costume designer, I'm thinking of the composer, as well as a whole wealth and all the other people who brought all their passion into making this world, which did engage with heritage. We knew obviously that we wanted this world to be as beautiful and as true to life, but we knew that we were making comedy, and we knew that we would be taking creative liberties.
interpretacji.
plain
Więc,
and
więc często
giving
zadawaliśmy
room
sobie po prostu
for
pytanie,
interpretations. So
czy
we
to by
often
się
asked
teoretycznie
ourselves
mogło
whether
wydarzyć.
this might
Nie
theoretically
było
have been
zapalniczki,
possible.
ale
Okay, they
zrobiliśmy
didn't have
zapalniczkę z
lighters,
materiałów, które były
but we
dostępne
made
wtedy.
a lighter
Więc to
using
jest dla nas
material that
kreatywność
was
tak, więc to jest
available
taki, to
in the
nazywaliśmy jakimś
17th
rodzajem humoru
century. So
jakby z
this was
Flintstonów.
like
Nie było
Flintstones
samochodu
humor.
napędzanego
So
stopami,
obviously
ale
we didn't
wyglądało to
have
bardzo
a car, a
wiarygodnie
foot.
w tej kreskówce.
They didn't
Tego
have
staraliśmy
cars
się
that
trzymać. Dla nas
ran
jako
on foot
filmowców
power,
wyzwaniem było to,
it
że
made sense
jest
for us as
bardzo mało
filmmakers.
ikonografii życia wiejskiego
there's very little
w XVII wieku w
iconography about rural
Ale
life
tutaj,
in 17th century
pewna
Poland,
wiedza
but we
historyczna,
had some historical knowledge and we
geopolityczna
had geopolitical knowledge,
zasugerowała nam, że
which led us to
przepływ
conclude that since
ludzkości i granice
the
były
migration
dużo
and the
bardziej
borders
otwarte
were
wtedy,
far more
to po
porous,
prostu często
open
było tak,
than
że w pewnym
previously. So
regionie
in a given region,
celtyccy
you would have
kowale,
Celtic
a z drugiej
smiths,
strony
blacksmiths, or you might also have Italian architects helping build the nearby city of Zamość. So we knew that we shouldn't be focused exclusively on a single region, 17th century Mazovia in our case, that we could draw inspiration, we could be inspired from further afield. For instance, the Carpathians, and look for the tangible heritage. Obviously, a great source of inspiration for us was literature.
Niesamowitego już researchu.
So a lot of research that was put in by writers, by novelists and historians. Of course, there's plenty of books that that inspired us. Of course, we had work by Jan Sowa and other Polish specialists, and I forgot the name of the third author, it slipped my mind, but anyway, so that was the research and our use of heritage, and also the creative teams in our show. We had invited artisans and craftsmen who often come from families, or there's an oral tradition that's been passed down over the centuries. So when we were making pottery or pots, we worked with specialized potters using age-old techniques or to make faithful reproductions, copies of old ceramics. We also had tailors, seamstresses, the cloth we used and everything. So all of that was the work of so many craftsmen and artisans, and we're really, really proud. Right, so Mazovia, I was wrong because I had thought that it was another region of Poland. Okay, we never really define what part of Poland this, the action is set in. It's not defined, and that's intentional because we want to be proud, we can be proud that the Podkarpacie region is where the series is shot, where we shoot on location. Marcin, I'm very happy that you've joined us, Marcin Piotrowski from the Folkowisko Festival. This panel would, without your input, without your perspective on traditional folk tradition, you're the organizer, the founder of one of the best and best-known folk festivals in Europe.
And it combines heritage and tradition with modernity. How do you innovatively use the historic narratives to create an event that attracts so many young people?
Dziękuję. Po polsku czy po angielsku?
Shall I speak English or Polish? You can go with Polish.
To jest kreatywność właśnie. Wykorzystujemy. Może kontekst miejsca. Tak, kontekst miejsca. Wioska, gdzie na co dzień mieszka mniej osób niż tu jest na sali. Gdybyśmy wszyscy przyjechali, podwoilibyście liczbę mieszkańców.
To jest nieco ponad 100
kilometrów prostych.
Ale wykluczenie komunikacyjne, obrotowe. Myśleliśmy, że mieszkamy na końcu świata. Okazało się, że dzięki naszemu pomysłowi, że to się stało początkiem początek świata. Ani nie mamy telewizji,
we want
internetu
to turn
też
it into
nie
the
za bardzo.
beginning rather than
Ale
the
ta
end of the
przestrzeń
world. We
stała
have
się
no
miejscem,
internet, no
magnesem
television, but it
przyciągającym
has
ludzi.
attracted
ludzi z
people
całego
like a
świata.
magnet, people from
Przez
all
te
around the
kilka lat
world.
takiego, bo to już
Over the
14 lat
years,
sobie
it's been
robimy
14
festiwal,
years that we've had this
Pogranicza
festival,
Folkowisko, na którym
Folkowisko,
opowiadamy o
where
tej
we
przestrzeni,
talk
którą
about
się
the
uczymy
space,
tej przestrzeni. To jest
the
taki
way we
jakby
learn
żywy
about this
uniwersytet
space. It's
ludowy,
like a
ale
living
trochę nie
folk
skansenowy,
university,
bo
but
my chcemy
it's not
w
a
wyszywance
Skansen.
chodzić do
We don't
jeansów,
want, well, we
czy
can
czerpać z tej kultury
combine
tradycyjnej.
traditional
Ona jest
clothing with
jest ciekawa,
denim
jest
pants
odkrywaniem, jest
and draw from
poszukiwaniem
tradition
w
and
przestrzeni
history. We are
i szukamy
exploring
bardzo często interpretacji.
heritage
Są
and
u nas
space, and
na
we are always
festiwalu
reinterpreting
ludzie
it.
stąd, od nas ze wsi.
People from
Każdy
the
ma jakąś
village
supermoc.
come to the
Po
festival,
kolei jak
and each
przejdziemy
of
po
them has a
naszych
superpower.
mieszkańcach,
If
gdzie
you
jest
look at
7
them one
zamieszkałych
by one,
domów.
there are 7
Sołtys
houses
ma supermoc, bo robi
with
najlepszy
families.
bimber na świecie.
The head of the
Zaraz
village
obok
has a
jest
superpower. He makes the
zielarz,
best
który wie
moonshine in
wszystko
the
o
world. Then
otaczającej
you
nas
have the
przyrodzie,
herb
potrafi
expert who
zbierać
knows
zioła.
everything about herbs.
Następny
Next
dom z
house,
drugiej naszej strony to jest pani Janina, która
Janina,
śpiewa białym śpiewem i
she
uczy
sings
śpiewania.
and she
Ale
teaches
my
singing.
staramy się podchodzić do tego w sposób właśnie inny, nie taki
But we
sztampowy.
take a different
Często
approach,
miksujemy.
not a traditional
U nas można
approach.
pójść w
We
pogo
mix and
razem
mingle.
z zespołem Ruta,
You can,
który u nas grał i pieśni buntu chłopskiego i za każdym
dance
razem
pogo
szukamy
with folk
czegoś,
music
co
in
nas
the background. We're always looking
zmotywuje
for
do
something
dalszego,
to
głębszego szukania w
motivate us
regionie i w
to
kulturze
explore the
tradycyjnej.
region,
To
the
jest
traditional
ciekawe.
culture
Na
even
przykład,
further because it's so
serial, który się
interesting.
odwołuje. No my
Well, the show
zrobiliśmy Dzień Hama w 2013.
13,
Nadaliśmy w Warszawie prawa wiejskie, bo
held
uważamy,
a
że
special
wszyscy
festival.
jesteśmy
We
wieśniakami,
endowed
jesteśmy ze wsi.
village rights on
Okazało się, że
the
ta
city
mała
of Warsaw because we are all people from the village. We are all from the countryside and everyone
trochę też przez
should be
zabawę,
entitled
przez fan.
to have
Gdzie
the
wy
same
znacie
rights of a
festiwal
villager?
folkowy, na którym ludzie
Do
idą
you
w pogo
know
albo
of any other
crowdsurfing? Rzucają
folk
się
festival
ze sceny
where
i
people
na
dance
rękach
pogo
są,
or do some
my chcemy się
crowdsurfing,
bawić tą kulturą,
jumping from the stage? We
tym, co
want
nas
to play
otacza,
with
przyrodą,
culture, with
czerpać z
nature,
niej,
with
nie
environment,
zostawiać na niej
draw
zbyt
upon
dużego
it.
śladu,
We don't want to
ale
leave a
uczyć
mark
się
on
brać jak
nature. We want to
najwięcej
learn
dla
from
siebie,
it.
czuć się po prostu dobrze.
We want
I to
to
chyba ludzie
benefit
czują,
from it and
dlatego
feel good,
przyjeżdżają.
and that's
I
how
teraz ja nie muszę
people
jechać do,
feel. They feel
na
good.
koncert
That's why they
daleko,
come.
czy,
They don't have to travel too far to go to a
tydzień
concert.
temu dzwoni
Just last
telefon,
week, I got a
Marcin,
phone
czy ja
call.
mogę sobie rozbić u was
Marcin,
w ogródku namiot?
could I
A to
pitch a
przyjeżdża
tent
Andrzej
in your
Stasiuk,
garden? Andrzej
pisarz.
Stasiuk, the writer.
Robert Korzeniowski przyjeżdża popracować u nas na scenie,
runner,
to jest chałupa
sports
wiejska, która nie ma
athlete,
jednej
comes to
ściany,
train.
jest naszą sceną festiwalową, bo mówi, że to jest
He
biuro z
says
najpiękniejszym widokiem,
he gets the best office with the
jaki
best
on
view
kiedykolwiek
ever.
w życiu miał. Więc
So
ludzie przyjeżdżają do
people
tego
come
miejsca jak do miejsca mocy. I to
because
młodzi ludzie
it's
są
the
naszym
site
motorem
of power.
napędowym.
Young people
Wolontariuszami
are our
w naszej
driver.
ekipie
Volunteers
jest
on
około
our team.
70 osób.
About 70
Większość z
people,
nich to są
most
ludzie
of them
młodzi,
are young.
którzy nie tylko dają swój czas,
They not
energię,
only dedicate
ale
their
my im nic nie
time and
płacimy, nawet nie
energy.
zwracamy
We
za
don't pay
środki,
them. We don't
za
even
przyjazd,
reimburse their
ale oni
travel.
mówią, że
But
tyle
they
się
say
nauczyli,
they've
tyle
learned
wzięli
so
z
much,
tego i
they've
tyle
benefited
doświadczeń,
and
tyle
experienced
przyjaźni,
so much, so many
czują,
new
że coś mogą
friendships.
tworzyć.
They feel they
Bardzo
can
ważne dla
create
młodych ludzi
something.
jest
That's very
oddanie
important for young people.
twórczości,
To
żeby
be
mogli
creative.
eksperymentować,
To experiment.
żeby mogli ugniatać tą przestrzeń na swój pomysł.
To
I oni się w tym
shape
odnajdują
space the way
i
they
to
like it.
myślę
So
do
they
nas na ten początek świata
find a way to do that, and that's what attracts people
Słyszą
to our
państwo
little place at the end of the world. Can you see that passion, that commitment,
chęć tego
that
ja
will
czuję to ugniatanie
to
przestrzeni.
shape
Jak
space?
tutaj
I can feel it
rozmawiamy.
as we talk.
Pytałeś, Marcinie,
Marcin,
o to, czy po polsku. Tak, po
you
polsku, ale oczywiście nasza
asked,
debata jest
should you speak
dwujęzyczna.
Polish? But this is
są
a
tłumacze, którzy
debate in two
symultanicznie
languages. We
tłumaczą.
have
Bardzo
interpretation,
dziękujemy
simultaneous
wam
interpretation.
za waszą
Thank
pracę.
you so
Ja, żeby
much,
skrócić
guys,
to,
for interpreting. So
przejdę
let me now switch to
angielski. Teraz
English.
pytając Emila, you are also a designer. So can design help in researching and somehow preparing innovation solutions that can give a new life to immaterial heritage?
Yes, well, I think there's a lot of cross-linking. I will try, from what I understood from all the discussions with the translation. Yeah, so we are, I'm a researcher in Paris, in Université Paris-Saclay, which is a massive university, one of the biggest in Europe, and obviously a lot into high technology, you know, atomic research and stuff like that. But we are a research center called Centre de Recherche en Design, and we're really interested in combining traditional crafts with new technology, and we see a lot of potential there. And the main reason is related to the ecological transition, because industry, by essence, right, is a model of deterritorialization, right? It deconnects place from extraction, transformation, and consumption, and this is highly problematic. So this is where we see in craft, which is much more versatile, much more grounded, and in relation to local materials and needs, a lot of potential. Now, of course, there's also potential in reinventing or reopening new combination between traditional crafts and new technologies. For example, I worked on a project where we found a way to transform cellulose into ceramics, and so this allows to do just paper, cardboard, paper pulp craft, which is very widely distributed and known, into ceramics, which can be, of course, pots, but can also be like technical ceramics, like filters, etc. And so suddenly this combination where we go to see craftsmen to try to learn how they transform these materials, the very basic materials, into high-tech objects, opens new routes, and there's a lot to learn from those. There's really an amazing knowledge there. We did another project where we invented a way to recycle waste plastic into fibers, and it's inspired by cotton candy, like really sugar process. And so by doing that, we just create fibers out of waste, and fiber connects to a lot of crafts. I mean, fiber craft is all over the world, right? It can be knitting, it can be weaving, it can be... And so suddenly plastic, which is usually industrial, material, it's only used in industry, suddenly reconnects to local crafts, and so we can establish local recycling initiatives involving local crafts. And every time, we think of craft as something from the past, but actually in a lot of places, craft is extremely technical, is extremely precise, and even more than machining. And I have maybe just a little story. I used to work at SNECMA, which is the engine airplane manufacturer, and I think here there's a lot of, in the technical university, it seems to be really connected to airplanes as well. And they of course never say that on any website or publicly, but actually the most technical part of the engine in an airplane is made with wax casting, so traditional wax casting, where you produce the piece in wax and then you put ceramic around it and then you cast metal that takes the space of the wax. And these wax models are all made by hand. So the most technical part of engine airplane technique is actually a traditional craft, and it's not done because of tradition or to keep it, sustain it. It's because it's more efficient and more precise than any machine.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll stick to what you mentioned, recycling, reuse. Sanela, in your presentation at the beginning of today's conference, you mentioned the word rethinking. I think it's a basic change of our actions, because we used to just consume, use, and throw away. And now it's a absolutely fundamental change in our thinking to reuse, to recycle, and to develop in a sustainable way. Can acting according to ideas of a new European Bauhaus bring real benefits, and how to prepare action to improve and execute such a projects?
Dziękuję for having me here. I'm really excited to be also in this panel because I think rethinking it's really important. But as you said, passion and emotions that we could feel directly from the ground, from the people.
Of course, it's a mixture.
Yeah, and this is, I think the emotions are very important in rethinking process, because we have to link to the roots and we have to understand. And that emotions and passions then will pass us to this, how we could communicate between the knowledge that we already have, how we could learn from the past. And it's really important to do that by learning by doing. I think this is really important. I know that the technologies are here, and of course we will embrace them, especially young people, but I think they are appreciating very much also to be on the ground and to do something with their hands. So they could learn a lot. Now, as a professor, I don't need to have a slides and posters or whichever, because they could find it easily on the Google. What I really need as one who passing the knowledge as experience is to teach them how to use the best information they find, and also to teach them how to also hug the nature, hug the tree, you know, how to be outside also of the box in that sense. And this, what we also learn about how to communicate the knowledge that we already have, the informations, and then to use humor. Humor is really important. The project that I showed with the student pavilion, so we brought the students from all over the world. They work together, so they communicate on different languages. We link them with the Sarajevo Film Festival, same time. So during the day, they building, they get dirty with the soil, with the earth, with sheep wool and straw. And yes, that's really experience, because they build something, they could see that on the ground, and during night they are going to the city center, to Sarajevo Film Festival, watching the movies, you know, mingling, and then coming back. And we are not starting early morning because they had great experience. But also the humor, we also had one of the great actor from Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is like a Monty Python Syria top lista nadrealista. And the reason why we also brought that famous actor is because there are so many prejudices about natural materials, about tradition. People in Bosnia and Herzegovina especially wants to be modern, wants to be urban, you know. And we missed the link, you know, we somehow cut that link. But still, in rural places, people really do live that. Because if I ask my students, is sustainable development something very new philosophy or very old, you know? Usually they said old, because it is. My grandmother didn't call that sustainability, didn't call that circular economy. She simply lived like that, you know. She have never threw the stuff out. The textile, and now I'm trying to teach how to use the textile, old textile, to put it in the carpet way or whichever. This is how they lived, and this is really something that we have to do. We have to learn from the past, and I'm not surprised at all that famous people coming to your village to really spend the time, because I'm the one who is really going out from the city and trying to spend time to learn from abroad. I hope I will visit your village as well, because I think this is important to combine the high technology with something that are the roots, because only on that way we will stay humans. Otherwise, we will really be lost in the space.
Thank you for your remarks. Kiedy pojawiły się tutaj hasła związane z...
We have heard about passion, young people, and I thought, Marcin, I thought about him once again. Speaking of using resources, I have printouts of my remarks, but this is double printed. I always put paper in the blue bins, not in regular trash. Marcin, you're a sociologist.
first, so taking this perspective, what is your take? Can you see any transition over the decade in the behaviors of young people and the mindset? Has there been a transition? Is heritage and tradition increasingly attractive for them? When we started in 2010, 14 years ago, being traditional or being rural was not a fad. It was still believed to be obsolete. Yeah, everybody went to the countryside on holiday and then it stopped. Everybody wanted to go to hop cities. Yes, it was shameful to come from the countryside. So this is why we endowed village rights on Warsaw. What's wrong about being from the countryside? We should be proud of that. So we have overcome that taboo. We have debunked it. People used to say, I come from the neighborhood of Zamość rather than the name of your village. But now, after all, we all have grandparents, mothers, parents who come from the countryside, from village culture. But this has started to change with literature, culture. We used to be crazy about the West. Everything had to be Western European or American. Polish singers would sing in English to be fashionable. We would only dress in Western clothes, but around 2014 it started to change, and this change has continued. I'm glad to say that we were one of the drivers of that change. I'm happy to say that we've been featured in recent publications such as Chłopki, Countryside Women, that our efforts have been acknowledged, that our small village has really chipped in. We have made a contribution with the efforts of everyone around us, but we feel that people are going back to the roots, looking for the stories of their grandparents, grandmas, grandpas, rooted in the traditional culture. That is so beautiful. I don't think this will ever become a big pop culture event. While our festival will not turn into one of those touristy places crowded or flooded by tourists. And don't be superficial about culture. We should scratch the surface and go deeper than the surface. Polish culture is so homogeneous. Everybody speaks the same accent in Polish. If you don't, you're wrong. But why don't we use regional idioms or phrases which are starting to disappear, but yet again they have become fashionable? Yo, this is what people say in Kashubia. Yeah, and you can take a shortcut and speak a lingo, your insider's jargon. We use words like that. We have forest monsters that we call szubraki, so if any item gets misplaced, the szubraki, take it away. So for young people, traditional culture is becoming cool, and they are living it. I can see that elements of traditional culture are part of their lives. People don't throw anything away anymore. My home is filled with tchotchkes, but for people it's still, sentimental. There's this small glass from an old village house, there's a painting. Otherwise, people would have thrown them away, but now, more and more, they are becoming valued, treasured artifacts, each with a story of its own. So my grandmother's wedding photo, that's more and more something with a soul, something of value. So young people are looking for clothes that their grandparents, great-grandparents wore to wear them. And so people are also turning back to traditional culture, like dancing, traditional dances, mazurkas, berek, dances, traditional folk dances. There are folk dance groups, of course, but they don't dance the way people in the villages dance, but we hold a dance event every 2 weeks in our barn, and people come to dance. It's just become so cool among people. But I'm hoping this will not become too popular, because otherwise we'll get flooded by tourists, and we still want to be one-on-one with people.
And this is corroborated and substantiated by the increased interest and the increased prices in these tchotchkes, in these things that were sold in these second-hand or items, because we can see this when we talk about various items. I want to get back to design.
I'll put my first question the other way around now. I'll stick back to you in a couple of minutes, but we should stick to the timetable, so we should be quick. So, Emil, I will put my first question rather way round. Can immaterial heritage inspire design and thus help preserving local tradition?
Well, yes, I mean, especially, I mean, and maybe it opens us to the next roundtable afterwards, but in regards to materials, it's really interesting because traditional crafts have used, materials, as you were mentioning, like straws, etc., which are materials that are far more sustainable than what we've used for the last 100 years. So we're all looking at what was done and what we kind of lost, or that is still there, maybe in traces, as you were mentioning for the movie, like that you would have an oral tradition that got passed on, and then there is this kind of jewel of knowledge that we definitely need to look at and to re-evaluate and to reinvest in time, effort, community as well. It's all like, as you were mentioning as well, it's something about people, and so it's about relearning all these crafts together. So there's really for design an endeavor to go look into these projects, and this is the essence of a European Bauhaus project that we've submitted together with Fundación Edmarca, which is looking into those questions.
Okay, and Sanela, I'd like to ask about the water project you mentioned at the beginning. It's also connected, of course, with the European Bauhaus. Can you say something more about it? And of course, very beautiful photo at your bio with the beautiful ship.
Yeah, thanks. Before I go to this project map for water, just one message about, because I'm architect. It's really important that those natural local materials are sustainable. And I'm begging architects, colleagues, building companies to really rethink, because as colleagues said, we are using really artificial materials for the 100 years, and now I'm so unhappy when I see in the villages that people instead using straw, sheep wool, clay, wood, they're using styrofoam plastic windows, and this is really something we have to forbidden somehow, because especially because we are first generation of the parents that our children are sicker than us, they're more having health issues. This is something that we did wrong, our generation did wrong, and this is something that really we need to change and rethink. When we're talking about Europa New Bauhaus, we started a project about this right for water in Sarajevo without thinking to apply for this a competition, especially because in the first 2 years Bosnia and Herzegovina wasn't allowed or eligible to apply. But what we are trying to do beside this natural materials advocating, which is not easy job, especially because business and the building sector is not still ready. They are really flexible, talking about calculations in softwares for the this concrete or whichever. If I remember when we started doing this student pavilion project, we hardly find expert for static for the stone or for the wood, you know, because all these softwares are ready for these artificial materials, not for the, so we really need to change that approach. So beside all that projects that we are now really tired because we are working on this sheep wool and straw and wood since 2000, you know, so we are really tired because still it's in the process. And then we are thinking about other heritage layers that we have in the city. And this water and right for water is something that UN in 2010, they adopted these resolutions that drinking water is a human right. And in our heritage, drinking water is human rights for, you know, all like 10 centuries or even more, you know. So it's really important how to communicate that. And especially, as I said in this 5-minute presentation when we started, my frustration is about this, you know, all speeches about and informations in media that the water is not drinkable in Sarajevo from the pipes. And we have thousands of the springs, you know. Of course, some of them, they are, let's say, polluted because of our activities, because of us. So we have to protect that, we have to stop. But from the other side, you know, if you're talking with the public health institutions, they're checking water quality every daily. So the water is good in the pipes. And then we said, okay, let's do something about that. And this project has so many layers. And the most importantly is that all generations recognize this as important project. All generations are ready to be involved. We have so much responses from the citizens, from the communities. So many people approached to us, they said, I want to invest. I want to build the fountains. Because I'm also hiking a lot, and in the mountains we could find, you know, a fountain. So imagine when you are tired, you're walking 10 kilometers, you have your dogs, and you found the fountains. And on the fountains, you could even see who built it. So that person will live as long as that fountains will exist, you know. And this, I think, is something that everybody recognized. We even have been approached by one painter who want to give us all the paintings he did about the fountains in Sarajevo, to make the auctions and all money to spend in reconstructions of these fountains. So I think this project is really a European new Bauhaus project because of it's beautiful, it's sustainable, and bringing together all generations in the city to really try to find a way how to use this. And if we're talking about innovation technologies, by the gadgets, we will put the barcodes, you know, and each of you, once when you come to Sarajevo, and I'm inviting you all to drink the waters, once when you drink the water, you always come back. This is our story. So on this barcode, you will know the stories about some interesting legends about these fountains. You will know that this water is clean and drinkable. And then in same time, on the map, you will know how much you need to walk for the next one. To put in your multifunctional bottle, not the plastic one. So this really has many layers, and I'm so glad that citizens really recognize this, because we got public voting within that. And I think I would like to encourage all of you who are doing these projects, even though you think they are not important, if you're linking to the people, your project is European New Bauhaus project.
Bardzo dziękuję za te słowa. Była mowa o wodzie i
Thank you very much for what you've said. We've spoken about water. Thank you very much. Water is definitely our most precious resource, because without water we wouldn't exist. There could be no life, and not to mention projects for preservation of heritage and so on. And I also liked very much what you said. What Selena said, that it all started with an idea, which was followed by action, that it was motivated by the heart, and that it later became a project that was described in words and that was compliant, that was in line with the convention. So ideas, feelings, that is the intangible heritage. And so intangible heritage and the way we, the changing way we think about this intangible heritage, is this something that we have in art, in film, and TV? Is this being reflected currently? I think it's a subject that's always been present in culture. In culture, in audiovisual culture, and obviously certain things come and go. It's a cycle, it's the circle of life and or fashion, and it's the way people spend their free time that can vary, that depends, and it's also the loci of social discourse. But actually I think that tradition, intangible and tangible heritage, so as long as we want to tell stories, as long as we tell stories, that heritage will be part of us. And it's always good to have a good source of information, good portals, good catalogs, good documentation. We want all of it to be accessible, and we want to involve in our projects people who are passionate. And then naturally, it'll be naturally present in drama, comedy, and things that are more pop, or maybe more niche, more art house. So what I would like to see, I would definitely like to see this, because I want this interest in tradition to persist, because it very much inspires me. And in one of my first shorts, 8 stories that didn't change the world, that was a short where we asked Polish Jews who stayed in Poland after the war and who were survivors of the Holocaust. We asked them about their first tastes, their first memories, smells, which was something nobody ever asked them, because they were only asked about the Holocaust. And now, 15 years later, when I think only one of the persons is still alive, I see how this film is still valid. This film still continues to inspire people. It was an experience for the filmmakers, and it's also an important testimony for future generations. I'm also thinking of other projects that I want to be involved in, projects where I want to be inspired, and projects where I want to connect with our tradition and show that our folk tradition can be cool. And here I'm looking at you, Mr. Folkowisko, because what you're doing is really, really amazing.
Kreatywność. Dziękuję. Myślę, że nasi widzowie zarówno na sali, jak i online chcieliby, żebym jeszcze koniecznie spytał o jedną rzecz. Poproszę Cię o jedno zdanie, bo wiemy już, że będzie nowy serial. To wiemy od nowa seria, to wiemy od marca. Będą kreatywne kolejne pomysły na
you'll have more creative ideas on designing 17th century lighters. I'm not at liberty to disclose more, because we are working on the second season. Not lighters maybe, but I can assure you that there will be a lot of fascinating gadgets and props that our wonderful prop designers and directors will be developing. There's a whole team
nawzajem
working on
zaskakujemy
these gizmos, and
i
so
śmiejemy. Tak
we're
mam nadzieję,
always having a great time working
drugiego
on the
sezonu,
show, and
na
I
który
hope
trzeba jeszcze
that
poczekać
the
do
second
wiosny przyszłego
season,
roku,
which will
przeżyją
which will
to,
open
ale
in
my
the
na
spring,
pewno
which will be
wsłuchiwaliśmy się przez pierwsze miesiące po emisji
broadcast in the
pierwszego
spring, but after
sezonu
the first season,
i
we kept our
wsłuchiwaliśmy się
ear
w
to the
odbiór
ground.
i
We
w to,
were
co ta
very
niesamowita grupa fanów tego
this
serialu
group of the hardcore fans
też
of
codziennie opowiada
show.
i w to, co nam
There's a
nasi
discussion group, and
członkowie
we
naszych
were very
rodzin
much
nam
our
opowiadają i
families
przyjaciele.
and friends.
I
We
po
were
prostu
listening to
myślę, że
their
naprawdę
comments and
odpalimy
input.
wrotki w drugim sezonie,
So I
także
think that
nie
the
mogę się doczekać,
second
żeby to
season
już
will
ujrzało światło
really
dzienne.
be
Dzięki, zapewne
a
widzowie
blast.
także nie mogą się doczekać.
I'm
To jest
sure
ten moment,
we're all looking forward
Joanna,
to
bo ja
the
miałem
second season.
chytry plan,
I had
żeby
my plan
poprosić Ciebie
was
o
to ask
podsumowanie, zabranie głosu
Joanna to
na
wrap
koniec,
up
ale
this
ja
panel,
ułatwię, bo ja mam
but
taką
just to make
podpowiedź,
it easier
bo
on you, I have
mamy edukację, mamy potrójną transformację cyfrową, środowiskową,
we have education, we have transition, we have digitalization, we have intangible heritage, we have the creative industry. So how do you bring that all together so as to engage people and also I'm also looking at the people present at Heritage Innovators Day here, because what can be done?
No to może przekażę ten.
Here it comes.
Okej. Tak, no nie ułatwił mi pan zadania,
well, you didn't,
ponieważ
make it
to,
easy
do czego
on
się
me.
chciałam
You,
odnieść wcześniej,
what
już
I
trochę mi
wanted to
uciekło,
say
ale tak
before, I think I
naprawdę
forgot
przez,
that, but
we wszystkich wypowiedziach się
all
przewija
the
to
interventions
samo,
here,
co ja
we've
próbowałam na
had
początku, a może nie do końca mi wyszło,
that I tried to say at the beginning, but didn't quite succeed.
no właśnie, bo jak tutaj padało, że chcą, że młodzi ludzie i tak
When you
dalej,
said
że
that
ten
young
powrót
people
od
are
iluś tam lat,
interested, that this revival,
tak naprawdę to że tak powiem, to powraca falami, tak? Bo mieliśmy już bardzo wiele takich powrotów. Mieliśmy folkloryzm, mieliśmy etnodesign, mieliśmy wszelkie oblicza folku, etnofolku, już mamy, prawda, bardzo szeroko ten ruch jest w Polsce i na świecie. Pączkuje, może w ten sposób. Natomiast jakby clue tu jest to, że przede wszystkim dzisiaj ja, nie wiem, każdy z nas po prostu się chce tym swoim dziedzictwem zacząć zajmować. Właśnie a propos robienia, tak, know-how, po pierwsze, poznać know-how, jeśli rzemiosło, no to trzeba poznać technikę, tak, trzeba dotrzeć do tych, którzy mają te umiejętności, tak, dlatego w serialu sięgacie do tych, którzy te umiejętności mają, żeby to rzeczywiście było.
These skills,
dziś się
as you've done in your TV, in your show.
Już nie używa autentyczne, nieautentyczne, czy jest prawdziwe, czy nieprawdziwe, że ten autentyzm jest gdzie indziej, jest właśnie w nas, tak, jak my czujemy, nasze emocje, nasze doświadczenia z przeszłości itd. Natomiast właśnie ta zmiana polega na tym, że to bardzo dobrze widać w projektach, które tutaj pani wspominała, że to robią społeczności, same społeczności, tak, nie czekają. Oczywiście zawsze mamy animatorów, mamy facylitatorów, mamy wszelakich tutaj pomocników, ale na przykład no już nie czekamy, nie wiem, że to zrobi muzeum lokalne, że to zrobi lokalna instytucja kultury. Tak chyba zresztą wasz festiwal powstał, tak? Oddolnie, prawda? Więc jakby, oczywiście później na pewnym etapie też fajnie wchodzić w partnerstwa i no, wszyscy gdzieś tam gramy do jednej bramki, staramy się, tak? Chronić dziedzictwo w działaniu. Natomiast ta zmiana rzeczywiście jest w tej mentalności. To co powiedziałeś, ja często, nie wiem, gdziekolwiek, jak jakieś warsztaty prowadzę, czy z studentami, dajemy ten przedrostek moje, nasze dziedzictwo. I od razu się wszystko zmienia, tak? Jeśli my możemy z pełną świadomością i odpowiedzialnością postawić ten przedrostek, że to jest moje, ja się z tym utożsamiam, to jest z jakiegoś względu dla mnie ważne i cenne, no to biorę tą odpowiedzialność i po pierwsze chcę to poznawać, chcę to, odkrywam właśnie, no akurat dzisiaj nie jestem w koszuli babci, ale zazwyczaj często jestem w koszuli mojej babki na konferencjach. Natomiast Pan mi jeszcze powiedział, że mam to jakoś połączyć z przemysłami kreatywnymi. No to przede wszystkim no właśnie ta partycypacja polega na tym, że robimy wspólnie, tak? Jakby całkiem, nie wiem, ja często nie dalej niż 2-3 dni temu akurat szkoliłam instruktorów tańca ludowego z tej przestrzeni powiedzmy bardziej sfolkloryzowanej, ale tam właśnie też widać już tą chęć sięgania do źródeł, do interpretacji, do otwierania się właśnie na różne, że dziedzictwo to nie jest dogmat, tak? To nie jest coś, co jest raz na zawsze dane, tylko właśnie podejmujemy z nim cały czas tą interpretację. No i to właśnie są przemysły kreatywne, tak? które sięgają, ale ja już na samym początku chciałam przede wszystkim powiedzieć to, że w samym dziedzictwie, w samym pojęciu dziedzictwa niematerialnego i tradycji się zawiera innowacja i zawiera kreatywność, bo inaczej to by nie było dziedzictwo żywe. Zawsze każde pokolenie coś wnosi, coś tam odsiewamy, nie wszystko 1 do 1 bierzemy, ale no rozwijamy, to ewoluuje, to się zmienia. Więc siłą rzeczy właśnie ja bym nie powiedziała, że przemysły kreatywne mogą czerpać czy się inspirować dziedzictwem, tylko dzisiaj jest akcent położony na coś innego, że dziedzictwo samo w sobie jest przemysłem kreatywnym i z drugiej strony same przemysły kreatywne mogą bazować właśnie na dziedzictwie, ale nie w znaczeniu, że czerpiemy, bo tych mów już było multum, tak, że nie wiem, czerpiemy właśnie z tradycji dawnej, ale no jakich, nie do końca zawsze powrót do źródeł, ale jakich źródeł, czyich, po co i dlaczego, zachłysnięcie się tradycją, nie wiem, afrykańską, inną, obcą totalnie, bo jest to coś innego. Tutaj mamy ten akcent, że to jest coś, co jest moje, co jest dla mnie ważne. No i przede wszystkim ja bym tutaj bardziej mówiła o pewnej symbiozie, tak? Dziedzictwa i between heritage and the creative nie na takiej zasadzie instrumentalnego wykorzystywania, brania, dużo się mówi dzisiaj właśnie o wykorzystywaniu dziedzictwa, ale to bardziej w tym kontekście współtworzenia.
Co-creation of
bo ja oglądając serial oglądałam, przyznaję się, dla mnie właśnie tam pięknie jest odzwierciedlona mentalność, dziedzictwo niematerialne to jest mentalność, tak? I przede wszystkim niesamowicie, że dociera ona zarówno do starszych, jak i do młodszych, tak? I ja, z rekwizytami, akurat się bardzo cieszę, że tam właśnie nie jest zaakcentowany żaden region konkretny, tylko to jest właśnie jakby wieś, tak? I te relacje, to co jak to się dzieje, tylko właśnie w tych relacjach, te dialogi, to wszystko, tak, które są właśnie mieszanie się współczesności, mieszanie się, pokazany pięknie ten nurt, który u nas w Polsce dziś właśnie dekonstrukcji powiedzmy chłopstwa, tak, właśnie ile wysyp publikacji, tutaj jesteście jednym z którzy to rozpoczęli, ale mamy dzisiaj wysyp tych publikacji takich rethinking właśnie,
which rethink the whole concept, the whole heritage. I don't know if that's what you were looking for, but yeah, that was.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja myślę, że
very much, and I think an important. You mentioned an important word, symbiosis. Symbiosis is a connectivity, interdisciplinarity. It's the 5 ribbons. The 5 ribbons that all contribute or come together to make a whole. That's what symbiosis is about. The harmonious interplay of various competencies, know-how, ideas, and all these competencies and knowledge have come together here on stage. I appreciate that greatly. It was a privilege to moderate this panel. Thanks to our panelists and to all of you. We now have a break until 1:30 and join us then.
organizatorów, że możemy sobie na takie przesunięcie pozwolić, ale nikogo nie widzę, tak? Zaczynamy, witam Państwa serdecznie na
Good afternoon and welcome to this yet another panel dedicated to heritage and its impact on the future and the solutions that could be implemented in historic buildings and sites. We have Kinga Kusak, who represents the Foundation Carpenters Without Borders. Next to her is Mikola Bebs, professor from the Conservation Department of the Lviv Polytechnic University and the representative of the Ducal Tower Siedlencin, Przemysław Nocun, archaeologist, lecturer at the Jagiellonian University. Zuzana Lulińska is an expert in sustainability at materiality. I know you have experience from the public administration as well. And the next speaker is James Auger, designer, professor at the ENS Paris-Saclay. And last but not least, Robert Konieczny, architect and founder of the foundation KWK Promes, author of many designs, one of which has been a finalist of the Mies van der Rohe International Prize Competition. More on that later. Let's start with the following question. And as we've agreed, I will address you by your first name. I've met some of you long ago. I've met others just now, but I think it's better this way. I want to ask you this question as an introduction. We have been speaking about continuity between the past and the present, and what can the past provide us with regard to innovative and sustainable solutions for future projects. So this opening question is about one specific skill or technology or one thing, not necessarily an object, relating to heritage that you would pick here and now, adopt it for your needs, because you think it makes sense for future sustainable design. It's an open-ended question. Let's start with, not with Kinga, let's start with Robert. Robert, you go first. This was an unexpected question, my surprise for our speakers. Okay, so, you know, this is food for thought. Interesting question. Well, let me put it this way. Speaking of relations with old past architecture and the way we have adopted it for our needs, there's not so much of that. There's just one implementation. The project you mentioned that was a finalist in the Mies van der Rohe competition. What's interesting, if I may pick some nitty-gritty details, I've always wanted to go back to a one-layer wall technology, which is a structure protecting against the cold, the heat, etc., etc. So modern technology is so advanced that such walls, one-layer walls, are a non-entity. Everything has advanced too much. So in our gallery, where the walls were really thick, this minor addition allowed us to achieve parameters required of state-of-the-art buildings. And this is a 100-year-old building, so this old shell of a building. Now, in our new projects and designs, like Arka, for instance, I know that it's all about one-layer walls, the structure, the facade, Well, the installation is all on the inside, and it's been following me throughout my professional life. If we hadn't done that installation in the Plateau project, if we hadn't had this addition, we would have left the thick walls in place, and this would have been good enough for thermal insulation. And this minor addition made it even better. So that's my off-the-cuff response, an opening remark. Thank you. I think we'll come back to this later as we continue. I'll ask about your experience in greater detail. James.
More perspective.
Yeah, so I've got to be a bit careful not to just repeat what Emil said in the last panel. So I'll probably go off-piste a little bit. I think what I find particularly interesting is a little bit there in the introduction. You talk about the relationship between the past and the present, and the fundamental problem with design as it was established and the methods became cemented in the 20th century. It was always future-facing, and that future always being better than the present. It becomes essentially a belief system through which most of our countries now think about the future, and any problems that we face, there'll be a technological solution to that. And heritage and museums and histories are for the past. We put them in books as designers and we read about them, but they very, very rarely influence the future. And I think that's the big shift at the moment that we're undertaking, that we're thinking about in the laboratory is rather than just celebrating the technological future and assuming it's all going to be fantastic. We know by now that that approach is fundamentally flawed. What are the historical approaches that we can learn from? And it's hard for me to pick on one specific example like the last one, but I'd say it's, and Emil touched upon this, it's more the situatedness of the past, where we would design and adapt to a specific site with local knowledge, with local approaches, with local materials and so on. And they would be more in tune with nature. So the problem with design in the 20th century, everything became artificial. So there's this dislocation from nature as chemical products grow, as we use more and more fuels that found their origins in Earth during the Jurassic period. And we burn these things just to create a flash of energy to light a light, for example. It's an approach that has become very, very comfortable, but fundamentally problematic. So it's that learning from a past when we were more connected to natural rhythms, natural cycles, natural resources, and had a harmony and an interaction with local systems. So it's more of a general belief system that I think is relevant to the approaches we're developing at the moment.
So in this perspective, rather try to find a better context, local context, including all this, regarding all these elements that you've mentioned, like nature, but also wisdom, some local people, local competencies. Okay, so this is what we're taking from the past and could be brought to the future.
It's more bespoke solutions and adaptation to situations rather than generic solutions that are the same the world over, because this is what leads to that extractionism. It's what amplifies the dislocation from the natural world.
Okay.
Well, yes, this is a surprising question. However, I've been thinking on this before, and what comes to mind is a solution that may be expensive and rather unpopular these days. It was popular in modernism. However, large green spaces, biologically active territories, that's something lacking in contemporary architecture, day-to-day design. What we lack is green spaces. Kuba Snopek focuses on this in Bielajewo, the monuments of the future. Green spaces are the most valuable part of this residential estate, and that's really convincing for me. Me too, Przemek. How about you? What could I say? It's a difficult question, but let me take a different approach. Although I may actually repeat what James just said. History, the past as we understand it, is all about monuments. We live in monuments, in historic buildings, and I think what's really important about history is that the awareness of living in a historic monument that was in a historic building that was built in the past, that it's good and important for our welfare. And I'm not only speaking about health, which connects to, our thinking about traditional materials, which made life better, but I'm thinking about the very awareness of the fact that the people who are trying to preserve historic buildings for our kids and grandchildren, of course, that's important to pass it on to the next generations, but we shouldn't consider these buildings as something that simply grows old and we need to endow them with the functions of museums or relics. Instead, we should be able to use a history, to live in it daily, without changing the status or the concept of those spaces. So, search for wisdom of the loci we speak of and exploring their potential. Wait, Mikola, thank you. I'm really concerned about this question. How do we preserve historic buildings and move them into the future? Speaking of facility of buildings that are not known even to the experts, and there are many. I work with urban developments. I've been researching historic cities which used to exist in the vicinity of Lviv. Some of those towns and cities were designed as ideal cities under the Italian architecture and urban developers philosophy, and they were transformed as objects. So the cities have a very special plan, form, which has transformed over time. 50-60% of that infrastructure is gone, and new plans were superimposed upon them. So the residents today don't even realize the great value of their cities. Even urban researchers and historians don't know that, though there is some literature to look at. But the difference, the gap between theory and practice is so wide. So how do we deliver the great value of such urban developments? They have to be used along the original lines of the designers going back to the 16th and 17th centuries, and that's a big challenge. How do we do that? How do we resolve this problem? I think one way is to educate people, to exchange experience internationally. Thank you. Thank you so much. Inga, I didn't want to start with you, that would have been too obvious. Well, I've been listening to what you've said, and I want to share my hands-on experience. The building I work in was constructed as a frame structure filled with non-baked clay bricks. Indoors we have insulation made of a mix of clay and straw, which was then covered up with clay.
I
layer of clay.
generalnie
So
to
in
jest,
general,
pamiętam jak
well, I
budowaliśmy
remember
te ściany,
when we were
ludzie,
building
którzy
the
przechodzili,
walls,
mówili,
people passing by
wow,
were saying,
jakiś
wow,
skansen
you're
budujecie.
building a
Nie byli
skansen.
w stanie w ogóle
They
zrozumieć,
wouldn't
że można
understand
dzisiaj
that in
budować,
this day and age
konstruować
you can
budynki,
construct
które mogą
buildings
być dalej funkcjonalne, że to nie jest
that are
coś, co ma
fully
służyć tylko
functional
temu,
in
żeby
that way.
pokazać, jak
It's
to
not
kiedyś
just to
było.
demonstrate, the old techniques.
Wydaje mi się, że to jest to, co brakuje,
I think
żeby
that's
ludziom
what is
uświadomić, że to
missing
się
to make
dzisiaj
people
można
understand that this can
i że
still
się
be
da
done today,
i że to
that it is
przynosi
feasible and
oprócz i zdrowotnych
that it
aspektów, ale
provides
też to, jak
health
się czujemy w
benefits for
środku,
one,
bo ja się
but
w środku
also makes you feel better when you're
absolutnie
indoors.
czuję.
I feel
Jestem
so great
otoczona
when I
materiałami,
am
które
in the
oddychają.
building. I'm surrounded by breathing
No,
materials.
na początku muszę szczerze powiedzieć, ta budowa
To be
trwała
honest,
1,5 roku
it took 18 months
i nie
to
chciałam już
build,
później na oczy widzieć
then I didn't want to see another lump of clay ever
po
again.
kilku miesiącach
But
pracy w tym
after several
pomieszczeniu
months working
bardzo to
in the
doceniam,
building,
to jak
I
się człowiek w środku czuje.
so appreciated, the way you feel in that building. Thank
o tym
you.
pytaniu, to
And so as I was thinking of the question to ask, actually what you said is very close to my heart. One layer walls, natural materials, clay,
właśnie takiego szukania lokalnego, czy korzystania z lokalnych
using local sources and
pewnego genius loci danego
the
miejsca,
genius loci,
uwarunkowaniami historycznymi,
including all the
naturalnymi.
historic circumstances,
o
the natural circumstances. So by asking this question, I was thinking of not so much a skill as an approach
dotyczące
in
podejście, które jest nam coraz
that, well, this
dalsze, a
approach
które kiedyś było normą.
used to be
Czyli naprawianie
normal,
rzeczy.
fixing
To, że my
things,
rzeczy
not so common
używamy,
today. You
jak
reuse
one się zepsuje, to ją
objects,
naprawiamy i
when they
dalej
break, you
używamy.
fix them and you keep
Aż
on
gdzieś tam
using them
po
until
kilkudziesięciu czy kilkuset
decades
latach
or hundreds of years later
Jeżeli
they
w całkiem
simply
innym świecie, w
expire.
całkiem
So
innym świecie i
today's world
brak
is
tego
so
podejścia
different.
niestety powoduje
This
to,
approach is gone, which means
że nam się cały ten zrównoważony świat wywrócił i
our world is
do
not
góry
sustainable
nogami,
anymore.
stracił.
We are
I być
thrown
może
off
właśnie
balance.
kwestia
So
dziedzictwa i
heritage,
pewnej wiedzy,
knowledge,
umiejętności, ale też
skills,
szacunku i
respect,
korzystania z tych lokalnych źródeł
using local sources,
może być
all
w
that
przyszłości
could be
pewnym rozwiązaniem, jak długo korzystać
a viable
z
solution
rzeczy.
for the future.
Nie zacząłem od
Reusing
tego, a powinienem się
things.
Państwu na początku przedstawić.
I didn't do this at the beginning. I should have introduced myself. My name is Michał Krasucki. I'm the restorer of monuments for 10 years now in Warsaw, and I'm also a hands-on professional. I do research as well as legislative work, so we are active not just in Warsaw and also in various areas. Now we're moving on to the main round of questions. You've seen these questions before. I've tweaked them a little bit. I've altered them slightly for the purposes of this discussion. Now I'll start with Kinga for a change.
Właśnie, cieśle bez granic.
Carpenters Without Borders. This year in Poland, a wood crafts school was opened. They offer a course, and the students and many people are interested, and many people are applying, and then they graduate from that school. So tell me, when thinking about carpentry, joinery, generally carpentry as a skill, as a craft, as a trade, so how do you see the use of traditional carpentry with electronic CAD tools and so on? When it seems that everything is machine produced, you have a blueprint and then it's machine produced. So when can traditional carpentry be applied, and how would you fit it in a contemporary, in a modern-day production line? To begin with the first part of your question, I think that
To podejście do
I think that
tradycyjnego
this
sposobu
approach to
pracy,
traditional methods,
kiedy mamy przed sobą
traditional techniques, when you have
całe drzewo, które musimy
a whole
ociosać tylko i
log
wyłącznie za
of wood
pomocą siekiery i
that you have
naszych
to
własnych
hew with
zrobić
an
z czegoś
axe, and
okrągłego,
with our
coś
hand you have
kwadratowego,
to
które
turn
później
something
użyjemy w konstrukcji,
round or cylindrical into
jest
something
decyzją,
cubical
która
to
wynika
be
z
used
filozofii
in
podejścia do pracy.
building. That's a function of
Wiadomo,
your philosophy,
można
of your
puścić na
approach. I mean,
taśmę,
obviously you can
jest linia
run it
produkcyjna,
through
później
a
wychodzi nam
sawmill,
coś klejonego,
and then
wychodzi
you have
wszystko z jednej
everything
tak
looking
naprawdę w jednym kształcie.
the same.
Natomiast kiedy masz przed sobą
But when you're looking at
drzewo
a
ucięte,
felled
które
tree
nie zawsze jest proste,
that isn't always
jesteś w stanie
straight,
zadecydować,
you can
które
choose, you can
miejsce w
decide
konstrukcji je wsadzisz.
where
Wykorzystać
you'll place
naturalny układ,
that
Przemek, pomóż, fiber,
the natural
włókna,
arrangement of fibers,
żeby
the tree
wydobyć
rings
z
and
tego
so on,
kawałka
to
drzewa to, co ma
the grain
najlepsze.
of the wood, to
Więc
bring
to
out
też
the
jest
best
filozofia,
of
to
the
jest
wood.
szacunek do
And
materii
that's philosophy, that's respect for your material, and also satisfaction.
Współpracy z tym, co
Satisfaction
nas
you
otacza, nie
gain
tylko po prostu
working
ściąć te
with your
drzewa
environment,
i
not
pokleić
just
je
felling
w
a
jakikolwiek
tree
sposób.
and gluing or
Każda
together into
konstrukcja
pieces or something,
ma w sobie
but
coś
every building,
charakterystycznego,
every
a nie kolejny
structure
pawilon
is unique,
postawiony.
and it's not modular, it's not a mass-produced pavilion.
Wszędzie.
So where would
Tylko
I
trzeba się
see this?
zdecydować, trzeba
Everywhere.
postawić na
Although
taki
you need
sposób
to
budowy,
choose, you need to
i iść z tym nurtem,
go for this, you need to
bo za
adopt
każdym
this
razem,
technology, you
traktując
need to stick
materię w
with your
odpowiedni
choices,
sposób, z
because if we
odpowiednim
treat our
szacunkiem,
materials
bez
with
rozumienia
due
tej
respect,
konstrukcji,
if we try and
da
understand
nam
the
coś
features
absolutnie
of the
wyjątkowego,
structure, we
które
will
zostanie na lata
obtain
i
unique
później robi się nam z tego
results,
zabytek.
which will be durable and later become part of our heritage. So let's say this use
pewnej masowości,
this mass, I mean, also there's the economics and the profitability, obviously, the affordability, because the mass production is quicker and cheaper, right? So it's not really cost. So would traditional techniques also be, I mean, the techniques I have in mind require far more labor, are more labor intensive. And you also want to ask, you need to ask yourself what you're looking for, because if we want to reproduce a construction, if we don't want something unique, then obviously you can go for a repetitive, iterative, but the question is, what kind of world do we want to live in? What do we want our surroundings to be like? What pleases the eye? Because whenever we're building a house, when we build a house for ourselves, we want something unique, we want something we feel good in. And these are questions you need to ask yourself on day one, and you need to be aware of the consequences and be consistent and work towards creating something that's unique. Okay, I'm convinced, you've sold me. Mikoła, we met last year in September in Lviv at the Lviv Technical University. This was that was the second year of the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Lviv, you saw one could see the destruction, the ravages of war. You also mentioned the UNESCO buffer zone that was also targeted or hit. So, from your perspective, not just as an academic but as a restorer of monuments, what's it like working as a restorer of monuments in a war-torn city? What challenges do you guys face? What problems do you have? And also, how do you reconcile? I suppose it's more difficult now. How do you reconcile? Thank you for the question. And it's really difficult to talk about the war in Ukraine. It's an everyday experience now, really. And every day, the entire streets
are,
and sometimes even towns are destroyed. And you need to know that this war doesn't have any boundaries, we don't really know what will happen tomorrow in the city of Lviv. Lviv was shelled twice, or targeted twice, and even a heritage site was destroyed. But the greatest suffering, the greatest damage is being in the small towns that are shelled and bombed. So you need to realize that this war against Ukraine is against Ukraine's European identity, because Bakhmut was a city that was founded on Magdeburg law, so it was an autonomous kind of city. It was a city, even in Kharkiv or Kharkiv district. There were towns, or the nomenclature was called Slobodska, free Ukraine. So these were cities which enjoyed autonomy, which had privileges, and in that, Ukraine is different from Russia. That's the main difference, that Ukraine is part of this European autonomous cities. There's a different mentality, a different approach, a different perspective among its people. And though this war targets not just the tangible substance, but Putin's overriding objective is to destroy this European heritage in Ukrainian society and architecture as well, because in these cities contain traces of the cities, of the towns, which Russia had invaded in the 19th century. And now this is happening again. Our mission is, of course, to rebuild these cities in the future on our own, according to our own principles. So how do we do that? What doctrine will we adopt? That's a tough question. It's a tough challenge. And it's also tough because we need to understand how we need to understand that Ukraine, ever since 1990, it began introducing a new system of preservation of heritage and also educating restorers. In Ukraine, before 1990, there was no chair of restoration. No faculty of restoration. I was involved in establishing the first faculties, so we need education, definitely, and that's a huge challenge we're facing. Thank you very much. I admire restorers. I admire restorers who continue working despite the bombing, despite the shelling. So much work, but then another missile strikes, and it's all lost. But the labor, as well as the planning of future solutions, that's also taking place. Przemysław Przemek. The towers in Siedlęcin, the ducal princely towers, this is something that the tower, this is your association, as well as it's a financial, it's a restoration, and it's also an archaeological project. As an archaeologist, can you tell us how the digs are also a part of the process? So it's also financial and educational. It's a social process. This isn't really a question. I just want you to tell us what it's like. Tell us. Thank you. For me, it's an evolution. It's an evolution of our approach, of my working with an historic site, which I began as an archaeologist. I teach archaeology in Kraków, and every year I take my students on digs, on field trips, where excavation work, where we try to discover the history, learn about the history of a site, its beginning, and then not just this unique tower, because because it's a monument. It's a 14th century, nearly intact tower with the original 14th century ceilings as well as frescoes, in situ frescoes. Lancelot du Lac, not in France, not in England, but this is Lancelot in Lower Silesia, southwest Poland. So for me, initially, this was a site, this was something I was studying, I was researching, and briefly on the archaeology, because when I introduce myself, when I say I'm an archaeologist, they say, oh, you're the ones who are slowing down all the building work. No, we're not doing that. We're actually doing excavations as quickly as possible. Planners could have scheduled that better. Sometimes we learn, we find out about our past, not only to publish in a niche publication, niche academic publication, but we want to gather this information. We want to promote, popularize it. We want to show exhibit in museums. We talk so much about heritage. We need to preserve it and make it better known. So I think for archaeology, as I see it, popularization, promotion publicity is becoming more important, because this led us to establish an association. This was the reasoning. So first we studied the site, but then we realized that it was all very hermetic, that the local community, apart from an annual presentation, wasn't getting much out of it. So first of all, we needed to create a community, a group of friends who organized events in the tower. But then we realized that any restoration work based on our archaeological studies and architectural studies of the site, of the building, that sometimes you have companies or that were better, not entirely prepared to work with a site like that, so brought in restorers. Sometimes they weren't entirely aware of what they were dealing with. We realized that in Lower Silesia, traditional crafts like masonry or roofing, these died out with the previous generations, so people don't know how to put on a shale roof, right? Or a timber frame, or a half frame, whatever construction. So we began thinking about our association as a way of teaching, as a way of not in the tower as such, but in the local community, to have a group of friends, people interested in the traditional techniques and this opened up cooperation. This enabled cooperation with organizations throughout Europe, which are better prepared or which have more experience, which have been around longer, or which exist in countries where there is a continuity of tradition. Like in Western Poland, there was a discontinuity because of the wars and so on. And for our association, it was helpful working with a French organization, Rempart, a French organization where we learned not just traditional techniques. We learned how to build using stone, how hewn ashlar stone, how to mix mortar traditionally, and we also try and pass on this knowledge. So we also want dry wall, which was, and it's a part of it's a traditional technique in the region in southwest Poland. So we want these techniques to survive. We want to preserve them. We want people to learn skills that they will later apply in their own environment. So the role of our association as an association that cooperates with our university, we want to pass on skills so that local communities can revisit these traditional techniques and preserve their environment in a traditional form. That sounds wonderful. It's like an opportunity to restore the landscape as it was once. And there's also, as I understand, a lot of commitment, a lot of interest in this exchange of know-how. But what about in this whole process? So where are you with the tower? What's the state of play? Well, tower has been shored up, as it was a former state farm and it was a little dilapidated as a result. So the frescoes and the plaster were renovated in 2006. The foundation, working with the ministry, we applied for outside fundings, so the restoration work was carried out. The timber was also shored up, right? And a monument is something that always requires intervention. We can never say we're done and now we can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor, because addressing one problem leads to new challenges always. So it's it's a never-ending process, and we're all aware of that. However, the main work, most of the work has been done. There are additional needs. We need to change the shale roof, or I don't know if we'll do this together with the owners, but I am again an optimist, and I think that if we manage to get so much done, and in terms of awareness building nationwide, this tower shingle roof, and so we're also trying to reach out to historians, history teachers, and if we didn't believe that it was possible, we wouldn't be doing this. So there's a lot of work ahead of us, but sooner or later I think we'll get it done.
I've been following your great multifaceted project where historic buildings is but a pretext to spin a story, build a narration about discovery. Zuza, we've talked about competences, skills, traditional technologies. We have historic buildings that were built long ago, which have become they have left their mark, and their carbon footprint is now long gone. But yes, then we have contemporary challenges, decarbonization, reducing emissions in light of global policies, EU policies, national policies. What about the role of historic buildings? Do they play a role? Do they have an opportunity, a chance? The key word you've spoken, resources. I don't feel competent enough to talk about historic buildings, but buildings, old buildings, historic buildings, well, they are in focus for business. I'm with materiality and I deal with companies which have to comply with sustainability reporting requirements, and so they are starting to pay growing attention to their carbon footprint of the buildings they inhabit and manage. Which is why I think this gives an incentive to invest private money to preserve historic buildings. And the numbers are there. If you look at the life cycle of buildings, their carbon footprint, both related to construction and the use and maintenance of the building, that is the operational footprint. Considering these numbers, these figures, it makes sense not to continue with business as usual. Buildings, once well into the life cycle, used to be demolished and replaced with new ones. Instead, we should be keeping them in good condition as long as possible and just keep on using them. As we've heard, they shouldn't be turned into museums. They should be in use. Which also addresses the needs spelled out by the EU. For instance, the Innovacji communique, which says that new buildings should be energy efficient, resource efficient, adapted to climate change. These requirements would not have been put forth if the buildings we had complied with all these needs. So we need to mobilize money, skills, competences and budgets, as well as technology to address these new challenges. As we've heard in this debate, the buildings, historic buildings, used to respond well to the local challenges, including climate challenges. Now, however, we are in for a sweeping change. Climate is no longer predictable. So the buildings we have need to be adapted to these new challenges. And there's a big responsibility on the part of designers to play a great role and to instruct the investors, tell them we know how to do it, we know why we are doing it. So let's not demolish anything anymore. I think we're all in agreement. Demolishing old buildings is not necessary. It is important to preserve historic buildings. It makes sense economically, environmentally, and culturally. So, I can see a lot of room for historic buildings to be preserved and to remain in use. All we need is to develop solutions and implementing methods, which still remains a challenge. And if we have to demolish, let's be smart about it and keep as much as we can. Yeah, but my concern is we shouldn't treat buildings as repositories of materials. Well, it depends on the building, you see, but choosing between two evils, it's better to preserve them. But I think that's a different topic. We want to go there because that will touch upon, well, many different topics, including protecting recent architecture, which gets demolished more and more. But I don't want to go there. You've mentioned the role of designers. I have a question for James as a designer. Design and heritage. How do we deploy design to think about or do sustainable design, taking into account the climate challenge, the hazards of the future, the crisis, the climate crisis we are facing?
Okay, so there wasn't so much a heritage element in that question, I guess. I mean, the one thing, and I think quite often the elephant in the room is the economy. There's so much going on at the moment. You're probably not aware of the election in the UK. I'm following it quite closely. And in sight of everything that's happening in the world, all they're talking about are tax reduction. The Labour government, typically left-wing, have rode back on a 38 billion pledge towards a green transition. And all they're fighting for are who will cost the taxpayer the least. And design is still very much part and parcel of this thinking. If we look at the biggest design companies in the world, Apple, for example, the practices are still appalling. They're extracting minerals from every continent on the planet, creating objects that have a lifespan of around 18 months that are utterly non-repairable. Yet this is still cited as being great design. So in many ways, there's a massive transition of thinking needs to happen first and foremost, because so long as our lives remain relatively comfortable, that climate change is something we see a little bit on the news and we might experience with a particularly wet springtime, which we've had this year, it's still not impacting upon the majority of us in a way that's profound enough to stop us consuming like crazy. And this is, again, as a consequence of the 20th century. We've been programmed to consume, to want more and more things all of the time. It's been very successful. The financial systems are in place, the use of credits, the way we build. I mean, I'm talking about objects now. It's a little bit different in architecture because architecture is built to supposedly last a little bit longer. But anything from the cars we drive, the products that we fill our houses with, are all built to have a very short lifespan because we crave the new, always. And that is the fundamental challenge, is how do we create desire, the same desire that has people buying new things all of the time. How do we create a transition that people desire more appropriately made things? Things that come from resources that have not been extracted from the other side of the planet, made by people in slave labor camps, that we can't even open without breaking the warranty. So there's a fantastic, it's an essay by Albert Borgman called The Device Paradigm. And he makes a differentiation between things and devices. So a thing is something in its environment. He talks about the hearth, the fireplace in the family home, and how that connects us to the local landscape, the wood that might be gathered and stocked and dried out, the ability to light the fire, the gathering place for the community as they sit around the fire and cook food and tell stories. And it's something that is open. We have control and understanding of the whole system. Whereas for him, the device is the central heating system. We're dislocated from everything that provides the warmth. It's in massive infrastructural systems behind the wall. We've got no idea where that energy is coming from, whether it's a nuclear plant, the burning of fossil fuels, where that happened. We've got no idea the rate of consumption. But it's still providing that need for warmth. And what it means is that we're increasingly becoming spectators as the things that we need in life, the things that we want in life, are provided by massive corporations, hidden in massive systems, and we just sit there enjoying and consuming these things blindly. And this, the simple message there at the end of that is that we need to transition back into thinking about things, where we have control, where there's transparency, where there's engagement and agency, and make that something sexy, for want of a better word, where people desire to be doing these things rather than simply satisfying and placating their desires with the flick of a switch or the press of a purchase it now button that sets that whole Amazon process into line where your desired artifact arrives within an hour. It's possible now in London. It's a matter of actually collapsing and destroying that mindset that this is possible and it's good. That's the challenge for design. It's a form of communication. We were trained and through advertising campaigns, etc., to become consumers and to desire things like that. That happened from the 1920s onwards. I think it's a matter of using whatever techniques to change that mindset back to a time when our relationship with artifacts, with design, with the materials and the resources and the skills, the making, etc. Go back to a time when these things were much more aligned, that we weren't dislocated from all of those activities.
It is a huge challenge for design indeed, and a task for educators. Robert, as an architect, you have a lot of experience with great projects. The recent prize that you almost won, the Mies van der Rohe Prize, the Nobel Prize of Architecture, for adaptation of a 19th century slaughterhouse converted into a gallery. It probably taught you a lot. You have gained experience by being in direct contact with the architecture. Tell us about this experience of yours. I would be very interested to know what your approach was, how you approached it, and what did you learn in the process. What was the problem also, or the challenge in the process? There were problems, sure, lots of challenges there. So, as it was, the conversion of the old slaughterhouse started shortly before the pandemic, and the climate reports that told us exactly what architecture does to climate. So working on that building did transform our thinking and our approach. So we have a different take now. Just a moment before this debate, you asked me what's next for us. And so the experience with Plato, the experience of trying to save the old buildings, not just by replicating them. It wasn't a one-to-one reconstruction of the buildings. Instead, by preserving the essential elements, we also added a contemporary touch without hiding anything. We wanted the visitors to immediately understand the difficult history of that building. It was in bad disrepair, to be honest, and that building was protected by the conservator of monuments. We had some recommendations. Those were not strict instructions, but we were given guidelines to restore the building to a condition as if it had been built just yesterday, to close all the gaps, all the cracks that resulted from the wear and tear, and also the abuse of the building in recent decades. So those apparent flaws or defects, well, we could have plastered them over and created a building that, as it was 100 years ago, but we turned those flaws into advantages. We kept the dirty layer on top of the bricks in place, intact, and the conservators we've worked with, Czech guys from Strava, after long debates, they approved the idea to keep the layer of dirt in place. They agreed for our ideas that we would put revolving walls in the gaps in the walls, and that opens up new opportunities for the curators and artists. This is a gallery. We were thinking it would be a place for the arts, but the institution that is using the object, the Plato Gallery, they have a very broad perspective. They are very open-minded. So this was initially a venue for the arts, but it's actually used for education and culture in the broadest sense of the term. So they showed us, they taught us, architects, that if you create a framework for someone to engage with, they can do it very well. And we learned one important lesson. You don't have to interfere with everything. I will speak about it in my keynote as well. This was my lesson I learned as an architect, as a designer. I usually am quite fussy and I want to control everything. But if you step back and you let others speak, we wanted to democratize the arts. So if we do that, everything gets better because people get involved, not just the gallery owners, but the local community as well. We were restoring the building, creating a park around it as a community. And that worked well. Now let me go back to your question, the initial question you asked of everyone. You called on me to speak first, and I didn't have really time to reflect, but regarding the attention to detail, the one layer, single layer walls, that's great with historic buildings, old buildings, not just historic, because building material, if preserved, is a great value today, and it's great to convert it or to reuse it rather than demolish it and get rid of today. But the great thing about old buildings is they didn't have, all these AC or ventilation systems that keep you, isolated from the great outdoors. You don't even know what the temperature outside is because you have regulated temperature, controlled temperature indoors. The old buildings were designed without any need for that. So in the old buildings, it was warm indoors in winter, cool in summer because of the thick walls and the proper architectural design. So that's really interesting for me, as James just said. Let's rethink it. When you start a new project, not even, old buildings, if you start a new project, do everything you can to make sure that your building can do away with all these systems. The systems can be used but as an add-on. Nice to have. Great that somebody designed it. It gives comfort to the users, but as architects, our focus should be to provide the comfort from the very start. Comfortable temperature indoors. So attention to detail. Sometimes in, those very shallow discussions in social media, people say big windows are bad because they require cooling systems indoors. Okay, that's true, but if you use very simple roofing over the windows, so you don't get too much sunshine indoors in summer, no heating indoors, then in spring, in winter, in autumn, you can get in energy for free because your room will get warm for nothing. So we can see that our forefathers didn't use sophisticated technology, and still old architecture or more recent modernist architecture made life better for people. But we are now overly enthusiastic with technology. Let's stop for a moment. Well, I'm not saying we should throw away old technology and go back to clay. I do believe in technology, but I think we have to strike a good balance and restore the old skills and competences. Technology should be an add-on, making life better and being available when and where necessary.
And by the way, incidentally, we'll also be aware, we'll be conscious consumers, educated consumers of this architecture, these solutions. We know where it comes from. And so thank you all very much for this talk. I'm sure we'll have time for questions, but not at this point. I know we have a schedule to stick to. You'll all be staying up until the end, as far as I know, so we will have time for questions, perhaps informally. Thank you all very much, and see you at future heritage events.
Szanowni Państwo, Hanna Milewska-Wilk.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hanna Milewska-Wilk, I'll be moderating this panel. I suggest we have a 3-minute break for refreshments, beverages, or we are running a little bit late, so we'll do our best to catch up, but I think we can all do with a 3-minute breather. Meet you back here at 2:50.
mamy przesunięcie, za chwileczkę zaczniemy. Zaraz będzie się działo, tak? To ja zapraszam Państwa panelistów. Zaraz zobaczymy, mamy część osób.
Okay, we have some of our panelists are here with us. I see the professor.
Dzień dobry. Proszę bardzo. Proszę bardzo. Proszę siadać jak Państwu wygodnie. Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Och, mamy wszystkich. Bardzo Państwu dziękuję. Tak,
Okay, I see we're all here. Unfortunately, the light will get in our eyes. It's a little blinding.
Szanowni Państwo,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
będziemy w tej chwili mówić bardziej o mieszkaniu, nie wiem, czy mieszkaniu w zabytkach, bo tak naprawdę
not just housing in
kto z Państwa,
historic buildings, because who of you, and this is a warm-up question, who
w
lives
domu,
in
w
a
którym mieszkało
building
przed Państwem przynajmniej jedno pokolenie?
where one generation lived before you at least? Does anyone live in a building where one generation, so all of you live in new buildings? And in the last 4 days, have you been in a heritage or a historic building?
Czy byli Państwo w ciągu ostatnich 4 dni w budynku,
Over the last
który
4
mogliby Państwo
days,
nazwać zabytkowym?
have you stepped inside a historic building?
Dzisiaj jest wtorek, więc weekend też się liczy.
Today is Tuesday, so that
to już
also
więcej.
includes the
Dobrze,
weekend.
dlaczego tak na początek pytam
I'm
Państwa, bo tak
asking
naprawdę
to kick off the discussion
na co dzień mieszkając,
is
użytkując
every
jakieś
day,
miejsce, nie zastanawiamy się
when
tak
we
naprawdę,
live
czy ono jest
somewhere,
zabytkowe, czy
we
nie. Dopiero w
really don't
momencie,
give it any
kiedy
thought whether it's historic
mieszkanie
or not.
bądź kamienica,
It's
bądź
only
budynek
when
wchodzi
a
na rynek, to
building
wtedy się
or
nagle
an
okazuje, że
apartment is
albo
up
wymaga
for
dużych
sale,
nakładów, albo
then it
wręcz
either
jest w jakimś
requires a
rejestrze
lot
i
of
tutaj
investment or
już
it's a
zaczynają
listed
się,
building,
przynajmniej w
and
Polsce,
that's where,
wyzwania
at least in
dotyczące tego, co
Poland,
można
you
będzie
have
z nim zrobić, ale
challenges,
generalnie
there are
jesteśmy
problems,
przyzwyczajeni do tego, że
there are
każde
some
miejsce, gdzie
restrictions, but
zamieszkujemy,
generally we're
przystosowujemy do
used to the
swoich
fact
potrzeb.
that we adapt every place we live
Ja bym
in
chciała
to our
w dzisiejszym
personal
panelu
needs. In
bardziej
today's, in this
kierować,
panel, I'd
każdy z
like
Państwa ma
us,
swoją
I'd like, I mean, all of you have your
ale ponieważ jesteśmy w
specialities,
ścieżce
but
łączenie,
since
czyli tak
this
naprawdę
is the
będziemy mówić o
inclusion
takich mieszkańcach, wspólnocie
chapter,
mieszkańców,
we'll be
tym,
talking
jak my
about
wspólnie
communities and
użytkujemy dane
residents,
miejsce, nie tylko nasze
housing
mieszkanie
associations,
indywidualnie,
how
ale
we
chciałabym, żeby Państwo
use
też
our
pamiętali o tym, że to jest
living
wspólne,
quarters, but we also have
ponieważ
to remember
jeżeli
that
nie
it's
będziemy mieli
shared,
mieszkańców, mam
because
nadzieję,
if
że
we
mamy
have
przynajmniej słuchaczy online,
residents, I hope we
nie mamy
have
niewielu
people
słuchaczy na
listening
sali. Ale jeśli nie
online.
będzie
We don't
mieszkańców,
have many
to
people here in this room
budynek
because without
będzie albo
residents,
scenografią
a
do filmu, o
building
którym
will
już
be
tutaj mówiliśmy
will be
wcześniej,
a
albo będzie
backdrop or a
parkiem tematycznym.
location for a film,
Więc
or
ci
it'll be
mieszkańcy
a
są
theme
ważni,
park.
tworzą klimat
So
miejsca,
residents are
mieliśmy tutaj tego
important.
przykłady. Dlatego będę Państwa też prosić,
So they
przedstawię
contribute
panelistów,
to
jeszcze
make to
zapraszam
the
osoby.
atmosphere, the climate
Z poprzedniego
of a site.
panelu również
Let me
bierze udział
introduce
pan
our panelists.
Mykoła
So we're also
Bebs
joined
z
by Mykola
Politechniki
Bebs
Lwowskiej,
from Lviv
pan Adrian
Polytechnic.
Król z ML
We have
Systems,
Adrian
tutaj jest
Król from
fotowoltaika
ML
przede
System.
wszystkim, pan
They
Michał Murzyn z Muzeum
produce
Tatrzańskiego,
photovoltaics, Mr.
pan
Michał
Artur Polak z
Murzyn from
Ministerstwa
the
Rozwoju i
Tatra
Technologii
Museum,
i
Artur Polak
pani
from
Edyta
the
Dawidziak.
Ministry of Economic
Nie
Development and
przedstawiłam.
Technology, and Adam Witko from Veolia.
Pani
I didn't
Dawidziak jest
introduce
miejskim
Edyta
konserwatorem
Dawidziak,
zabytków, nie przedstawiłam
who's a
pana
local
Adama
restorer
Witko.
of monuments,
Tak,
and I
także tu jest
haven't
Veolia i
introduced
to jest właśnie
Adam
ten
Witko
komfort i
from
codzienne
Veolia,
użytkowanie. Tutaj proszę
comfort
pamiętać o tych
and
aspektach,
everyday
to bardzo bym Państwa prosiła.
use. So these are elements I want you to bear
też na początek do pana profesora bym miała
I have
pytanie.
a question to the
Lwów
professor.
już słyszeliśmy,
We've heard about
tak naprawdę
Lviv already, we
pod
know,
kątem mieszkańców.
but in terms of its
Co
residents, the
można by
people
było
who
w tej
live there
chwili zrobić,
in
bo
Lviv,
jest to
what could
wyzwanie
be done?
właśnie, mamy zabytkowy
It's
tak
a
naprawdę
challenge.
całe
We have
centrum.
the entire city
Pod kątem
center is
mieszkańców, co w tej
historic.
chwili można zrobić,
So
co
from
jest
a resident's
planowane, jak można by
perspective,
było
what's
poprawić
being
właśnie przede wszystkim
planned, what
i
can
to
be
włączenie,
done
żeby
to
mieszkańcy
provide
współuczestniczyli,
it more,
ale
to
też
make
żeby
it more
poprawić takie
inclusive
codzienną
for
jakość,
our
ale i to
residents, and
piękno.
how to
Pamiętajmy,
include
że w tej jakości
improve the
doświadczenia zawiera się
quality
również
of
piękno.
life, because this quality of experience also includes beauty. So, well, thank you. I have
takie wielkie
a great, I have a lot of experience in doing or in drawing up a register of apartments in Lviv. I have a 1-minute presentation which where I'll try and show you how we're doing cataloging, taking stock of the housing. If I could ask you to pull up my presentation, this is number 17 Levicki Street. The reason I have a presentation, the reason I want to show you a presentation, which I'm hoping our technicians will be able to pull up. Yes, so this is, if I want to show, it's a historic building. I don't have a remote, so could you possibly scroll through? This is a card documentation that's filled in by a student, and this is a semester. It's a so these are all the parameters of the building. We have students describe the building in terms of its structure, roofing, the plot of land it occupies, and this is for them to get academic credit at the end of a semester. So these are the interiors, and we also want documentation from a general view and all the details, the woodwork, the windows, and so on. And the student, to get credit, they need to analyze the composition of the facade, the building materials used, and so on. And these photos show you the wealth, show the how architects. And there's a collision, a clash here, kind of, where you see the disrepair, the current condition, and how the building is sorely in need of renovation. And this renovation is left to the tenants. So here you see the cracks, the missing pieces of mosaic in the floor, the tiling. You see the frescoes, the murals in the stairwell. And so as you can see here, as this example shows, this isn't a listed building, but it does have a lot of artistic decoration ornaments, a very interesting glass with metal, cast iron elements. So every year I try and encourage my students to produce documentation of several hundred buildings, and I've been doing this since 1992. So we currently have around 2,000 buildings for which we have documentation, and these aren't listed buildings. Some of them became listed buildings, locally listed buildings, part of the local heritage. Eventually, but for us, this provides a wealth of information about ornamentation, architecture, materials, composition of Lviv townhouses, tenements. And this is so the most difficult question. Sometimes tenants, residents don't identify with a building. Sometimes Yeah, their apartment, yes, but not the stairwell. The stairwell is seen as not belonging to them. They don't take ownership, much less of the facade. In Lviv, these buildings have owners who often came from the east, from Russia. These were processes of assimilation. Migration, and consequently the heritage. So there's no continuity, there's no, the current tenants or owners don't feel a relationship, don't identify, don't see this, don't appreciate these flats as a testimony, as the past. And the city authorities, given the number of buildings, aren't able to provide funding. So what's the difference in working? What's the difference if, for example, a building has a single owner? Is it easier to work with them than when you have several, when you have a co-op or when it's a condominium, if you will? So is it easier if you have a single owner? Well, in Lviv, they haven't privatized the tenements yet. They've privatized the apartments, but the buildings haven't been privatized. They belong, or they're managed by the city. So use of central heating, so installation of central heating, this has to be done by the city. And the historic part of Lviv doesn't have central heating. Buildings which were built in Austrian times, there was a gas works, and so there was a pipeline, and stoves or tile stoves which were gas-heated, gas-fired, and the system still exists, but the main problem is that residents are modernizing their places. They're tearing down these tile stoves, which are unique, and you can find them in dumpsters, and they're installing new heating systems which also use gas, but they're more modern and they don't need stoves. And also European standards which are being phased in, which are being introduced, and also insulation of buildings. And when I go to work, when I commuting to work over 20 years, I witnessed the buildings along a historic street. I noticed the woodwork being changed, being entirely replaced. The plastic windows are everywhere, and a modernist fin de siècle Art Nouveau building, and they replaced the woodwork with plastic, so it's no longer unique because they're all standardized windows, so it's a whole different story. Right, and again, it's a question of convenience, and I also think, so I have a question to Adrian Krull. And we are currently, we seek convenience, and gas heating is convenient, and also double glazing or exchanging new windows. But in Poland, photovoltaics, photo cells are widespread. Unfortunately, in historic buildings, photo panels, I suppose the restorers aren't really thrilled, because even roofs have their own unique character for historic buildings. I know there are some ideas, but on a large scale, can this also be applied to historic buildings to reconcile photo panels? Thanks for the question. From the with 17 years hindsight, as a company that began with providing classic photovoltaic cells, and we have a lot lot of installations. We're currently trying to replace traditional building materials like facades or roofing with energy producing, looking at the changing environment and the challenges of the green transformation, the transition, regardless of whether you're dealing with a modern or a historic building. EU standards, EU requirements are becoming more demanding, looking at the new directive, which, according to which by 2028 all public buildings must be zero emission and zero and must also have photovoltaic panels, and by 2030 all private buildings, and there is no distinction made between historic and modern new buildings. And here I have to stop you here. There is a distinction because it's much easier for historic buildings. I think today certainly, but if we look at the EU targets of zero neutrality by 2050, and so the challenges, it's a very ambitious target. We want to be part of this transition. We want to be part of this process, but we realize that materials need to be replaced. There are different options out there. I have two products with me. This is a photovoltaic panel. Let me pass it on here. They come in many colors. This is a material that can be a classic facade, do the work of a classic facade, but also produces energy, generates energy. So it's important, these panels, and we replacing the traditional building materials. We realize that, it's our dream, in fact, because it's our dream to take part in this process of transforming so many houses. We want to be part of a process. So it's our dream for an entire building to generate energy. But moving on to our topic, the topic of historic buildings, photovoltaic roof tiles are a new product that we've been developing for some time, but it's now part of our product range. For normal buildings, we have rectangular roof tiles, easy to install, but for historic buildings, we've developed a photovoltaic tiles scale shingles, but który na pewno się doskonale sprawdzi. Poza tym nam nie chodziło o to, żeby spowodować, że nastąpi wymiana wszystkich dachów w Polsce.
So we don't want to replace every roof tile in Poland. What's the point in installing a photovoltaic roof tile on a roof that's always in the shadow, and we don't want to force our buyers, we don't want to force clients to replace their entire roofs, but we want, so we don't want to change the historic aspect, identity, character of a building. For us, these buildings which remain have their character, but which will be functional. Recently in Malta, there's a palace in Malta, the island of Malta, which is managed by a Polish foundation I signed a non-disclosure agreement, but we've installed the photovoltaic cells there, which were laying flat on the building, and they resemble stone. So they fit in with the surroundings and also generate energy. The same goes for photovoltaic roof tiles. So we wanted them to resemble classic, typical roof tiles. We wanted a product that we can use as roofing, but we want this fish scale or herringbone fish scale tiles
So where it's in the shadow, we install it in a simple way, and with cables, wires in the back. And generally, the point is to preserve the traditional look of a building, and also it's all certified. So there's and classic photovoltaic panels have problems, because I mean they're not entirely appealing, to put it mildly, in terms, and also drilling or install. So if we drill holes in tiles, you lose the producer warranty, the manufacturer warranty. Again, it's a learning curve that we're on all the time. We will still be doing more. So can this be applied in the residential segment or for public buildings primarily? Where do you photovoltaic facades are for large factories, industrial facilities. So there's a ventilated facade that we replace, that we turn into a photovoltaic facade that generates energy, and also roof tiles are for residential buildings, and also we have these rustic tiles and fish scale tiles that are appropriate for historic buildings. We believe in this, and we will continue to be providing photovoltaics that instead of roof tiles. So functionality and beauty. We don't want additional rigging built on a roof or additional panel arrays. So we don't want to force people, again, looking at changing legislation. Like, so we're all producers included, looking at the entire industry. We realize that it is costly, and there's the rub, because at least where we live, in a historic building, so refurbishing and also installing photovoltaics and generating power can help us lower maintenance, the cost of maintenance and utilities, but the outlay for installation, we calculated this for a single-family house and a single, so the energy generated, the power generated, coupled with the cost, compared with the cost of buying traditional ceramic tiles, the cost of installing will, after 1 year, so it'll be similar to traditional tiling. And if we, because photovoltaics, so many people associate photovoltaics, I mean, it made sense when it was subsidized, but now the European Union is on the one hand imposing this requirement, it's saying, and it's also being supportive. It's supporting because looking at the recovery and resilience program, there's millions of euros. So for the transition for wind turbines and getting back to residential, basically, I believe that looking at the products, that both historic buildings and residential buildings can be appealing, can have functionality that's also so important for us as producers, but also for us as a company that believes in the Green Deal.
Tak naprawdę. Teraz bym poprosiła, bo Warszawa postawiła sobie ambitny cel rzeczywiście, żeby usunąć przynajmniej w zasobach miejskich, komunalnych ogrzewanie piecowe. No ale to właśnie wiąże się z w Warszawie jest komfortowo tyle, że sieć ciepłownicza jest. Tylko, że same budynki trzeba remontować. Jak wygląda tak naprawdę zarządzanie właśnie zasobem komunalnym mieszkań, jeżeli to jest zasób zabytkowy? Jakie to są doświadczenia i czy rzeczywiście są takie głosy przede wszystkim, że wprowadzanie jakby najemców komunalnych do tych mieszkań może nie do końca być dobrym pomysłem, ale już takie są pierwsze doświadczenia w Warszawie. Czy mieszkańcy w jakiś sposób się identyfikują potem z tymi mieszkaniami, czy dbają o to, jak to wygląda?
Mam wrażenie, że pytanie zostało zadane niewłaściwej
this is the question that should go to someone else.
Działało.
To pytanie chyba miało
It's not a question for me. I guess this should go to Michał Krasucki, who is the
Warsaw monument conservator. I come from Rzeszów, so I cannot speak to that, sorry.
Ale w Rzeszowie podobnie jest duży zasób
What about
komunalny,
Rzeszów? You
tak naprawdę.
have a
I to
lot of
też
council
jest,
flats,
zabytkowe i
which
warte
are
ocalenia,
historic
więc to
buildings
z pani punktu
that should
widzenia
be
jak to wygląda?
protected. So what about your perspective? Well, I come from the Municipal Department for Monument Conservation, and our competences, well, it's beyond our remit to invest. This is something for the local monument conservators, but we try to work with the city in our work. Wherever necessary, to give support, we try to contribute to any work relating to the municipal historic buildings. For what I know, however, the replacement of heating furnaces in council flats, that has been done. I understand the sentiment from the gentleman from Lviv who says that by following the requirements of convenience, we lose sight of or we simply get rid of certain elements which are integral part of the buildings and should be preserved. We heard this pitch about innovative high-tech that could be used in historic buildings. And monument conservators understand that this is inevitable. The technology which is not part of historic buildings will have to be installed even in historic buildings. So monument conservators in general don't have a consistent approach that would be shared across the board. On the one hand, the doctrine of monument conservation and the ethics of monument conservation require us to preserve as much of the historic substance as we can, because historic buildings are more than the form or the appearance. It's also the substance, the material of which the buildings are made, and this cannot be undermined. If you lose any of that material or have it replaced, it is, objectively speaking, loss of historic value. So removing furnaces, although it's being done, replacing them with new technology, that changes the functionalities of apartments. True, you've mentioned functionalities. Functionalities are interlinked with the buildings. So the Polish law on monument conservation requires that whoever changes the purpose of a historic building must get the approval of the regional monument conservator. And that makes sense. It makes sense from the perspective of the doctrine and ethics of monument conservation. However, as we know, practice is not always aligned with the theory, and sometimes it's hard to strike a balance between these different requirements in practice. As long as we have public buildings, we can take better care of them, but when it comes to buildings that are historic buildings or have features of historic buildings, that's a challenge. Well, we take a case-by-case approach. Every historic building is different. On the one hand, as you said, everybody wants to live in comfort. On the other hand, what is the price of comfort? To have full comfort in a historic building, in alignment with its historic profile, you have to invest more. So on the one hand, as I've seen in my practice, people choose historic buildings for residence intentionally and then do the right thing. The owners have the awareness and they do not want to replace the historic materials, floors, doors inside the apartments. They try to preserve as much as they can all that has survived thus far, all the heritage. But then there's the other extreme, where some residents are living in historic buildings but want all the comfort they can get. Plastic windows, thermo-modernization, wooden floors that do not squeak. Yeah, exactly. That's a challenge. Now, speaking of the main theme of this thematic track, inclusion, when the residents are integrated in the process, it's more likely that they will preserve the historic profile of the buildings. Yes, so inclusion, integration, that's one thing, but awareness is another. Being aware of the historic value of the building is a great asset, a condition for success. More often than not, people don't understand that the building is historic and has value. Owners don't know that. Not even speaking of the financial resources. That might be the biggest challenge. So in Poland, in general, the situation is difficult. The speaker from Lviv said that the historic buildings are not always owned by owners who understand the or have a family connection with the building. That comes from our history, of course. Some of our historic buildings house people who came there by accident of history. The buildings are municipality owned, so these people could be living just about anywhere. It's not by choice that they live where they live. Thank you. So let me turn to Michał Murzyn. We are replacing features in our apartments to get more comfort, including wooden parts, but I think that wooden features, fittings and fixtures are becoming more and more valuable. A wooden ceiling could be a problem, but wooden houses are becoming more popular. Are historic wooden houses nice to live in? Well, a mountaineer home, a small two-room wooden house in the mountains meets many requirements of contemporary environmental design. It's made of natural wood. The windows face south. There's only windows to the south, interestingly. Hardly ever are the windows to the north. So the environmental advantage of small windows. The attics were often left empty. There were no chimneys. Life was environment friendly in those houses. The mountaineering folk lived in poverty. They would use every little
półokrągłe części
snippet and
belek
chip
drewnianych
of
u nas
wood.
płazów były ścinane tak, żeby jeszcze można było
They
te
would
ścinki
chip
wykorzystać.
the bales and use the chips,
coś, co przyjezdnym przybyszom na Podhale się do końca, znaczy fascynowali
very
się
much
tym.
to
To
the
była
liking
ogromna
of
miłość
the
i
new
fascynacja,
arrivals to
bo chyba
the
wszyscy wiemy o tej miłości
mountains.
XIX-wiecznej
Well,
do
we all
Zakopanego,
know that there was a lot of
przypisywania
hype
góralom
about the
mitycznych,
mountains
prapolskich
back in the
korzeni,
19th century.
ale Witkiewicz,
Everybody
jak
loved the
przyjechał,
mountains
twórca
and
stylu
the
zakopiańskiego,
mountain dwellers,
to
but
jednak
when the
podniósł
author
tą
of the
chałupę do
Polish
rangi
mountain
willi.
style
Stworzył nowy
arrived,
produkt
he
budowany
elevated
na tej
mountain
fantastycznej
home
kulturze,
to the
ale
status
jednak
of a villa, which was a new product based on traditional culture but adapted to the contemporary needs, with, for instance, writing desks, escritoires, or sets of ceramic or china
różne tego typu
teacups,
przedmioty, które
or a
formą były
chimney or mantle
do
clock,
góralszczyzny. Więc
some
można
items
powiedzieć,
and
że te drewniane
artifacts
budynki
whose
już w
form
XIX wieku
was
nie
reminiscent
spełniały
of the
pewnych
style, but
funkcji
the
mieszkalnych
function was new.
i
So in the
trzeba było je
19th century,
troszkę,
the
no właśnie,
buildings,
rozbudować.
as
Dzisiaj
they
mówimy
were,
o willach zakopiańskich
did
jako
not meet
tych
the requirements
typowych
of the
dla Podhala,
newcomers and had to be
aczkolwiek one już
adapted,
w jakiś
expanded,
sposób zaingerowały w tą
transformed.
przestrzeń. Jest to pewien kłopot. Ja
And
bym
that
chciał zacząć
is a
od
bother.
takiej jednej ważnej rzeczy.
One
To
important
nie
point
jest
I'd
problem
like to
tylko
raise.
drewnianych
This is
budynków,
not
ale w
just
ogóle
a
całego
problem of
mieszkalnictwa
wooden
zabytkowych.
houses.
Przynajmniej w moim odczuciu.
It's
Proszę
a much
traktujcie
broader
to jako
topic
też,
of
moim
living
zdaniem,
in
budowane na
historic
doświadczeniu różnym,
houses. And I rely on my varied
funkcja jest bardzo
experience.
ważna, jest
The
zespolona z
function
zabytkiem.
is an
Pozwolę
integral
sobie jeszcze na
part
taką
of the historic
osobistą
building.
opowieść.
If I may share a personal
Moja
story,
córka bardzo bała
my
się śmierci
daughter
w pewnym momencie swojego
at
życia.
some point in her life was really scared of
Rozmawialiśmy
death.
o tym, że
And so we
żyje w człowieku
talked.
dusza,
We said,
która opuszcza ciało, ale to
people have a
ciało jest
soul,
nieistotne. Ta
and
dusza jest
when
tym
you die,
czymś
your soul
najistotniejszym.
leaves the body,
I
but the body is
porównywałem to
not that
trochę do
important,
takiego
the soul
domu,
really
że my
matters.
mieszkamy w tym
So I said
domu,
it's like a
ale jak wyjdziemy z
house.
tego
You live in a
domu,
house,
to dalej
but you
jesteśmy
go
sobą,
outside, you're
a
still
ten dom
yourself,
zostaje gdzieś
and you
obok.
leave the house behind.
I tak też uważam, jeżeli chodzi
And
o zabytki,
that's
że
my
tą
approach to
duszą
historic
każdego domu
buildings.
jest człowiek. I to, co pani powiedziała,
Humans are the
że to
soul
mieszkalnictwo
of the
bez ludzi
building.
już nie jest mieszkalnictwem.
Buildings without
To jest
people
skorupa,
are not
scenografia, skansen,
homes. They are
obiekt
sets,
muzealny, jakkolwiek.
artifacts,
Dla
museum
mnie
artifacts,
osobiście pierwszą najważniejszą
skansen
funkcją, widziałem
artifacts.
wiele
So for me,
takich
the
budynków,
primary function of a
gdzie
building,
umierał ostatni właściciel,
I
budynki miały
saw
około
many
100
buildings
lat,
whose owners
drewniane.
died. They were like
Wystarczyło 3 lata,
800-year-old
żeby się dach
wooden
zapadł,
buildings. So after
okna
a couple of
wypadły. Ja nie
years,
wiem, jak to się działo, nagle budynek
the
marniał
roof
w oczach.
collapsed, the windows fell out, and the building just
Priorytetem jest zachować
decayed. The
mieszkańców
priority is
w
to
tym
keep the
budynku,
people
czyli
living in the
jakąś
building.
funkcję, żeby ten budynek
So the
żył.
buildings have a function and people living.
Świadomość właścicieli jest kluczowa.
The
w mojej
owner's
ocenie.
awareness
Ja
is
lubię tę
key.
ideę konserwacji, ochrony zabytków
And I'm a
przez
fan of
edukację, przez
monument
nie znam
conservation
nikogo,
through
kto
education.
byłby dobrze wykształcony w zakresie historii sztuki,
I
konserwacji
don't know anyone who
i
would be an
zniszczyłby
expert
budynek,
in
w którym
art,
mieszka, albo
conservation,
miał
art
jakieś
history,
takie
and who would
zapędy, żeby
destroy the
niszczyć
building they
zabytek.
live in or
Niektórzy
would
nawet chcą
have the
niszczyć zabytek,
inclination
bo
to
to
do
jest
so. Some
te
people do
skrzypiące
want to
podłogi,
live in
ten
historic buildings
wiatr w
because the
zimie, który
squeaking
przechodzi
floors,
przez
the
niszczone
wind
okna, ma swój
that
ogromny
gets
urok.
inside through the
Zakopane jest
cracks in the
specyficzne,
windows.
bo
So there's a lot of
niektórzy
charm.
zamieniają te
Zakopane is
funkcje,
very
te
special.
domy,
Some people
które
turn the
teoretycznie
houses
powinny być
which
mieszkalne, są
theoretically should
wynajmowane i
be
przyjeżdżają
residential
turyści z
buildings.
różnych
They
części
rent
i
them out. So
właśnie oni żyją w
tourists
tych
come in
surowych
and
warunkach,
they
a
live
ktoś już
in those
mieszka
very
w
simple
nowoczesnym
conditions, and
budownictwie.
the owners
Więc
live in
nam
modern
jest pewnie
flats.
łatwiej
So
wykorzystać te
it's
budynki
easier
do
for us to
biznesu,
turn
ale
these
to już nie
buildings
jest
for
mieszkalnictwo,
business
to
purposes,
jest
but that's no
biznes.
longer residential,
I
that's business.
jest to pewien kłopot,
So
który
that's a bother,
towarzyszy
that's a
pewnie nie
concern.
tylko Zakopanemu czy
Not only for
Podhalu,
Zakopane
ale
or the
wszystkim
region of
częściom
Podhale,
nie tylko
but
Polski,
all
myślę,
parts
że
of
świata,
Poland and around the
budynki,
world.
które powstawały z funkcją
Buildings that were built
mieszkalnictwa,
as
one
residential
służą przede wszystkim
buildings
mieszkalnictwu. To
should
jest
be
trudne,
used for
adaptować te budynki
residential
do
purposes, and
do
it's
nowych
hard
funkcji. Tak się
when
często
they
dzieje.
are
Co się dzieje na
adapted for
rynku w Krakowie,
modern
pewnie na
purposes.
Starówce
Look
w
at the
Warszawie,
City
w
Square
Londynie,
in
Barcelonie
Kraków,
i
Barcelona,
wszędzie indziej.
London,
Gdzie się
all
podzieli
the old
mieszkańcy
towns of big
centrów
cities.
miast?
Where are the
Tam są
people
banki,
Where are the residents? They are filled with banks and offices, office spaces, and hotels, and hotels. Banks and office space, the downstairs, but the upper floors are now hotels. hotels, but the desire for comfort. I think the tourists who arrive don't live in the original houses anymore. I am a counselor at scout camps, and the kids can live in simple conditions, but the adults, they want to have a shower, they want a bathroom, they want convenience. So I know that the houses are being upgraded. With all due respect for the historic profile, they are still getting new functions. Yes, it's important to remember, and I apologize to the city monument conservator, he's gone now, but people come to a museum, they see that the museum is getting upgraded with European money, investing. Some people think it's easy, it's not. You have to set the example for others, but people come to me and say, what can we do? What kind of solutions would you recommend? For me, facilities, convenience is important, but it's not the top priority. Sometimes it's better to talk to people and explain to them. There are so many solutions you can deploy to protect the profile of the building, its historic value. If you can identify it, people often don't know that the building is valuable or parts of it are valuable. Everything seems to be valuable, so nothing is valuable. You don't know what to protect. But there are ways to do it. There are institutions like us, like the museum, and we can afford to preserve everything the way it was originally conceived, like a Skansen, but not really, because there are laws which require us to keep the temperature, the humidity, according to certain parameters, security, safety. That's important in wooden houses, especially in wooden houses, so we have to make concessions. But to my mind, we should try to interfere as little as possible and yet try to keep the buildings alive, because buildings are there to be lived in, for people to be used by. For me, a historic building without residents tends to die.
Ja mam wrażenie, że jednak idziemy w pozytywną stronę.
And I have the impression that this conversation is headed in a good direction. Some of you are saying that people move into historic buildings intentionally. They want to find out more, they want to learn. But I'd say that's 12 or 6%. However, let's talk about the good sides, because you can always complain about restoration or preservation of monuments, but you can look for the good sides. It's a huge problem. We know that residential buildings, I mean, wealth makes it possible, but also poverty is great at preserving. So we have two extremes, when you have a lot of money or zero money. And there's a middle ground. For many people, it's their only home, it's their life savings, it's the only thing they could buy. They want to live in that building. And in Zakopane, which we have a problem where wooden buildings were associated with poverty, and so you need to insulate it with styrofoam or siding, while those people who have brick buildings along the main tourist street front them with wood to make them look more authentic. While for wooden buildings, time is the riskiest, is dangerous, so it's stages. In Zakopane, we said that tenants were the worst thing that could happen for any historic buildings when there was a ban on renovating or refurbishing wooden buildings, so we're making up for that, but we're increasingly aware, and I truly remember preservation of historic buildings 15 years ago. I think people are much more aware today, and those of you who work with people will also know that the dialogues, the conversations looked different than they did 10, 15 years ago. Thank you very much. I was inspired by what you said about drafts in wooden buildings. I want to ask Adam Witko now, because we have a lot of solutions, a lot of where a lot can be done for historic buildings by applying systemic heating or systemic solutions. So what would you have to offer, and I'll be asking from a resident's perspective. And is the involvement of residents helpful or on the contrary? Thank you very much for having me. Good afternoon. So I won't go into details. I won't provide you a detailed description of EU directives on energy conservation, and the duties that involves. But there's one thing I need to say to follow up what the gentleman said. The use of heat, 30% of the costs, the costs of energy are 30% of maintenance or management costs. So it's the power sector, and my company, generally we want energy to be conserved. Good energy is energy that we do not use. So, and those elements internationally and also locally in Poland, we've been working on this for many years. I remember times when our partners were ironic, had an ironic view of this segment, of our segment, but they're not laughing anymore, given the increase in prices, and everybody's looking at conservation of energy seriously. We do have something to offer historic buildings in this regard, for residential, for public buildings, as well as buildings that aren't district heated, that aren't connected to the district heating network. In Warsaw, Łódź, and Poznań, we're trying to connect buildings to the district heating system, but those buildings which have heating, which are gas heated, or which have a furnace, a gas furnace, there we can provide greater energy efficiency. We manage consumption, we manage heat, and we bring clear benefits and savings to our customers, clients. I can say that in a building you can save on average, in a building we manage, you can save on average 13–14% of heat use. Sometimes it goes up to 20% savings. We're talking about percentage savings. So this is a direction, it's a good direction, because over the several years of our activity, we manage 2,000 residential and public buildings. So we share the savings with our clients. These are specific, this is money that we save, and this cash flow, clients can use this saved money for instance, for renovation, refurbishing, repairs, and it's cost effective. So that's one of the many things we can offer our clients. We also implement escrow, an escrow format, which can be interesting because clients pay off the investment from the savings that are generated. It's non-invasive, and that's crucial. And when we're talking about historic building, an installation, a heating unit or node or gas, we have specific devices or equipment that aren't invasive. I mean, obviously, we don't interfere with the substance of a building. You can use your imagination, and ultimately, sooner or later, heating will be decentralized. There will be hybrid solutions where there will be the district heating, but there will be other parts of the puzzle of the system, like a heat pump or photovoltaic panels, and this is the future. But for that to happen, there needs to be money, and it has to make economic sense for power companies as well as housing associations and co-ops and owners of buildings or administrators of real estate or historic buildings, so for all the stakeholders to be able to afford it. You began, I think I wanted to ask, because as clients, I mean, your client is a housing co-op or a housing association, so it's buildings, it has to be, you need an individual building. You don't replace individual coal-fired stoves or furnaces. There were several, so you work on a building-wide scale. There were programs in Warsaw and Łódź where we did away with grimy furnaces, boiler rooms, furnaces, right. In Warsaw, in a poorer district, there are coal-fired stoves in places left. But this investment, this project will generate costs because they need to be torn down. You need to provide a source of heat and also have the internal fittings. This does involve costs, and it also, there's interference. I mean, there's the building, and it's invasive, and it requires, I'm not an expert, so it requires permits and so on. I'm not an expert in protection of historical monuments, but generally, the bottom line is that the technology is out there, it's tried and tested, and you know what savings can be generated. Yes, we have the technology, we can provide services, it's been tested because the technology, and this is a segment that we've been developing at our company for over 10 years now in the residential sector. We also improve energy efficiency using our technical infrastructure. I don't want to bore you with details and go off topic, but Veolia, as a global company, is a part of our strategy. It's part of our strategy to focus on environmental protection and climate. So this is a natural development direction for us. We have the technology. Like I said, it's tested in various buildings throughout the country. Thank you all very much, and I think it's time where we ran out of time. We're running out of time. One last question, seen as from the perspective of politics and regulation, how will this look? Will there be greater support for adaptation or refurbishment or improvement of buildings, I suppose, financially? In Poland, we've survived an unnoticed revolution, a thermal modernization revolution. For 25 years, we've been implementing a thermo project for modernizing multi-family buildings or apartment blocks, and the success. There are two assumptions, and I'm looking at the professor now. In Poland, we've moved away from the municipality managing real estate, and this was the starting point for everything else we did for apartment buildings. We know who administers the buildings. It's the co-op or the housing association, and they manage the property and property management, and they want to satisfy the needs of its residents. And with time, this was a crucial, eventually this was the crucial factor of success. And when modernizing apartment buildings, this isn't no other Central Eastern European country can compare. Currently, 70–75% of all buildings in Poland were thermo-modernized. I'm referring to blocks of flats and apartment buildings. So we wonder what remains to be done, the 25%. And we soon concluded that among these buildings, there are two groups that are delayed, that have a delay. This is council housing and historic buildings. So
bodajże w 2020
I think in
roku
2020
wdrożyliśmy
we implemented
taki komponent, gdzie dajemy więcej pieniędzy gminom
we
i też
provide more
więcej
money to meet
pieniędzy
local authorities
na
and also more money
budynków
for the
zabytkowych.
thermal modernization of historic
Zanim
buildings.
zaczęliśmy to robić,
Before we began,
zdobyć jakieś
we
dane,
started,
typu
we tried
każdy
to
czuje,
get
że ta
data.
modernizacja
I mean,
budynków
everybody
zabytkowych
feels
jest
that
bardziej
the
skomplikowana, przez to droższa,
modernization of a
ale
historic
były
building is
dane,
more
które
complicated
mogły nam
and
powiedzieć, o
expensive,
ile droższa.
but nobody was able to say how much.
Spotykaliśmy się z
We
gminami,
spoke
spotykaliśmy się z
to
firmami
local
budowlanymi.
authorities,
Oni
construction
powiedzieli mniej
companies,
więcej
and they
50%.
gave us a ballpark figure,
Dzisiaj
about
już mamy dane.
50%,
Dzisiaj
but
już
now we
mamy
have
dane,
hard
bo po jakimś czasie
data
realizacji tego naszego
because
programu,
after
to
some time,
krajowe,
some
od
years
pewnego
with
momentu
domestic
środki
funding, we
europejskie.
also had
Przepraszam, muszę
European
startu, bo
funding
będę
available.
czytał
I'm sorry, I have to look at my crib sheet.
Mamy już
We
jakby
have
doświadczenie 109
experience
inwestycji
with 109 projects,
gdzie
municipal
gminy mogły
local
się
authority
ubiegać albo
projects
budynki
where local
niezabytkowe,
authorities
albo
could
budynki
apply
zabytkowe.
for funding
W
non-historic
związku z tym
and
pozwala nam to
historic
porównać koszty,
buildings, so we can compare the
jak
costs
inwestycji
of
w obszarze
the
zabytków.
project, of the investment for
Abstrahując
both
od różnych
categories,
rzeczy, typu, że budynki
regardless of
niezabytkowe są
different things.
najczęściej
Non-historic
większe
buildings are
i tak dalej,
usually
tak dalej.
larger and so on,
Wszystko do
but
tego
if
jednego
we
metra
bring it all
kwadratowego
down to a
budynku
common
w
denominator,
ściśle
1
mieszkania,
square meter or 1
to
square meter
wyszło
of
nam,
residential
że dokładnie ta
area,
modernizacja budynków
it turned out
zabytkowych
that
kosztuje o
modernization of a historic building is
48,3% więcej niż ta modernizacja budynku
48.3%
zwykłego.
more
Czyli te takie,
expensive than the
powiedzmy,
thermal
oceny eksperckie
modernization
prawie w 100%
of a non-historic
potwierdziły.
building, which so
Zwykła
it was borne out.
termomodernizacja przeprowadzona na taką skalę, która doprowadza te przegrody budowlane do dzisiejszych standardów,
Thermal modernization on a
kosztuje
scale
w przeliczeniu na metr
costs
kwadratowy
per square meter
1565 zł, czyli to jest mniej
1,500
więcej
zlotys, which is
23%
about
przeciętnego
400
kosztu budowania
euros.
dzisiaj nowego
So
budynku
that's
zwykłego.
less
Zabytkowym
than the
to jest
cost for a
2321
historic
zł
building.
metr kwadratowy,
It's
to według dzisiejszej
2,300
statystyki
zlotys
to jest
per
około
square meter, which is 34% of
jakby
the
kosztu
price of
takiego nowego
building
budynku.
a
Więc
new
widać, że nie są to
building.
tanie rzeczy.
So it's not cheap by any means.
Mając to
And
doświadczenie,
with
mając
that
już te dane,
experience, with the data we
niewątpliwie
have, we
to jest
certainly
ścieżka rozwoju instrumentów wsparcia
this is
mieszkalnictwa,
where we will
żeby te
be
budynki zabytkowe tam
providing
zaznaczać.
residential
I po
support
prostu,
facilities,
twardymi argumentami
and we
wiemy,
have
że
hard
trzeba
data, hard facts. We
dosypywać do
know
tych budynków
that
więcej
the
pieniędzy.
historic
No, można je
buildings need to be
modernizować. Są
subsidized.
techniki, one są
They can
trudniejsze i
be
są droższe.
thermal
W tym jest
modernized.
problem.
The
W związku z
technology
tym,
exists, but it's more
państwo, jeżeli
difficult
wspiera tę
and
modernizację,
more
to musi
expensive.
mieć na
So if
względzie
you
po
want
prostu, jeżeli coś jest
to,
droższe i trudniejsze,
again, if
to powinniśmy
something's
to
more
opłacać
expensive and more
i
difficult, we ought to
zwiększać
facilitate it.
dofinansowanie.
We ought to provide
Jeżeli są na
funding
sali
for that
jakieś
purpose. If we have
gminy, czy
representatives of
pani,
local authorities
chciałbym powiedzieć, bo może
in the
nie wszyscy
room,
wiedzą,
I
ale
want to say not everybody knows perhaps that if you combine various facilities that we have available, we can fund up to 90, we can cover up to 90% of the costs for the thermal modernization of a historic building managed by a local authority. So I am at your service. We have municipal buildings, but and in a historic building, there's always a surprise. There's always many unexpected things. So you can also budget for eventualities, right? For I'm not aware. I'm sorry. As far as I know, these surprises, these eventualities, that's the 48% of the. That's the difference. Again, thermal modernization is basically simple installation of the walls, the ceilings, changing the doors and windows, replacing doors and windows if you want to, replacing or so several items that seem similar, but it's always different and more expensive and more complex when you're dealing with a historic building. You can't do everything, and basically based on articles, based on the science and so on. So if somebody starts working
same
with
niespodzianki.
historic building,
Od
there are always
fundamentów
surprises in
po dach
store,
są
from the
same
foundations up to the roof. It's one
Będziemy
surprise
podsumowywać. Ja bym na
follows
koniec,
another. To
ponieważ w
summarize,
Instytucie Rozwoju
at
Miast i
our
Regionów my
Institute for the Development of Cities and Regions, we help with regeneration, so even following thermal modernization, even after implementing the technology, it's always difficult to get the residents on board, because some municipalities have joined the thermal program, but you need to educate residents, you need to tell them when to open the windows and when they shouldn't open the windows. This is basic, the ABCs of living in a thermal modernized building, how to, what to do with your radiator or your thermostat. That's also if you've changed the technology and you have sensors, so that also requires a change in behavior. To summarize this panel, I get the impression that we have, I mean, we're looking for knowledge, for know-how, what to do with historic buildings, but as residents, we need to keep up with the technology that's being applied also in historic buildings, to use it properly and rationally, and also use it properly. Thank you all very much, especially for the positive notes. When it comes to living in historic buildings, I realize that there's a lot of things that remain to be done, and they're not always done well, but I do get the impression that we're beginning to appreciate the advantages of living in historic buildings, and I hope that this conference will inspire people to look for knowledge and know-how. So thanks for sharing that know-how, and thank you all for listening, and I think we will end it there.
Stosowanie tych funkcji zapajowych jednak nie zawsze idzie w parę. Bardzo dziękuję. Też dziękuję.
Dziękuję za dobre kontakty.
Powiem, taki eksperyment robiliśmy, myślałem,
No tak, ja mam zawsze chłodnicę. Dziękuję. Specjalnie zrobiona, żeby turystykować to. Ulica to jest, to może mi kiedyś tam przy okazji zobaczyć. Jak to wygląda z daleka. Zostawię panu, bardzo chętnie pokażemy to.
Ja wszedłem, machałem ten do Państwa, że nie ma dla mnie krzesła. Nie, ale już Pani jest dlatego Pani koleżanka. Dobrze. Bardzo proszę.
Raz. Witam Państwa serdecznie podczas dyskusji podsumowującej naszą dzisiejszą konferencję. Chciałbym zaprosić na scenę naszych panelistów. Są z nami dzisiaj Natalia Gnoińska, szefowa Fundacji 8 marca. Witamy serdecznie, zapraszam. Kolega?
That is not Natalia.
Chyba jeszcze kogoś szukamy. To może poczekamy jeszcze chwilkę jednak. Tak, cześć Natalia, już Cię wywołałem.
Right, Natalia is back. Please come up on stage.
Na scenę wszedł w międzyczasie Artur Celiński, redaktor naczelny Architektury Murator. Witamy też serdecznie.
Welcome.
Poproszę do nas także pana Łukasza Dziamskiego, prawnika oraz partnera w kancelarii Hampton.
Partner with Hampton Law Firm.
Dzień dobry.
Welcome.
Pana profesora Lecha Mikołaja, dziekana Wydziału Budownictwa, Inżynierii Środowiska i Architektury Politechniki Rzeszowskiej. Zapraszamy panie profesorze. Zapraszam także panią Martę Półtorak, prezes zarządu firmy Marma Polskie Folie. Czy pani Marta jest z nami? Jest. Witam serdecznie. Pani prezes. Okej. Ja nazywam się Rafał Kerger, jestem redaktorem naczelnym Strefy Biznesu, ale też wieloletnim redaktorem portalu samorządowego, innych portali, trochę architekturą na przykład Mam do Państwa, to ma być takie podsumowująca dyskusja, wszystko wszędzie naraz, bardzo ładnie się nazywa. I zamierzam zadawać pytania, na które się nie umówiliśmy i po prostu też chciałbym, żeby Państwo między sobą dyskutowali i było wszystko wszędzie i naraz. Na początek chciałem zadać takie proste pytanie, ale ono będzie trochę dłuższe. To znaczy, czy my, jak tutaj się zgromadziliśmy,
all of us as we are here today, do we believe in the new European Bauhaus? Do we believe in renewable architecture, sustainable urban development?
Dobre przykłady.
Are there any best practices we know of? I come from the Silesian region, from the heart of the Silesian agglomeration, the city of Chorzów, a formerly wealthy city, not wealthy anymore. We have lots of historic monuments that are neglected, and nearby 6 kilometers away in the city of Katowice, they are building the new Silesian Manhattan. Cities like we have more 5 in the agglomeration, including Zabrze, Bytom, Świętochłowice, Siemianowice Śląskie. No one is really considering how to make this an agglomeration of the new times. That was my introduction. Let's start with you, Professor Lichowaj.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Pan przewodniczący,
moderator, call me editor. The editor, in his opening remarks, touched upon some important issues, technical and other. Can we
komponowywać w naszą przestrzeń urbanistyczną nowoczesne obiekty, różne
put state-of-the-art modern buildings and structures into our existing space? Can we use engineering structures, buildings, small facilities that can be energy efficient and still be part and parcel of the existing urban space or landscape? The answer is yes, we think in a nutshell.
Gdybyśmy chcieli i chcemy szerzej przyjrzeć
But to
się
take a
i
broader
tak skrupulatnie,
view and a more
to
in-depth view,
zauważamy, że miejsce
you may note that
w tej działalności twórczej jest dla wielu,
this creative
wielu
space
przedstawicieli
opens up for
różnych
many
profesji,
representatives
różnych
of many
zawodów.
professions,
Począwszy od projektantów,
starting with
począwszy
designers
od firm, które
and companies
produkują
which
energooszczędne
produce energy-efficient materials
proponują
and offer
energooszczędne
energy-efficient technologies
przez, no powiedzmy, przedstawicieli
to
uczelni,
representatives of universities,
wykonawców. Każdy
contractors,
tutaj kto jest zainteresowany tą działalnością, może znaleźć swoje miejsce. I
contribute.
Podsumowując w tej pierwszej części moją wypowiedź,
so
warto rozpocząć
summarize
od pojęcia cykl życia
initial
obiektu
intervention,
budowlanego.
let's start by talking about the life cycles of
o innych jeszcze obszarach,
buildings and structures,
czy przemysł, czy
industrial
czy
facilities, transportation,
potężne potrzeby energetyczne, ale od
which
tego
consumes a lot of
cyklu
energy.
budowlanego,
Life cycle
jeżeli
of buildings.
rozpoczniemy, to
If we take that as a starting
możemy
point,
wdrażać ciekawe,
we can implement
interesujące,
interesting
technologies. Cykl życia to
The life cycle
4 fazy.
consists of 4 phases: planning, designing, implementation and operation. At each stage, we think, we talk about the use of state-of-the-art architectural, urban planning and technological solutions and materials. So the answer is yes. This is a very broad space
zawodowej,
for
naukowej,
professional researchers,
analitycznej.
analysts.
I tutaj w ramach tej konferencji myślę,
At this conference,
paneliści wcześniejsze właśnie
the
wystąpienia,
speakers
też warsztaty
and
tutaj
the
wprowadzone,
workshop
że otwierają
moderators
drzwi
have tried to open the door
szerszego spojrzenia,
to taking a broader perspective,
może przyczynić się do
which could help
rozwoju nowych
spur
obszarów
development of
związanych z
new
architekturą, z
areas
budownictwem,
in
z
architecture,
konstrukcjami,
construction,
instalacjami.
systems and installations.
Czyli myślę, że w tym kierunku zmierzajmy.
So
Dziękuję za tą
let's
wypowiedź.
carry on.
Arturze,
Thank you. Artur,
o kontynuację chciałem Cię poprosić. Wielokrotnie byłeś w tych rzeczonych Katowicach. No i
you have been
pytanie,
to Katowice many times,
to jest oczywiście problem wielu miast.
and the same problem is faced by many
czy Ty uważasz, że
Polish
najpierw
cities, of
powinniśmy
course,
zacząć
not
od
just
rewitalizacji i
Katowice?
renowacji
Should
tego, co
we
mamy
start by
i czy dziedzictwem
revitalizing,
są tylko
renovating
kamienice,
what we
bo to
have?
była taka dyskusja wcześniej o kamienicach, czy na przykład są to też
Tenement houses,
gierkowskie bloki?
are they the only heritage we have, or also 1970s blocks of flats? I was thinking this question was going somewhere else, but you asked in your opening question whether we believe that. That's a good word, believe. In Poland, we have knowledge of how to adapt historic buildings, older buildings that are not historic. There are companies which offer technologies, there's awareness, but all in all, it's not all working perfectly well. Oftentimes, speaking of the most important buildings, money and time are available, but Poland has a lot of buildings which are of lesser importance, especially in smaller towns. Not just Chorzów, but also Pszczyna, which has a German school building currently empty. So there's a lot of concern about what to do with that building.
And we don't feel great pressure in Poland to focus on adapting existing buildings. For instance, the city of Pszczyna, if they wanted to restore the school building, to bring it back to use, back to life, they would have to circumvent all regulations in place, fire hazard regulations, for instance. What if the city monument conservator remembers that there is this building and decides to impose protection measures? That will be the end of the story. So that's my first comment on everything, everywhere, all at once. Perhaps in Poland we should rethink what we want to protect and why. Maybe it's been the final 3 decades of regular circumstances. Now, with climate change, the coming generations may have completely different priorities. So let's preserve what's valuable for the future generations before it is considered irrelevant. So that's about protection. Second point. The interaction between investors, architects, authorities, monument conservators, that interaction is problematic. Case in point. 6 years ago, the city of Kraków obtained 19 buildings, former hospital buildings in the district of Wesoła. They bought them for 17 million zlotys for the university hospital to move campus. The city of Kraków bought that plot without a great concept, and then they decided to set up a creative district to adapt those buildings for that purpose, including the migration of the city main library to those buildings. Now, 6 months ago, turns out the city of Kraków decided to build a new building next to the existing building of the library, not because the old building was maladapted or not designed for the function of library, but rather they were paralyzed by the prospect of waiting 2 years for the approval of the monument conservator for the design. That was one of the main reasons why old existing buildings are not getting adapted, but new buildings are being built, and there is no pressure.
And there are a lot, not so many incentives, but or non-incentives. It's not just a question of monuments or historic building, but it's also adapting the materials, whether we can tear down a building and reuse the material. No, we can't, because the certification and regulations, nobody will sign off on that. And then there's the thermal modernization of those buildings in line with modern-day standards, and which also increases costs, so it's more affordable, it pays off to build a new building instead. And in Poland, we haven't asked ourselves clearly whether we can require or whether have everyone who wants to build a new building to revitalize or regenerate, or actually they need to justify the project, because in Poland we build wherever we want, basically, because nobody controls the city planning, the zoning. There's no city planning scheme, so there's no pressure, no incentive to make the extra effort. We believe that there are people who want to make that extra effort, but it's a question of belief. Some people do, other people think it's utopian. But the idea to rebuild and the new European Bauhaus in line, because it's not a question of preserving heritage, it's also sustainable development and also inclusivity. And the question to Natalia here, a question to Natalia,
bo wy macie taki projekt, no i
because you have a project like that, how can you revitalize old properties in a sustainable way? Yes, thank you very much. Thanks for mentioning that. I want to weigh in on two issues that were raised by the previous speakers. The restorer, the conservator of monuments, is not our enemy. What we do need is a clear path of educating them to help them better understand and learn about a building. I myself studied architecture and restoration. It's a clear career path in Europe, in other European countries. In Poland, we don't see the benefits that you can get for choosing this career path as an architect. And I think that there's a need here for education and to make informed decisions and more justified, more valid decisions. I don't believe that if we stop preserving, that will stop preserving, protecting our buildings. I think instead we live in a century that will teach us how to deal with buildings, what to do with buildings whose value is appreciating, and we'll be building less. We'll need to learn to live with what we have and work with what we have. We have research to the effect that our surroundings affect our well-being, which also impacts our performance at work and has a very measurable, tangible benefits and costs for businesses and individuals as well as the state. So I think that the educational component, education can be crucial here to build a more sustainable future, also in terms of working with monuments and existing buildings, historic buildings, as a foundation, as the March 8 Foundation. We're trying to develop a new model for abandoned or derelict buildings in historic buildings in towns and small towns and villages, where it's difficult to find a purpose for the building whose size can be overwhelming or intimidating and put people off. We believe that facilities like this, that properties like this can be a driving force for local development. We believe that they can help build social capital, so we provide space for education, for learning, for development in other sectors of the economy and creating jobs as well. And we also provide some relief for the towns in terms of what they have to offer people coming and migrating from smaller towns. When I listen to what you said, I see that you're on the side of those who would spend money on renovating, regeneration, or rather those who would build new buildings. And how do you see yourself in this process as someone who represents the business community and want projects to be profitable? So everything everywhere all at once. I want to say everything all at once. I have a lot of experience as regards renovating buildings, historic buildings, because our board we're based in a revitalized property. Wonderful. Yes, great. Thanks for in an old villa from the 1900, and I have to say that for me, education, and it depends on who you work with. You have conservators, you have restorers who have the know-how, who have the understanding, and to the investor and the property, and there are those who, for no good reason, want to introduce something that doesn't have a rationale. I understand that the substance of a building, I understand, but leaving, for instance, a functionality, because there wasn't a toilet, so let's use an outhouse. And this sounds ridiculous, like an exaggeration. And the building would not be used. And if we
Oni
I like what the
świetnie
Italians are
łączą
doing.
stare z
They're
nowym.
great at
Jeżeli
combining
my nie
the old and the
podejdziemy do
new.
tego w ten
And
sposób,
if we don't
czyli nie
adopt a
wykorzystamy
similar
pewnych
approach, if we
materiałów,
don't use
a tutaj też
materials,
jesteśmy
and
producentem
we're
materiałów
also
wysoko zaawansowanych
producers of
technologicznie,
advanced
na przykład dodawać
high-tech
membrany odpowiednie, które
roofing
odprowadzają wilgoć, które nie
membranes
pozwalają,
for
żeby
moisture
więź badochowa uległa
removal
zniszczeniu.
to protect
Jeżeli my
the
nie pozwolimy
roofing.
zastosować tego
And
typu materiałów, bo
if we
ich nie
don't
było kiedyś,
if we
no
don't
to
use these materials
będzie z tym
because they
problem.
weren't around for
Żeby
before, we'll have
wszystko
a
zadziałało,
problem
czyli
for everything
budynki
to
powstawały
work,
nowe,
that the
stare
roof
zostały
truss for
chronione,
the old buildings
to
to be
wszystko musi
protected.
zawieć.
I mean, everything
Po
needs to
pierwsze,
work,
przepisy,
everything
tutaj pan
needs to
wspomniał, że
come
wyjazd
together.
na
You mentioned
pozwolenie czy na
regulations.
decyzję czeka się
Sometimes you need to wait
miesiącami, a nie
months
latami.
for a permit, a
Więc jeżeli
decision, if not
będą takie
years.
przeszkody
So if you have
administracyjne,
these
to żaden inwestor
hurdles,
się nie
these
podejmie
administrative hurdles,
renowacji
no investor
czegokolwiek.
will want to renovate anything.
Druga sprawa,
And
no
also,
to
another
właśnie to
thing,
przeznaczenie, że musimy znaleźć
the
przeznaczenie.
purpose, we need to
W
find
miastach jest
a
znacznie
use.
łatwiej,
In cities
w
it's
małych
much easier, in
miasteczkach,
small
na
towns
wsi trochę
and villages
trudniej.
it's more
To
difficult.
oprócz tego, że coś
Because
fajnie
part, I
odnowimy,
mean, sometimes
to
we
potem
renovate
jeszcze, żeby
something,
to nie niszczało, no to
so
trzeba
it
znaleźć
doesn't fall
funkcję
into
użytkową.
disrepair. We need to find
Ja
a
ostatnio byłam w
use
Gdańsku,
for
muszę
it.
przyznać, że
Recently
tam
I
bardzo mi
went
się
to
spodobało,
Gdańsk
chyba
and I
jedyne w Polsce
liked, I think
partnerstwo
the only
publiczno-prywatne, bo
public-private
pozostałe nie wyszły.
partnership
Tam jakoś dość
they have
wychodzi
that worked in one of
wyspa
the few the island of granaries. It was ugly, it was, and now it's an island of granaries, and now it's thriving. There are monuments and historic buildings that were revitalized, that gained a second lease on life. So you need local government, an investor, you need a restorer, a conservator, you need people who are educated and intelligent, people who really want to do something and not just make believe, otherwise it won't work. And obviously, the best part is when in good places, in good sites, we should have good buildings, whole buildings. Preferably, you repurpose the old to perform modern-day, present-day function and fill it in with modern buildings or new buildings. But you need city planners to fit it all in, to put it all together, because I think that sometimes we have a problem. We don't have an idea what to do, or this idea is unfeasible, is entirely unfeasible. So here I'm looking at education, a willingness to cooperate, but not just in Poland. It's not just in Poland that we have this problem with old buildings that have their glory days, that are past their heyday or prime. And in the West and Western Europe, in small towns and villages, they attract investors, they provide incentives for a token euro. They sell buildings for a token euro and for a nominal sum, hoping that someone will move in and invest or repair. I haven't heard of any similar scheme in Poland, and I think it's time we looked at that best practice. I mean, let's love our investors because they pass away quickly. I'm looking at the lawyer now, and I think what we mentioned just now was a topic that's relevant to your field. Are there procedures or regulations that would protect an investor in their relation with a conservator, with urban authorities, city authorities, when investing, when revitalizing? And I'd also like to ask whose position is stronger, who has the stronger bargaining, who has more leverage, the public sector or private capital?
Kolor się zmienił, mamy łączność. Dziękuję bardzo za wsparcie. To jest właśnie
Yes, thank you for support, for inclusivity, for helping us, those of us who are technologically challenged. Yes, this is a solution. That's a very interesting question, and I think, and we've also heard interesting answers previously. I was wondering what to say. You asked a very specific question. Your question was very concrete, but while I have the microphone, I want to address the question a little more broadly, the question of whether it all makes sense. So I'm thinking that if there's a plan, if it's a policy issue, the whole 2055, it's not just a new European Bauhaus, but a new European economy generally. If you consider the alternative, we don't want to be carbon neutral, climate neutral, we don't promote passive construction if China or the US. I mean, we all need to compete with China and the US or keep up with them, but we ought to take a different approach and have this, we have this customs tariffs and barrier. We need to reinvent our economy, create jobs in New Europe as part of New European Bauhaus in the creative sector. And nawet oczywiście tutaj nie ma co dalej dyskutować, jeżeli tylko Unii Europejskiej. Not just in the European Union. I mean, if we do this only, I mean, there's no point saying that the European Union is only part of the global economy and we won't. Do I believe, and other countries won't abide by that? Do I believe in it? I think it's a larger plan that's being put into effect. But considering what happened in the autumn and the beginning of this year, considering the directives that were adopted, I think we need to take this into account, take this on board. So EU directives need to be implemented, need to be gold-plated, so we are expected to implement EU regulation and gold-plate them or improve them, even though new regulation accrues, even though it's not required at EU level, it's not mandatory. Now moving on to historic buildings, this isn't harmonized EU-wide. Every member state can decide, so for itself. We have a tradition. Our first decree in Poland came out in 1918. The country regained its independence and adopted a decree on protection of monuments and historic buildings or the heritage. Our system is stick-based, so it's a command economy, and there's not a lot being done. I mean, one example is that since 2003, there was only one incentive that has bad publicity, by the way. It's the manor laws, the manor benefits. So we have control, restrictions and prescriptions, but we also have a tax deduction, and we have subsidizing or funding in the process of public competition, so it's not balanced, it's not an even playing field, and the incentives for anyone who owns a historic building, and moreover it's said that the law protects historic buildings from their owners, and this is a one-sided approach. It generates conflict, it's antagonistic. Is there room for improvement? You mentioned education. Education is a process, a long-term process, and that's the problem with education generally. The needs, we have the needs today. Education takes time, and in the meantime, things can happen, things can shift around. We have generally bad experience when it comes to relations between investors and conservators. So who's stronger, who has more bargaining power? There's a case, Potomski versus Poland. Poland lost the case at the European Court of Human rights, and which indicated, which stated that the Polish state does not have instruments to compensate to owners for wrongful decisions made by conservators. The family received a compensation only because they won a case in the European Court of Human Rights. So if this conflict, I mean, first of all, we should try and resolve. I think it's better, an ounce of prevention is better than curing, but when it comes to conflict or antagonism, the Polish law does not provide for any financial compensation, as is provided for in the spatial planning law. So we have the planner's rent, but we also have our benefits, or we can also. So the law listed on historic buildings does not have this option. Anyway, so it's not really favorable, but which doesn't change the fact that this is a framework. It's a broad framework, and if we consider that this framework is a question of responsibility, then I think we can carry on the discussion. There are no other public administration structures in the decentralized at local authority and the central government level where there would be so much discretion, all power, as is held by the regional restorer conservator of monuments. And this great power also involves with this great power there should come great responsibility, and I think I want to end it there. In our Polish discussions always boil down to education, and I wonder who would be educating whom and how. It's lifelong learning, yes it is, but we need to learn to grow. However, not every conservator is your enemy, but I could say that not every owner is your friend, and not all developers, property developers, are your enemies or your friends. And I'm not saying that you don't always need to believe owners of historic buildings, because there have been cases of arson. So sometimes depending. So it all depends on your perspective.
The problem is we don't talk enough about it as society. It's everybody's fault, in fact. I know many investors waiting till the very last minute for the conflict to blow up. So they go to the press and they say, we want to do the right thing, but the monument conservator, the evil guy, wouldn't let us. Or the other way around, when the conservator is trying to address public interest and the evil owner wouldn't let them to do it. So it's a stalemate. What should we do? How do we do it? We can ask these questions, but at the end of the day, many Polish cities get money for renovation of facilities, and they don't have an idea how to use it, how it's going to be operated in the future, how much it will all cost. I know of a case in Konin, the first brick building in the Old Town Square in Konin, which was acquired by the city, and the city decided to save it. They got money from the Norwegian grants to have it renovated, but the rumor circulating in the city, and I know I did some research, is that this was done very last minute, and then they came up with some impromptu ideas how to use this space for culture, for tourism. So it wasn't well thought over. There was no proper business case or business study. Of course, you don't have to make a return on that facility because it's about, attracting people to the city, but you must have an idea. Quite often, people don't have any ideas, so how do you educate them? How could education help? Either you do what you should, or you don't know how to go about it, and it makes no sense. Just, speaking honestly about what can be done. Honestly, but people are afraid of becoming too honest because, well, we have, a lot of aggressive property development in Poland and everybody's complaining, the owners, the city, they are all evil. So it's like an excuse, so we don't have to go into detail. Nobody cares anymore. They say, well, we'd like to talk about it, but let's be constructive. So it's out there, we can't do anything about
Panie
it.
profesorze, ja mam pytanie, bo tu trochę na ten temat tej takiej edukacji wylało się,
We've heard about, some criticism or some doubts about education.
Czy to jest tak, że, bo ja oczywiście, pan najczęściej rozmawia ze studentami z nas wszystkich, jak oni się zapatrują na przyszłość, bo to oni w przyszłości będą projektować, te budynki będą je budować i czego oni oczekują po swojej przyszłej pracy, do czego zmierzają tak naprawdę?
Tutaj odpowiedź moja na pytanie bardzo istotne.
This is a very relevant question, and I'm quite positive about it.
Z Państwem prowadzimy zajęcia
we offer classes and we can see with students of architecture, construction, energy, geodesy, transport, environmental engineering. These are all the faculties we have in our department of environmental engineering and architecture.
Możemy mówić o pracach dyplomowych.
There are students writing the theses in architecture, and they come up with very interesting, forward-looking concepts. An MA in engineering or architecture,
kierunku architektura krajobrazu,
landscaping.
Wiele rzeczy studentka czy student przeanalizują.
Those students are very comprehensive in their scope.
Kontekstu miejsca.
Starting with the context of the location.
Analiz przedprojektowych.
Free design analysis.
Uwagę na zagadnienia związane z dziedzictwem
as well as
z przesłaniem,
issues relating to historic heritage.
Związanym nieraz długoletnim funkcjonowaniem
long-term
obiektów.
Use
Organizujemy
of
wystawy,
the buildings.
uczestniczymy w konkursach.
Organize exhibitions and take part in competitions. We have student clubs, and I'm quite optimistic when it comes to education in the programs that I have been involved in.
Poczucie kształtu, rozwiązania funkcjonalne,
the sense of form, functional solutions, functional zones.
Te wszystkie zagadnienia
all these issues
są analizowane przez studentów. Spotykamy się nieraz z takimi szczegółowymi, interesującymi pytaniami w trakcie konsultacji. I to świadczy o tym, że większość studentów, mówimy o wyższym, bo oczywiście jest na poziomie szkół średnich,
I'm not speaking about
można
secondary
rozmawiać,
schools.
że ten obraz architektoniczny, który będzie powstawał, który powstaje,
the architecture
że
that they will be practicing
w dobrych barwach
looks very optimistic.
rysuje się. I w większości przypadkach zagadnienia związane
And in most cases, issues relating to the historic heritage,
regionalnym są
the regional context
brane pod uwagę.
are covered.
Również, co podkreślę jeszcze raz, bardzo ważne
Once again,
są technologie, nowe
technology is crucial. New technology.
Jeżeli projektujemy nowy budynek,
it's easier when you're designing a new building to
żeby wkomponować nowe
use new technologies, but it's a bigger challenge to deploy new technology in existing buildings.
I takie problemy trzeba rozwiązywać.
But these are issues that need to be resolved.
Wskazują na kierunki kreowania architektonicznej,
And they set the direction of future architecture, urban planning, energy industry. We want to ensure that the future is energy efficient after all. Thank you very much. And I have a question to you to follow up on what you said before. Natalia, you mentioned the Granary Island. 2 weeks ago, I took part in the Smart Cities Congress in Wrocław. They criticized the Granary Island project. They said it's just a touristy place with no life beyond that. So my question is, do you think this is the price we should be paying? Like Granary Island, just for booking guests and tourists with hotels. In the past, there were more local residents with teeming life, but it had to be saved profitably. Yes, I would say that there are lots of hotels on the island, but there are also apartment buildings. So the question is, well, it used to be desolate. Was that better? I would opt for a booking island rather than that. But with the tourist traffic in Gdańsk, would people be willing to live there? It is teeming with life, it's filled with people. The Granary Island is now the epicenter of life in Gdańsk. It's still undergoing regeneration, and it is very well thought over. The choice is simple. I think you'd rather have people, even tourists, teeming in the place, rather than looking at sad, desolate buildings that are crumbling down. In Konin, they restored the building and then they had a headache because they didn't know what to do with it. Maintenance and operation is often more expensive than repairs and refurbishment, but of course critics are many and it's easy to criticize. It would be ideal to have cozy island with lots of greenery, 2 little huts and seabirds flying over, but that's not happening. So it's better to renovate or to refurbish than to just leave the location empty. In your experience in the region of Podkarpacie, would the government, local government, sell buildings to investors at half price just to save them? Well, I haven't seen that. Maybe it's happening, but I haven't seen that happen. But there's one more point that you've touched on. We seem to have a problem with the EU. Why? Because if we want not to do something, especially thinking of public officials, we are then likely to say, is the EU that wouldn't let us do it. But if you look at it, why not? We have our own regulation expanding on European law, so we produce ample legislation that's good for the lawyers, I'm sure, but it cannot be
uprzykrzyć życie i z czegoś, co jest, wydaje się proste,
followed in practice, we make life difficult for ourselves. We turn simple things into difficult things.
Pewne rzeczy staramy się wytłumaczyć językiem, który jest kompletnie niezrozumiały.
Sometimes we speak a language people simply cannot understand. So, back to education, which is definitely an effort. It cannot be done overnight. But unless we start, nothing will ever change.
Analogii tutaj jest dużo i to nie tylko
I could use a number of analogies with architecture and other fields, but let me go back to one other point. Unfortunately, public officials, civil servants have a lot of power,
zero odpowiedzialności.
But no accountability, or close to nothing.
Kazus państwa, którzy dopiero gdzieś tam szukali daleko poza granicami kraju sprawiedliwości i żeby ktoś im pomógł, bo ktoś podjął taką niewłaściwą decyzję. W zasadzie chyba był bezkarny.
Courts or European courts because they wouldn't get justice in Poland, and the officials who decided their fate remained with impunity. So if somebody has that power, they should also have the responsibility to go with it. If you make a decision, you should be made accountable for it.
Mam prawo do podjęcia złej decyzji.
You may make the wrong decision, but in that case, you should be ready to
zastanawiam się, czy aby właściwie
be made accountable, and then think twice before you decide. However, more often than not, I hear very cocky comments. Someone says, "Oh, we have decided we want to do it." The other side, the officials say, "Nah, why not?" Because well, no is the answer. That's the answer. No is the answer. So there's no discussion with them.
Przepisów odpowiedzialności to wszystko musi zagrać, bo jeżeli
so it has to work on many levels. Regulations, accountability. If you want to preserve historic monuments, if you want to save our living space, it all has to work in concert. If one piece of the puzzle is missing, it all breaks apart. We are not living in isolation. If the conditions offered by someone else are better, people will flee.
I can say that there will be more to save because of depopulation, and we'll have more empty buildings to work with. So, Natalia Rdonicka, in closing, the first quick question. If you set up a foundation, it would be easier to take over a property for a peppercorn for a nominal fee. And also I want to ask what you think about Granary Island and which side of the fence you're on. As for foundations, that's something people, institutions tend to be concerned or afraid. Companies, corporations have foundations often. They have corporate foundations, but as a foundation with a grassroots activity can provide unpredictable results, and this unpredictability is something that I'm looking at the journalist, so that can lead to some doubts and uncertainty, but also on Granary Island. And as for the approach, let's save it at all costs. Let's not do it at all costs. That I think there's also informal education, which new European Bauhaus provides, social activation, an awareness building campaign, and also if we are more aware and if the public is more aware, if they're aware of their rights, they can be a stakeholder and bring them in co-design and participation. So the end user would also have something to say when designing a property. This might sound utopian, but it's not entirely unknown. This does happen in various parts of Poland and other European countries. And also, as regards a decision
making, accountability. And when we're left with 30 pages of regulation or something that tells us how we should work, it's easier to do something yourself, convinced that you know all the answers, instead of cooperating, which can be time-consuming and doesn't always produce results, quick results. It won't lead to an action plan, but it does require patience and listening to feedback from other people. This was the idea when planning this event. We wanted everybody to bring their know-how and perspective, and when listening to having heard everything we had to say, I think that all of us will leave this room with a lot of new knowledge, or maybe with a different approach, a different view of the problems that we're all dealing with. And that's what we're looking for in New European Bauhaus. Bringing together, encouraging cooperation between various disciplines, because we won't have a sustainable lifestyle, which will a business approach. So it's not just spending, it's investment in the future, but we won't be able to accomplish this without cooperation. Right? Thank you very much. This was the last debate at our conference. On behalf of the organizers, thank you all for being with us. Our participants were Natalia Gnoińska, the president of the March 8 Foundation. Thank you.
Marta Półtorak,
the CEO of Marma Polskie Folie.
Professor Lech Lichołaj,
the Dean at Rzeszów Technical University, the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Łukasz Dziamski from Hampton Law Firm, and Artur Celiński, Editor-in-Chief of Architektura Murator. Thank you. And just by way of summary and wrap up, thank you all very much for your presence, to all the panelists. Thanks to everybody joining us online. We hope that this will become a regular event, that we will be able to continue this as a forum for exchanging ideas and for discussion on how heritage can be a resource for development and to accomplish the Sustainable Development Goals, how heritage can be an export product. So thank you all very much for being here, and see you next year, I hope.